All right, welcome to the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. We have a great day of stream planned for you today. Partnering with Late Night and Blue Milk Gaming to get all this stuff going, and the stream is sponsored by Premier Games. We'll have a great giveaway throughout the day. We'll be able to talk about all of the different things we have going on. We'll be giving away 3 Cantina crew tokens. We'll be giving away quite a bit of cool stuff throughout the day. All right, so we have quite a bit of good commentaries to get started, but on top of that, we really have the best commentator in SWU joining us to kick things off, and that is Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming. How's it going, Josh?
It's going very well. I'm excited to be here, and it's been a while since you and I have casted together,
Way
so
too
it's
long.
it's a it's a pleasure to be able to have the opportunity to do it one more time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to kick it and hang out with some friends along
Yep.
those lines. Okay. So, like I said, we have a lot to talk about today. We have a lot of good games. We have a lot of great players throughout the Midwest. Last week, I was lucky enough to commentate, or the week prior, I was lucky to commentate some of the late night stuff. We had Mike Overly win a PQ. We'll be seeing him today. Excuse me,
Awesome.
we have him come in second, and then we saw a lot of good performances from the late night and Blue Milk Gaming team. So,
Yeah.
what are you looking for today as we get started?
I'm just kind of curious how the meta is going to react to what we saw at the planetary qualifiers last weekend, as well as the big sector qualifier last weekend. I thought it was really interesting how Cad Bane Tarkentown came up and really had a very strong performance, really strong conversion rate. We saw a lot of some of the best players in the country on Cad Tarkentown last weekend at the sector qualifier, and also the super surprise deck. I mean, it's not a surprise deck, but it kind of came out of nowhere was the Han 1 yellow, right? And
Yeah.
I think there was only 5 Han 1 yellows at the sector qualifier. 3 of them made day 2, 2 of them in the top 8, and then it comes out on top. So how does the meta respond to that? Do more people try to go towards the Han 1 yellow decks, or are people trying to respond to that deck? Maybe that's just still a fringe deck and people aren't really putting it on their radar for testing,
Well,
so to speak.
that's one thing we really need to keep an eye out for because Hanwhan Yellow is a challenging deck to play. It's not
It is.
necessarily the deck you just pick up and take for a ride. So,
Yeah.
one of the things to think about today as we go through this week is how fast are people going to react from these sector events? Are we on a 1 week lag? Are we on a 2 week lag? If so, we should expect to see a good amount of CAD Tarkentown and a good amount of Hod
Yeah.
1 Yellow. Will that play out? We'll find out through the rounds. We'll be able to give you some updates on the meta and stuff like that as we get through the day. So we'll have two games of streaming around. Hopefully, if we have a backup, we'll have time to get you on over. Like I said, we have great commentators throughout the day. We have the pair of us. We have Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network, Carlos, Yoda Killer from the Bothan Network,
Awesome.
Sharky, Kyle, Travi, and Dan from the Cantina crew, as well as friends popping in throughout the day. And we have someone special for you guys as well. So throughout the day on the Cantina Crew YouTube channel, if you're active in chat and you subscribe to the channel, you'll be eligible to win one of 3 giveaways. The grand prize giveaway will be our custom Cantina Crew token, which I'll grab behind me in a second. Got to get one to Josh as well. And we'll give away 3 of those throughout the day. And the grand prize will also get something from our friends over at Premier Games. Really excited to show this on stream as we get ready for the next set, and that's our Imperial credits from Premier Games. 4 in this little sleeve will be able to attach to any Premier to Games tokens, and on top of that, they make a nice little clink clank sound as you stack them up.
So
So
cool.
head over to the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel. Make sure you're subscribed, be active in chat. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Those tokens look great, so definitely check them out if you haven't.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to rep some Colorado Cantina crew swags.
Yeah, of course. You get this custom token only available to the friends of the Cantina crew. Okay, so we're getting started here, Josh. So let's do some predictions as we get into the day. What's the most represented deck? The past couple of weeks, it's been Yoda, Data Ball, it's been Han 2 ECL, some sort of Han 2 Blue in aggregate. What's your Imperial credits wagering on?
I think I'm still going with Han 2, a version of Han 2, and I think I'm probably going to lean towards Han 2 ECL. I still think it's a deck that's very tough to beat. It's still positioned well. I don't think there's going to be enough Cad Bane Tarkin towns represented to really keep Han 2 ECL down. Cad Bane Tarkin Town, again, had a great performance, but it's generally not as wide represented as some of these other decks, and I think Han 2 ECL is still gonna be the deck to beat.
And with that being said, it does look like we have our first match of the day. Going to be getting things set up as we get going here. We have a Sabine red, which I don't know if I was prepared for. I'll have to get that going in the overlays here in a second. But we have a Sabine red going up against an Emperor Palpatine yellow. Palp yellow, another deck that's really been getting more popular over the past couple weeks. Yeah, I mean, it can't be something that you're overly excited about as you're trying to get into the day at large, right? So we'll see how that ends up being an issue throughout the day as we get this stuff going. Josh, you'll just take the lead a little bit as I make sure to get all of these, the overlay set up on our first round here. Yeah, and that's one of the realities of this sort of matchup is you need to understand like, hey, you might just not be in a situation to even deploy, and you have to kind of play your game around that and hope that you're able to get it going. Josh, it looks like we have Sabine starting with initiative, which is clearly what we want from the Sabine side of things. We'll get these players' names set up here in a second, but let's get into it, bud. Oh, this is the defending champ. Got it. Got it. Mm-hmm. I'm always feeling the pressure, right? I'm always trying to make sure I go in and understand exactly what I need to do when I need to do it. So it's one of those things where you have to kind of take it with a grain of salt what you have and what you don't have. But I'm always
ready
trying to figure it out.
Get this planetary qualifier in Wisconsin underway. Again, that's Xavier with the initiative. And we are going to start with the Sabine action ability to kick off this planetary qualifier. 1 damage to each base, and it's going to be Bazine Atal coming out right away for Elias. Going to take a look at Xavier's hand, discarding that Karis Nimic, which would have been a great start, but we do still see a turn 1 play for Xavier with that Benthic 2 tubes coming out.
You have to be ready for that, Bazine. You know, you have to be ready for it to take, and he was. He ended up being able to see a double one-drop start here, which is good.
Cost unit turn here for Xavier. So even though Karis Nimic getting discarded, able to start with the Soldier of the 501st and benthic 2-tube. So still putting on some pressure. And that Bazine only hits for 1. We're going to see McClunky right away. The initiative for Elias using McClunky to bounce Bazine back to hand, dealing 3 damage. The Soldier of the 501st, and Bazine can be played again.
That's a perfect start here for Palp. You want to be able to keep the board as minimal as possible, minimize damage. Taking only 1 damage going into this turn, obviously, could be very, very worse.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Fighters for Freedom coming out. Solid 3 cost, 3/4 with Saboteur. We've got Aura Singh in response for Elias. And now that benthic 2-tube's getting in for a couple of damage. 3 damage on Elias's base. And the Sabine action ability bringing it up to 4. 2 damage on Tarkin Town. That benthic 2-tubes could really start putting in some work with that on-attack ability. The on-attack ability can give another aggression unit raid 2. But Elias does have the initiative. We'll see if Elias can quickly clean up the benthic 2-tubes, and that's what Aura Singh is going to do. The bounty hunter taking out the rebel unit.
And that's something you have to do, right?
Absolutely.
You have a 1 drop that could end up pushing so much damage. We see the Bazine come down again. Get a look at these cards. We have a Green Squadron A-Wing, a R2, and a Spec Force. So this is the type of deck where you expect to see something big that you could target, but it's just the death by 1,000 cuts model, where every single game you're getting put within an inch of your life from a unit that costs like 15 cents on TCG Player, which is great.
That's right. Fighters for Freedom able to bring Elias's base damage total up to 7. That Bazine Natal coming back out. The Green Squadron A-Wing discarded this time. We do see the Emperor Palpatine action ability used for the first time. You pay 1 resource, you defeat a friendly unit, you get to deal 1 damage to a unit and draw a card. So the Fighters for Freedom taking a damage. And the droid that refuses to follow protocol, R2-D2 coming out.
Get a heal here from the Crumb. This is going to be pretty big for Palpatine to stabilize here in this early game.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We do see Sabine being deployed. This is the big turn for Xavier. Sabine is deployed. Going to go into base for 3, 2 power, plus that 1 damage from the on-attack ability.
Damage is really piling up here. Another one from that Fighters of Freedom.
Oh, my goodness.
Ping. Jeez.
Yeah, add a couple more pings here. We've got the Spec Force Soldier, and I believe that's Mr. Bones coming out as well. So Xavier just flooding the board here. 12 damage on Elias's base. Just 1 unit in play. That Crumb has a lot of work to do to stabilize here.
Yeah, this is the absolute worst case scenario here for Palp. You're only sitting at 5 resources. You're so far away from the flip, and you have all these small units, plus Sabine, plus the Fighters for Freedom. We're getting a sneak attack, though. If this is Legacy Run, really could be a big swing, and it is.
Oh, that's a huge play. The sneak attack allowing Elias to play a unit from hand. It costs 3 less. Enters play ready, will be defeated at the start of the regroup phase, so the Legacy Run coming in ready, a 3/3 in the Space Arena. But that when defeated is going to be huge, because when defeated, you deal 6 damage divided as you choose among enemy units. So this could definitely help clean up that board. Action back over to Xavier. Xavier is going to get in for 3 with Fighters for Freedom first, bringing the damage total on that yellow 30 HP base up to 15.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of conversation about what Mr. Bones does. I do think you probably need to start this train as soon as possible. We have 5, like 6, 7, a lot of HP with that R2. So R2 is going to stay alive for sure.
So the action ability from Palpatine used, that last resource spent to defeat the Legacy Run. And as you called, a total of 7 damage will be dealt. That's going to clean up 3 of the units, just leaving the Sabine leader and the R2-D2 in play. But still another 4 damage at minimum coming through here with Sabine and R2. Sabine gets in for 3. It's 18 damage on Elias's base.
I do wonder if maybe you should have sequenced that a little bit differently to take Crumb out with Mr. Bones, or excuse me, Mr. Bones out with Crumb, but I guess you can't play for tomorrow right now when you're pushing that much damage. But that red 5, this space start is exactly why I was thinking that, because if you save the action and actually get to sack the legacy run as opposed to, just throwing it, you get more damage base. I think he was really punished here for that red 5 and crack shot here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Xavier going up into the air, presenting multiple threats, 5 damage being represented in the space arena, 4 total damage being represented in the ground arena with Sabine's on attack ability. Elias has the initiative, but still has a lot of work to do, and no ramp so far in this game, just at 6 resources. So I see that Darth Vader in hand, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, I don't really know if there's a way out of this with this wide of a board state. Another legacy run would be great, but doesn't look like he's having it. The Crumb will have to do for now with that restore 1.
And look at this Rebel Assault. This is going to be a big swing. Sabine's going to deal a total of 4. Red 5 dealing 4, as well as Xavier attacks with 2 Rebel units. And it's 26 damage on Elias's base, 4 HP remaining. We are going to see that Emperor Palpatine action ability, sacking the Crumb, 1 damage to Crackshot, drawing a card, Crackshot dealing 2, and now just 2 life left for Elias as R2-D2 brings it to just 1. Is there any way back here for Elias in game 1?
No.
And Jordan with an emphatic no. There you go. Xavier, the defending champ here at the Misty Mountains PQ, taking the first game. A decisive victory here in this opening game. Definitely a matchup he is thrilled to see, and it went according to plan in the first game.
Yeah, you're a little upset as a Palp player when you only see like 1 or 2 of those beautiful Premier Game stream tokens adorn a unit for this game, because that means things are going way too fast. You're not trading enough. You're not being able to set up these really big swingy turns. The Legacy run was a good start, but I think by itself it just wasn't enough. And as you're looking for what you could possibly do in the sideboard, I think one of the issues here is that you're not really teching for a Sabine Tarkentown type deck, right? Like a lot of these builds are playing Contracted Hunter. That'll be solid here to kill a unit and move on from there. A lot of these decks are playing Slime More in the side to deal with the Faith in Your Friends start, but I'm not sure if they exactly fit what's going on here. Slime More probably be the first thing that I think about in that area. Eager Escort Fighter, another really good option.
Yeah, absolutely. Any cheap units with Ambush or any Sentinel units that can be put out will be crucial. Ultimately, Elias just needs ways to interact with the board early. And that's going to be the most important thing for Elias as we go into game 2. If he can't interact with the board early, this matchup is going to be extremely tough, because these Sabine Tarkentown decks, even more so than something like Sabine ECL, these decks are running a lot of 1-cost units. So these Sabine Tarkentown decks flood the board very easily, and it's just so tough to deal with these wide boards. Obviously, the Legacy run is great, but it's just tough because you've got to have that early interaction to even get to something like Legacy run.
Yeah, and you're not promised that. You know what I mean? And the Sneak Attack Legacy run is very good to start, but incredibly well sequenced by Xavier here, where as soon as that Legacy run was not a threat anymore to the space arena, boom, boom, really crowds that space arena as well. I think another thing to really keep in mind here as the Palp player is you really need to make your pings work for you. You really need to find a way to make them be effective. And I think on the other side, maybe you're avoiding units like Mr. Bones potentially, or these 1 health units overall. I think Mr. Bones might be the only main one that they're running in this build, but really, really an uphill battle for Elias here. But 2 great players. Obviously, we see both of these players have experience playing this deck. Sabine Tarkentown, Xavier, they won this last PQ at Misty Mountain Games. So to be sticking with Sabine Tarkentown this long, you're obviously a really experienced player on the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And you love to see these types of decks too. Of course, Sabine Tarkentown has been around for a while, but this is not a meta deck, right? This is not a deck that has been super represented or putting up big numbers recently. And so you love players bringing these types of decks, these more fringe decks to the meta. And hey, like you said, this is the defending champion. So he's done it with this deck once already. He's looking to go back to back with the same deck. That would be a pretty storied feat. We'll see if Xavier can do that today as we get started in game 2. It is going to be Elias with the initiative to start things out. And again, just looking for early interaction. Now, he did have some early interaction in game 1. He had some hand disruption with the Bazine, but the problem was he stripped Karis Nimmick, and Xavier still had an incredible hand with 2 1-drops to start on turn 1 following the Bazine. So it's tough, right? I mean, McClunky's great. It is a good way to interact early with the board, but there's just so many cheap units that it's going to be hard to disrupt Xavier's hand enough early on to really hurt this curve.
Yeah, I think as you're looking at it, Bazine might not be the best way to start this game because of how many 1-drops they're likely to have. I think you're really looking for aura here. You're really looking for a way to start the game, right? I think the hand disruption is fine, but this deck is so consistent with what it's trying to do that might not be the best way to start. We're seeing Elias start with the initiative here, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, very curious to see how Elias starts here, if he has a good turn 1 play. And you called it. There's Aurra coming down. Patient and deadly. This is 2 cost 1/4, has hidden that won't really matter in this particular case, but does have raid 2. So we'll have the ability to take out any ground unit that Xavier presents here on turn 1. As we go into round 2, we do see Sabine action ability used, 1 damage to each base.
Good thing about Aura here is that you'll be able to effectively trade it likely into 2 units, most likely, with what Sabine's playing. Obviously, if you're getting super lucky, you might be able to pull out a little bit more. Here, this is a great start here for Palp because you could swing Aura into Karis, kill Karis. They have the spy up, but Aura's still around if they want to hit the spy and be my guest, right?
Right, absolutely. That's saving a couple damage from base at the present time. So initiative with Elias. We do see the Karis Nimmick this time around that got discarded in game 1. How does Elias choose to attack Karis Nimmick? It is going to be an attack right away with Aurra. And we are going to see the disclose as Xavier discloses the Spec Force Soldier, meeting the requirements of 1 aggression and 1 heroism aspect, getting a ready spy token with that when defeated trigger.
Wouldn't be surprised to just see this spy take 2 damage to base, push it to 3, start that race.
Sabine action ability consistently being used here early, 2 damage on each base. And we are going to see an early Bazine Natal once again out of Elias. Taking a look at Xavier's hand. 3 1-cost units in hand, along with that Cassian Andor.
Yeah. Man, it's a tough call here. I do think Benthic is probably the right move just because of what can happen, but seeing that hand, you're about to face down a 3/5 or worst case, like a fleet of small units.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see that spy token just crash into the base, not dealing with Aurra. 4 damage on Elias's base. And here comes McClunky. McClunky is going to bounce Aurra back to hand. 3 damage dealt. Do the spy token. Cleaning up the ground arena on Xavier's side. And now we do see Cassian Andor coming out just as the 3/5 on 3.
Surprised they didn't go for a little bit more of a wide approach there.
Yeah. Just a little bit of a bigger threat, a little tougher for Elias to get through. Once again, Elias has the initiative as we're on the 4 resource turn.
Ooh, super laser tech, not exactly what you want to see. You are going to be able to ramp here, but this more or less means you're going to be taking a minimum of 6 damage to base this turn, most likely 7 with the ping.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is really a green light for Xavier on this Sabine flip turn. A Super Laser Technician being defeated by the Emperor Palpatine action ability. So Elias going up to 5 resources, has 2 ready. 1 damage dealt to Cassian. Now we see the little unit starting to trickle into the ground arena for Xavier. R2-D2 coming out.
Did Bazine just go to base there? Interesting.
Yeah. 4 damage on Tarkentown, and Sabine coming out, and Elias does have a response during this action phase. No Good to Me Dead will exhaust Sabine, and she will not ready during this round.
Really good use of resources here, being able to activate plus do that. Gets a little bit of you're welcome for your struggles. Thank you for your struggles with that heroic resolve coming in next.
Absolutely. Heroic Resolve will buff up Cassian +1/+1.
Lord.
And now we're going to see Hot Shot Blaster as well being put onto Cassian. Cassian will have +3. The Spec Force Soldier being played, but now Cassian getting in for 6 here. Big swing. Just like that, 11 damage on Elias's base, 4 damage on Tarkentown. Elias will have the initiative, but once again, we're staring down quite the ground arena with Sabine still locked down for this turn. Now, of course, Xavier could ready Sabine with something like an aggression. She can ready this turn, but is currently exhausted, so we'll see if Xavier possibly has a way to ready Sabine during this action phase and still get some use out of her.
Yeah, this Cassian line makes a lot more sense now with the knowledge of all these upgrades coming into play.
Absolutely.
Oh!
Evacuate. Okay.
Wow.
Bounce each non-leader unit back to its owner's hand. So say goodbye to the upgrade, Xavier, the Heroic Resolve, and the Hotshot Blaster defeated there. Bazine bounced back to Elias's hand, and all of that pressure in the ground arena completely neutralized as the Spec Force Soldier comes back out. Now that
Followed
is
by
going to be
the
for
Academy
Elias.
Disciplinarian. Love that.
Okay. I do. Yes, I love it. The when played ability, you can deal 1 damage to a unit with 2 or less power and ready it. So the Spec Force Soldier taking a damage, readying up, dealing 2 damage to Elias's base, and then R2 coming out as well. When played, you get to look at the top card of your deck. You can leave it on top or put it on the bottom. Xavier not liking what he sees, shipping it down to the bottom. And as we get ready for this next action phase, Elias was able to stabilize and prevent quite a bit of damage on that previous turn, but of course, Xavier just replaying multiple of those same units, getting the disciplinarian out, and once again, it's a lot of damage in the ground arena.
Contracted Hunter coming out and taking care of that disciplinarian. Will it be enough? Who knows?
Yeah, the Contracted Hunter, you talked about it a little bit in between the matches. Maybe it did come out of the sideboard as the Spec Force Soldier takes Elias's base up to 15. Palpatine ability being used here, defeating the Contracted Hunter. Elias drawing another card, dealing 1 damage to the Sabine leader unit. Sabine able to get in for 3. 18 damage on base now for Elias. We see the resupply, and that means that Elias is up to 8 total resources. So we could see Palpatine deploy here in game 2. Cassian just played from, did he smuggle him? He did smuggle. So Cassian's ready. Yep. And here comes Palpatine. Cassian ready. Another 3 damages. 21 damage on Elias's base. Palpatine is going to fight into Sabine. Sabine leader unit is defeated. When the Spec Force Soldier sacrificed to deal a damage to Cassian and give Elias another card.
So, like, this early and middle game has gone a lot better for Elias here on Palp, but I think that shows just how of an uphill battle this is. You had the Evacuate, you had the McClunky start, you have a unit that you could kill multiple opponents' units with Orasing to start, and we're still at 21 damage, really in a tough spot. Can he stabilize here in the next couple turns? Is going to be very important. Obviously, cards like Devastator come into play, cards like Vader come into play, and Sabine Tarkentown really doesn't have an answer to those.
Yeah, That is a really good point. Xavier with the initiative. Getting closer and closer to the finish line as Cassian swings in for 324 damage on Elias's base. Emperor Palpatine leader unit able to take out the rebel droid. R2-D2 defeated. Sabine action ability just inching closer and closer here, one to each base.
You're on a clock. That's it.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Another copy of that contracted hunter able to ambush and defeat Cassian. Yeah, absolutely.
Not going to matter. It's going to die at the end of the turn, but things exist. Who knows? Pivoting to space with this A-Wing.
Yeah, Green Squadron A-Wing coming down. We saw Xavier pivot to space a little bit in that first game.
A timely elite P. You don't see that.
All right. Yeah, love to see it. Timely, allowing the elite P-38 Starfighter to be played from hand and ambush. Take out the Green Squadron A-Wing.
And that Palpatine should have 1 damage on it, as we're seeing in chat from trading into that R2. You see the aggression get discarded. Pretty rough hand for Xavier. Really put everything out early in the game.
Do see Red 5 coming out and the Spec Force Soldier. Xavier just has to find a way to deal 5 more damage. 25-5 is the damage totals in favor of Xavier.
Yep. A lot of these Sabine Target Down decks we're running Daring Raid. Most of them are off for a cause because of all the red cards, the double aspect cards that you're playing. We haven't seen stuff like Bo-Katan yet, so maybe that's a situation where, you know, they are running a couple more heroic cards. Frozen and Carbonite's really going to take the wind out of the wings of that Red 5, though.
Absolutely. Frozen and Carbonite, exhausting Red 5.
Ooh.
And it cannot ready. We are going to see the Hot Shot Blaster being played onto the Spec Force Soldier. Spec Force Soldier able to attack right away because Hot Shot Blaster was smuggled. 4 more damage to base, 29 damage on Elias's base, meaning he needs to heal right now or the Sabine action ability can close it out. There's the handshake. And Xavier is able to get across the finish line in a game that Elias looked as though he may be able to stabilize there, but just couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, it looks like a situation that we've seen time and time again. You get close, you get in the right position to top deck into the right stuff, but that's only half the battle, right? Right there, you lost the game instantly unless you have a crumb to play, but at the end of the day, healing 1 isn't going to be enough. You really need the ability to be able to cycle those legacy runs. You need to be able to do quite a bit of multi-action turns to be able to pull that off. Looks like our backup table was a quick round as well, as they appear to be finished up as well. Josh and I will just hang out for a little bit as we get you ready for the next round. We'll be taking a quick break in between those as we get ready. All of our stuff is a little bit jumbled here as we were getting ready quickly and in pace. There's a 2-person button there. There you go. So good first round. I mean, it's exactly not what Palp wants to see and exactly what Sabine wants to see. So it's always tough to start the day from that perspective. But you got to remember, this is a 7-round tournament. Really, really well-attended event here at Misty Mountain Games. Great store, I've heard. I've ever in Madison. I'm definitely going to check it out. 84 people last I checked. With this type of weather, with this type of negative degree wind chill. I mean, you got a great community out there, and it's being shown today.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I think Loopy was saying yesterday with the wind chill, it was -30 or something. I'm pretty sure is what he was talking about in chat. So that's just wild to me. I've never experienced anything like that. I was kind of joking around with my wife a little bit, telling her what Loopy was saying, and she was like, I don't even want to talk about it. So.
Yeah, I'm cold just listening to it. We're here in Denver, and it's like 5 or 10 at this point.
Right.
We have one of our great commentators, Carlos from the Bothan Network, Yoda Killer, and he was going to be at this PQ today, but he says he was the smart one in the room. He said, I'm good. I'm staying home. It's too cold. Yep. The weather's too bad. There's too much risk of everything. I don't want to be out in that type of temperature, but we have 80 plus people who will be doing that for our viewing pleasure. So a lot of rounds left to go. We have about 30 some odd minutes left in the round. A lot of great coverage coming here on the Cantina Crew YouTube channel as well. as Late Night Gaming and Blue Milk. As a reminder, head over to the Cantina Crew channel if you want to enter into our Premier Games giveaway. We have our custom initiative token for the Colorado Cantina Crew, as well as the grand prize winner getting these heady metal tokens coming from Premier Games. The credits, they're so fun, they're so cool. I love how they fit into the bottom of all of your favorite tokens as well. You just slide them right in. And I yesterday we got so many previews that are leaning on these credits as well. I mean, I'm really excited for this mechanic. I mean, I was pumped for Hidden. I like all the different stuff they do every set. It's a nice little experiment. But to be honest, I'm a lot more excited for credits than I am for multi-aspect. And if you would have told me that a month ago, I don't think I would have believed you.
I think they're really cool, and we're seeing some really great ways to produce the credits so far. I think it's going to play a huge role in the meta right out of the gate, and I can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and people complain about the non-conditional ramp being too part of the game during this rotation, with the typical ramp into overwhelming barrage or ramp into Typho with Yoda this set. And I think the credits are a really interesting way to structure your ramp, where they're at risk, they're not quite resources, so you can't deploy a leader. And I'm just excited for that type of experimentation in the game, right? I think this next 2-year period is going to be really adventurous as we try these new things and try these new styles. We saw the double ramp card come out yesterday, though.
Yeah.
I think it was called the stockpile for 6
Yeah.
resources. I mean, that's an interesting way to do it. And I think personally, a lot of the feedback I hear about anti-ramp stuff is that I just don't want to deal with it on resource 3. I don't want to start the game like that every single game. I think the 6 resource start's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. It was kind of funny because we saw that card and I saw some chat about players saying, "Well, now we're ready to play Emperor Palpatine. Now we're ready to play Palpatine, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
he's rotating, right?" So, because that's a great way to just we're on 6 resources, bam, we're to 8, and now we can deploy Emperor Palpatine and just take over the game. So, a little sad for Palpatine, but I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, we'll see if Krennic or some of the other late deploy leaders fill that spot. Maybe Avar will get a chance finally. Probably not, but we'll see how it goes. I think it is funny when you see a leader like that get placed into the meta. Like for one, like I'm pretty happy as a general Yoda fan that Yoda got a chance to kind of shine in this meta. Obviously, he was a little bit prevalent in Legends of the Force as that kind of backup Han2 Blue deck. If you didn't want to play Han2 Blue, but you like that archetype, you could go Yoda, you could go Anakin. But I was happy to see him get his time in the sun. He's a premier Star Wars character, really interesting mechanic, late flip, restore, kill something on site. I'm happy he got his time in the sun. Maybe it was a little too much time, but I was happy to see it. So a lot more rounds coming up today. Josh is going to say bye for now. We might be back for the top cut depending on the weather. So everybody hope for bad weather in South Carolina. And until then, we'll be back in about 20 some odd minutes to get you ready for round 2 here at the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier in Madison, Wisconsin. Stay with us. Talk to you soon.
round 2 of the Misty Mountain Gaming Peak Planetary Qualifier. I'm Jeff Creasy of the Bot the Network, here with my good buddy Sharky of the Colorado Cantina crew. How you doing, Sharky?
I'm doing fantastic, Jeff. This is going to be a fun one.
Absolutely. We got Rebel Resource, aka Ryan Warner, here with his patented Sabine yellow, and he's up against a Thrawn yellow. So, what are your first thoughts on this matchup? It's not exactly a meta matchup that we see all the time.
I think it's going to be tough for Thrawn to keep up. I generally like Thrawn as a leader. I think it's one of the cooler ways they've started to move control. But I don't know that he's ready to compete with Sabine Yellow, who can attack you from so many different vectors here that I don't know if he's going to be able to keep up. But I'm interested to see if I end up being wrong about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen Thrawn in a lot of other colors, and it's got some really cool lines that you can take. I've seen it with green and a little bit with red. I haven't really seen it with yellow. What kinds of things do you think he's trying to take advantage of? I mean, things that come to mind are things like Legacy Run, but that's pretty late game. Well, what do you think are the main reasons he might want to be yellow? Is it just for the general control tools, like you get your no good to me deads and your waylays? What are your thoughts on the color pairing?
I think it's the additional tools that you get, which is like you mentioned, the waylays on top of the no goods, the powers, the normal control stuff, and then you've got you still got Krennic and blue, but the yellow stuff I think is ultimately comes down to Legacy Run. That's that's pretty much the one unit I can name where I'm like, yep, that's why he's playing it.
And they're jumping right into the game here. We see a Krennic unit on the Thrawn side into an A-Wing plus Sabine ping from the Sabine side. So giving up initiative and getting in the one extra ping damage here. And no follow-up for the Thrawn. A lot of times it's nice you get the Greedo for free with the Krennic unit. And then this unit's really cool. The 2/2 when defeated, give a unit -1/-1.
Yep, that commando can do some damage, and that might be his best way of dealing with some of the space attack that's about to come.
Yeah. Ryan just going to base, getting in his damage while he can.
Yeah.
Thrawn no slouch on the damage either. Yeah. Oh, this is exactly what Thrawn wanted and what Ryan didn't really want to see. So you have a 2/3 with the when defeated. So it's awkward. It's going to take 2 hits to kill the A-Wing. The A-Wing could kill it in 1, but then you're not pushing damage to base. And then I believe that's the 1/2 A-Wing. And then a 2. So Ryan just jamming units into the space arena and telling Thrawn to deal with him. So Thrawn has one of his space units. So he'll have some answer, but there's still going to be a lot of damage piled in from Ryan.
Of note, all of the hit point totals on the space units on Ryan's side are 3. So the Onyx Squadron Brute's going to have to attack twice to nail something there. And I think that's why.
Yellow. Yeah. Oh, is that I thought that was the yellow A-Wing. Oh, it's the cartel turncoat. Gotcha. Sorry. So it's the 2/3. I thought it was the 1/2 with raid. It's the 2/3 bounty. Yep.
Though that card draw is absolutely tempting. So I'm actually a little shocked he didn't go for that one first.
Yeah, I think he wants to be able to attack the A-Wing twice and still be alive to try to force Ryan's hand into saying, maybe you need to attack my guy once, which I doubt Ryan is going to do.
Yeah, I say he could try if he wants. I think this is going to be an interesting, what's being set up here looks to me like a race, which is really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the Thrawn knows this matchup. This is close to Ryan's local area, so these players might have played together before. But yeah, really interested to see. My standard game theory with this game is when both players are trying to race, one of them is wrong.
Yep, I generally agree with you. Which I guess my next question is, what do you think the over/under is on seeing a sneak attack legacy run here in the next turn or so?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a sneak attack from Ryan's side. And is that a Darksaber that we see?
Woof. I believe it is. That is a lot of damage. This might be a quick round.
We have official word on who is currently winning the race, and it is not Thrawn.
And we seem to have been right about there being one wrong and one right here. That being said, the double trigger from the Onyx Squadron Brute will help.
Definitely, but it goes back to, we were talking about how he wanted his guy to live, but now he kind of wants his guy to die, and he can't die and kill a unit at the same time.
Well,
Ryan is pointing out that his unit does not die. I think this may have been a slight misstep on the Thrawn player's part, thinking that his ship was going to die.
It appears that he switched over to the turncoat instead. Though we're a little bit of a trouble with the feed.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Confirm there. So he's going to heal, I believe, 6 off of that if you include. Or no, sorry, 4 off of that if you include
4.
Thrawn.
Yeah, it's 2 doubled to 4, and then surprise strike for even more damage.
Oh, what a hit!
Yeah,
that hurts to watch.
It's looking like we may be going to a very quick game 2 here because Ryan's just got lethal on board.
That being said, he's going to get to take out one of those, but it's still lethal. I think no matter which one you hit.
Yeah, exactly. Because Ryan just attacks with a damaged one, and now Thrawn needs 1 more damage to be able to kill this other spaceship.
Yep, and it looks like Thrawn needed 1 more activation of Thrawn's ability.
Yeah. Well, while the players are sideboarding for what I can only assume is going to be a long and grindy game 2, reminder to like, comment, and subscribe on whatever channel you're watching this from. Big shout out to Late Night Gaming, the Colorado Cantina Crew, and Blue Milk Gaming. If you are on the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube site, then any chat that you do will help enter you into a giveaway for the Premier Games medal, both credit tokens and the initiative token from the CCC. All you have to do is be subscribed to the channel and participate in chat. There's a bot that'll automatically track that and kind of weight your entries based on that. And don't forget to go to premiergames.store to see the all the CCC merchandise. Really cool stuff in there. So what do you think this Thrawn might be able to bring in for game 2 here to make it maybe last a little bit longer?
Honestly, I was about to ask you the same thing. I'm having trouble coming up with good options that aren't just hope to draw a waylay and keep his board from getting so far out of hand like it just did. I don't think that the race is the right call.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a better option.
Well, I think the main things are, it depends on, because we don't know the deck list. So if he doesn't have a full set of No Good to Me Dead and or Waylay, you want to bring those in. And then you're kind of thin on Sentinels from the yellow side, but you could bring in some potentially some blue Sentinels.
Yeah. So I mean, Sentinels make sense. I think also maybe a change in strategy. So a lot of what Thrawn did that time was hit base. And I don't think that you can afford to do that for 2 turns before Sabine flips and just wrecks your day, like the definitely. Sabine Darksaber play, he had no answer to, and I don't know that there would have been an answer coming into resources.
Yeah, and I think, and even just the attack order, we saw the logic behind, okay, maybe he wants to try to keep his guy alive, but with Thrawn, at some point you need your guys to die. So he might attack slightly differently in the future so that he gets those when defeated triggers while killing space units.
And to be fair, there could have been I have a plan for round 5 to help try to wipe the board. I don't know what he actually had, but I'm personally having trouble coming up with what could be in the deck to really stabilize prior to resource 5. Not sneak attack, but the legacy run is the most obvious, like, hey, use this tool. And there may be some more that I'm not thinking of, but I'm having trouble coming up with them.
Yeah, and it could be sneak legacy run for 5 resources. The problem is you need to not die that turn.
Yeah.
For the death trigger of the legacy run to actually go off.
Yeah, and I think Thrawn might be interested in more ways to sacrifice his own units somehow. I don't know if there's any kind of thing that does exploit. Do they run Malevolence? Like, that would be the one that pops to mind as in the right colors and can exploit quite a few things. But I'm having trouble coming up with things outside of just stretching for ideas.
Well, it's always been my biggest problem with Thrawn as a concept, is that it really depends on what you're faced up against. In some matchups, you need ways to kill your own units, and in some matchups, you need more ways to have wide units. It's why I think exploit never took off as a heavily used mechanic, because you need either enough fodder generation that they can't get through all your stuff, or you need the ability to you need to have such an overpowering effect when you sacrifice only 1 or 2 units, and there weren't any cards that really did that. Malevolence, I think, being one of the better exploit units, and it also just barely sees any play.
Yeah, I agree with basically everything you just said. That being said, Malevolence has seen in my experience, some pretty good play and uses. So it's
the Geonosis Patrolcraft in Vader is
that's
the
the other
only
one,
one because Vader gets a lot of tokens, but even then,
Mhm.
sometimes you just don't want to sack your token.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
And I think Thrawn doesn't mind again because of the when defeated stuff, but
yeah,
I
and we
say
see
that
her
as if it's true.
going straight into game 2, and we see Thrawn opening space, which is exactly what they want to do, going into the Sabine ping.
I don't know what to do with this part, but yeah, we get to see glimpses of the other one.
Yeah, my camera is switching to the other game, the backup feature table. So
Yeah, just popping in here. Something's going on the ground where they're adjusting the feeds at the expense of one or the other. We'll just go with it as we have here. A good matchup between a Chirrut deck that you don't expect to see, I suppose.
yeah,
Yep, this
so
is pretty cool. Chirrut Red Force.
yeah, so they're working on the cameras on the ground. So we are at the moment jumping into our backup stream match, which is Chirrut Red Force against a
Looks like
Sabe
Sabe
Yellow. And we may get back into the other game that may end because both of these matchups are probably going to go fairly quickly.
I don't know.
Chirrut's
Chirrut looks
one.
like he's doing a good job of mucking up the board here. So
That's true, and Chirrut's a leader that we haven't really seen in a while. It had some kind of niche applications early in set 1 and 2, and then especially when Legends of the Force came out, it just felt kind of outclassed by other leaders doing a similar thing in the same colors. What do you think is a good reason to go back to the Chirrut at this point in the game?
the best answer I have is that he's a big Donnie Yen fan, which I mean, fair, I am too. But but with Chirrut Red, I'm thinking that giving extra hit points to Chirrut unit makes sense.
Mhm.
And you can sort of make it so that you get extra hit points on some of the early plays, but I think, like you said, he kind of just gets outclassed by a large portion of what is generally considered to be the metagame.
And that is one nice thing that I like about Planetary Qualifiers is they're a competitive level event, but they're an event where you see a lot of people bring their own flavor expression to the game. When you get to the sectors and the regionals, there are very few players that say, I'm the only one bringing this deck and I'm going to do well with it. Whereas at a PQ, you can see something where maybe this person says, I don't love the play patterns of Hantu Blue. So, or I want to make sure that I have a force leader because I want my deck to be more force synergies.
Mhm.
And I'm debating between, Anakin Blue or Chirrut, and I go Chirrut for these reasons that I like. Maybe I have a couple of cards that I like. And we see the blue Kiadi Mundi in play there. So it's really cool. You get to see a lot of unique flavor
Yeah.
at the PQ level.
And to be fair, I actually really like this deck already just by watching it for
Yeah.
the 30 seconds we've had it, maybe a little longer. But Red Blue Hero in general is also very good. It was
Mhm.
the probably dominant archetype prior to the green taking over. So
Yeah.
I'm a fan. This is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and the biggest problem with the Kiadi unit was always keeping coordinate on, but when you have this Chirrut unit out as the Sentinel that is taking less damage and you constantly have the Force to be able to prevent it from taking a bunch of damage, it's really cool to prevent your aggro opponent from playing too many cards.
100% agree there. And we also see there's enough card draw like between the Kiadi and the X-Wing, which color I forget it is, and probably the Kiadi, red Kiadi. Like you're
Yeah.
going to have a whole clutch of hands that this looks at least like a board control type deck. And yeah,
Mhm.
maybe your cards are slightly less effective because Sabe can say, I don't like that one, get rid of it. But like, look at that hand.
Yeah, and I'm guessing
That's
that
a really
Sabe
good
has an
hand.
infiltrator skill on it to get past the Chirrut.
I believe it's the Ascension cable, if I'm
Oh,
able
Ascension
to
Cable. Yeah, yeah.
see that
No, that's
properly.
totally right. Yeah. So I saw a little bit of color and forgot we were up. This was mono yellow, not target.
Oh, yeah. That's a fair point, actually.
Taking Itinerant Warrior. So saying you can have all your big stuff. Yeah, you can play one of it this turn and the Luke next turn, but we're getting rid of the 3 heal this turn.
That's an
Which
interesting
I think is
choice.
valid.
I think also that I don't know, maybe what I would have personally done, I haven't done Sabe in a while, is chosen Luke now and then Luke again. But it's interesting. I maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah. Well, if you look at how much this Yaddle can restore, I don't believe Chirrut leader either is a Jedi. So Yaddle's going to restore 1, give Kiadi restore 1, and that's it. So they're only going to go down to 15, which leaves 10 left. So you have something, yeah, and this Plo Koon's huge. So if you like to me, what I was going to say is taking the Itinerant Warrior means they expect to kill the Chirrut and get in some damage this turn.
That's fair. That's a good read on it too. That being said, I count 10, 13 damage on board for Chirrut.
Yeah.
So he's possibly got lethal at this point and can ensure it with the Mace Windu I think we saw in his hand. So it's an interesting,
definitely a Mace Windu in hand. Yeah.
Interesting choice for the Itinerant Warrior there.
Yeah, and we see the Chirrut player just go into base saying, I think I can win this race. And I'm not sure what else the Sabe has, but one thing that I get into a lot of times as a problem when I'm playing an aggressive deck is I forget that my opponents can also hit my base, and I'm like, wait a second,
Yeah.
I'm losing this race.
Uh-oh, I'm behind.
So we'll see if there's something up the Sabe player's sleeve, or if Chirrut the Chirrut player just has the right read on this game that they can just get in the damage.
Now, normally in this case, when I'm playing against Sabe Yellows, they tend to play like 2 or 3 Cunnings in a row against me, possibly even a 4th.
Yeah.
But with no resources available, I don't think that's an option to save Sabe.
Yeah, and I believe that Kiadi is a Jedi, has the Jedi trait, and should have gotten an extra restore 1. But again, that's a thing that we do not have line to the judges to change any of these game state actions. So the players have to do that themselves.
I just looked it up and confirmed that Kiadi Mundi does have the Jedi trait. It may not be relevant based on there being 6 damage and an unkillable Chirrut on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the main thing. The Chirrut is representing lethal right now. So
yeah, and I believe that
that's it.
That is really cool to see. I like it already. I want to see this deck list definitely. At some point.
I've heard some whispers about people playing Chirrut, and that was always my question: is okay, why this? So because there's always been since Legends of the Force came out, there's always been a wide abundance of blue-red Force options in terms of leader-based pairing. So it's really interesting to get the potential reasonings on why one over the other.
And I wonder if this particular deck runs any way of making Chirrut a Sentinel, like a Protector. I think from set 1 was it's a double blue, but that's only 3, I think, in this deck. But yeah, I don't know other than Chirrut just being a really cool character and honestly the sleeves too. But
there's the new card. There's the new card from Secrets of Power as well that gives +1/+3 and Sentinel while exhausted.
Oh right, that's a good call. I wonder if we'll see some of that coming up too. But Chirrut unit in a Chirrut leader deck can also be just pretty nasty. You can just
absolutely
completely block the ground if you give him the extra health. So like the Plo Koon wouldn't have worked if obviously it worked out for him anyway, but the Plo Koon wouldn't have worked if Chirrut was able to give Chirrut, this is getting confusing, extra health.
Yeah. Looks like we may have switched back to the other camera, and it looks like that game may be over. So I'm guessing that Rebel Resource took it 2-0 because otherwise they would probably be in a game 3 right now. We'll get confirmation on that shortly for you guys if we can. But for the moment, we're going to go back to this game, and they are going to continue to sideboard. And I'm going to take a second to say that if you guys are enjoying the spoilers for A Lawless Time, then make sure to tune in to Cardboard Chefs Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, where we're going to do a live show reveal of 3 spoiler cards from A Lawless Time with Just Jack from FFG. It's going to be an awesome time and an awesome show. So check that out on the For the Network YouTube channel, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going live. We're doing this show live like we always do on Monday with a preview show.
I'm pretty excited to see that one.
Yeah, I'm excited to do it. It'll be a ton of fun.
Yeah. So you have to run the whole thing. That'll be interesting too. I think the reaction.
Yeah. It might have been my favorite part of the Mesa sector because from the way the show works, I have not shown Ian and George or Crispy, who are going to be the contestants, the preview cards. So
Oh,
Ian
nice.
is upset that it's his show, but he hasn't seen the preview cards yet. So I had a lot of fun lording that over him all weekend at Mesa.
And just keep reminding him now if he's watching the stream that you know what they are and he does not. So
yeah. Every time someone mentioned a preview card, I'd say, "Ooh, you know what that works great with?" Oh, never mind, I can't tell you.
I love it.
All right, looks like we're getting set for game 2 here.
I'm guessing it's game 2.
That's a good point. It
There's
might
a
be game
theoretical
3.
chance it was game 3, but I'm
Could be.
guessing it's game 2 because it's neither of them are playing Sabine Yellow.
I mean, Sabe Yellow can do a decent impression sometimes.
fair.
But
Oh man, I still can't get over the Mr. Bone sleeves. This is really cool.
they are.
I love the art on that guy.
Yeah. I may or may not have tried to play mono red a lot just because I like the art and could play him in the deck then.
I've done a similar thing, and it looks like we're getting confirmation that Rebel Resource did win 2-0. Which, I mean, that goes back to our point earlier. I honestly don't know what the Thrawn could have done. That's probably one of the matchups that they do not want to see. But not taking away from that. I just think that was probably just a bad matchup for him.
Yeah, and this may be a regional thing too. We saw the Sabine Red in round 1, who was the defending PQ champion. We saw Rebel Resource on Sabine Yellow. I feel like if you're in this area, you just have to know that's your local meta that you got to prep for. And that may be why we're seeing things like this Chirrut Red.
Fair point, yeah. And it seems to be at least working thus far into what is this ostensibly an aggro deck. Like Sabe Yellow is an aggro deck.
Definitely.
And it's a very cool. I've always liked the look of it too. It's just it can put out so much damage so fast if it gets the right draws for sure.
Yeah, Sabe as a leader is really interesting. It really relies on you knowing what your opponent is trying to do, because you can definitely just make their draws better if you misunderstand what they're trying to do.
Agreed. One of the other benefits about Sabe, though, is sometimes you can find out about the surprises they have before you have to deal with them. And so that information is also very good. Even if you end up discarding the wrong thing, you at least know what's coming.
Yeah.
Ooh, starting off with Faith.
Yeah, so we got a Faith in our friends here from the Sabe player. Really good in mono yellow hero. It's nice to get a little selection, and you give your opponent some information, but making 2 spies on turn 1 while having the card replace itself, assuming you get the disclose, is really good.
I agree. The Cad Bane player in me likes to punish the disclose sometimes, but it's probably not going to happen in a Chirrut deck.
Well, are we seeing a no disclose here? Looks like it. Nope. We're okay. Here they are.
Took his time.
Yeah, nothing feels worse than this disclose into Cad Bane just playing a Garandan and naming one of the naming one of the cards.
Got there. Adi Gali, all right.
Adi Gali is a really good answer to this because Adi can just very cleanly start taking out these spies.
The other thing to think about with Adi is if they do try to do a second Faith in your friends, it puts damage on the base.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
So if you're Sabe, do you run the spies into base? Or do you run the spies into Adi?
I think it depends on what you have to play here.
Ooh.
Oh, neither.
Point.
You
call,
capture it and then run them into base.
Great call.
And Sanctioner Shuttle it's really made a comeback here. It previously was only really good in Vader because Vader was the only deck that could really help guarantee that you had coordinate on turn 2. But Faith in your friends makes it a lot easier where you play 2 units in 1 action. So if you start on initiative, you keep initiative.
Yep.
So yeah, I really like the Faith in your friends into Sanctioner Shuttle lines that Sabe Yellow can do. Marin here from Chirrut, though, is going to take this board back very quickly.
Agreed. And the discarding of the Jedi lightsaber, though, means it's probably not going to be a game where you load Chirrut up too much, unless he's already got one in hand.
Yeah, I'm curious what the other card was. I don't know how scared I'd be. I guess you could be a little scared of a Jedi lightsaber. But your units are so small for the most part that attacking into them is, if they play a Chirrut, then you're already in some trouble.
Agreed. Yeah. Chirrut with a lightsaber is even scarier.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if he does
Take out a token. Is that? I
Yep.
think that's discard a daring raid to kill the other token. So basically, just a little a little action and resource cheat with the having the daring raid do its thing.
It's a free daring raid.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Surprise strike on the shuttle, but Sabe is pretty far away from the damage total required here. Then we see no Sabe triggers. So that's interesting.
That is interesting, especially since he gets to draw the top cards now.
Yeah.
Good.
And another faith in your friends here. So really not the turn 3 that Sabe was looking for. 3 damage with no board presence, and then 2 spies that can get cleaned up with 1 Marin attack again is not where they wanted to be.
I wonder if they're digging for a particular card for the next turn.
Could be. I mean, they could be trying to dig for a Plo Koon, which we do see in hand there. But now Chirrut knows you have Plo Koon, and they have first action. So if they just Marin attack, kill 2 spies again, you still don't have coordinate.
That's a good point. Actually, I hadn't even considered the coordinate angle because I'm so used to Plo Koon always having it against me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, with Quinlan's, they always do because you just flip Quinlan first, and so they have to have a completely clear board. I mean, you could flip Sabe first, but Sabe is also not the safest leader potential, so we'll have to see. This is one of the times where disclose giving your opponent the information is a real cost, I think.
I would agree. Getting rid of the forces with me. I was trying to remember the name of the card.
Yeah, that's I think one of the reasons to run Chirrut, because it's really nice to get to say, oh, you thought you killed him? Haha, cool.
Surprise. Ooh, Han Solo.
On pilot, nice. Getting in some more damage. I like this a lot better than Surprise Strike, just because the 2 damage stays on for future turns.
Yep. This might actually
be, and you get extra help for the Marin as well. It could be. We see the Sabe activation this time.
Ooh, that's an interesting card. I guess if you're running red force anyway, you probably want aggressive negotiations in your deck somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, another the forces with me.
Oh man.
Yeah, and this is where I was saying it can be hard to keep the coordinate turned on after the spies die, because you get the shield, and then shield goes away. So Sabe looking in a lot of trouble here. Really needs to get some more presence on board.
That being said, 13-ish damage head start is a pretty good head start on a 28 health base.
It's good. And that's the question is it going to be enough? Because you've still got this Marin plus a Tarkentown up to potentially switch lanes and clean up space a little bit. And you're going to catch up the race really quick with 11 ground damage on board.
Yeah. I believe it's a force base, right? Is that Tarkentown?
Oh, sorry. You're right. Yeah, it is the force base.
But yeah, I mean, in the old days, Chirrut would just force throw something, right?
Yeah. Force on, yeah, without there being a Tarkentown and that being the force base, it may be possible for Sabe to squeak out this win. We've already seen 1 surprise strike and 1 Han pilot. So just a little bit more reach. And we know that there's the Plo Koon, which now does have coordinate. So the Plo Koon could potentially take out the Kiadi. Okay. Mace is huge. So this is huge. Keeping the coordinate off again. They know the Plo Koon is in hand. So I love this play of just making sure you don't have coordinate.
That's a great play there. Plus, it's another big beater. Oh, geez, another surprise strike, though.
Yeah, it is another surprise strike, but we'll have to see if it leaves you a little short here, because you need another pump or another space unit. So if they have another Falcon, I love it.
Agree. Falcon, pump, any way of just buffing the damage by a little bit.
Yeah, because right now the attacks for 4. So right now the shuttle attack is 1 short, but I don't know if Chirrut is going to be able to fend this off. They currently have 2 turns to try, but you have to assume another unit is coming. That's gonna shorten this to have the game over next turn.
That would be my thought or my expectation as well, but it could just be that Sabe is like, screw it, let's go. Let's just do it.
Yeah, the question is it a ground unit or a space unit?
Ooh, it's a shielded ground unit.
That may be enough because now you have to, if you don't, Chirrut's tapped out, so you have to put 9 damage into that. Oh, they just claim.
Okay,
Interesting.
claims. All right. I think he's checking to see if there's a. I mean, I guess what Luke could come down and ruin.
Luke could kill the Sanctioner shuttle. You're not dead to Hotshot Blaster, which is nice. Because that only comes in for 4 up to 27. You can still kill the L3 in one attack from Marin with the discard. But then you're not putting any pressure on the space unit.
Well, Luke doesn't kill the shuttle immediately, right? Because it's got 4 health remaining.
Correct.
Okay.
And
so it would need help from Marin.
Yeah. But without popping the shield last turn, the Marin discard has to go to the L3 shield if you want to take that off. So I'm really interested what Chirrut's outs are here.
Yeah. All right.
We
so
do
he's going to
see
do
the
the
Luke.
thing. I think you do that. I think you take out the shuttle as best you can because that one's the one causing the most consternation, I think.
Yeah.
You're still going to have to double attack into the L3, though.
Well, if the shuttle attacks for 1, then Hotshot Blaster becomes lethal.
True.
So now you have to make a choice.
Situation.
Yeah. Because you can't, you have to throw the Marin at the shuttle. You have to discard a card with a Marin at the shuttle, I think, to kill it while you can. And you just have to hope they don't have the blaster and that you can start getting this Luke restore online.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a do you have it, do you not situation. And if Sabe doesn't have it or doesn't have a Falcon, then it could be lights out. But if they have either of those outs and half a dozen pumps, it just maybe we go to game 3.
Mm-hmm. Sabe is not windmill slamming this. They don't have it. So wow, is Chirrut going to be able to claw back into this game? That was the best window, I think. Obviously,
so too,
something like a Falcon could still come down.
Yep.
We've already seen one.
It's interesting that Sabe didn't try to do the Sabe thing.
Yeah. I'm interested by that as well. I feel like there's no reason to not do it. You can't choose to not discard. So if you see 2 cards that you like, there's not much. You have to take one of them there, even if you would like your opponent to draw both of them. We see another L3, but there are still 2 readied units to kill it. So the question is there another unit?
And it would have to cost, 2, right? Oh, it's faith in your friends.
How about 2 more units?
Yeah. And there's only 2 health remaining. So at this point, I think it's claim and hit first with Luke, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So you claim, you Luke into either the L3 or Spy. I don't think it matters either way.
Yeah. And then you have to hope they don't have another pump again.
Yeah, and you're in the same spot again where you're dead to a pump.
Yep. And
we see the Plo Koon is still there, which is another reason for Luke to hit a Spy and not the L3, because you want to try to keep your Luke around. Marin
that's a good point.
Could go kill the other 2 after that. But
a Chirrut unit here might also save him.
True. Yeah, a Sentinel would be huge.
Oh, and they're remembering the Adigalia trigger now as well, which I had forgotten about for a second.
Yeah, so they're supposed to take 1 from playing an event up to 10.
That could be relevant in a game this tight. So
yeah, it looks like there's enough damage if going to base for Chirrut to have lethal this turn, but you have to start by taking out at least 1 unit here.
Well, I wonder if he swings Luke at base and then Marin cleans up the other 2 units that don't, or whatever, does not.
Yeah, I would have liked that, I think, because you're dead to a pump either way, and Marin can kill the 2 that don't attack either way. Yeah, so I think I would have liked Luke to base here as well.
It could be that there was he was trying to clean the whole board, which fair. But
yeah, I mean, well,
the window could have also done that.
It wasn't my first thought, Luke to base, but the more I think about it, the more I like it, because you just can hit. I think the concern is they're worried about more units than they can kill constantly coming out, and there is the Hotshot Blaster, so that's 4 up to 27 again. So still 1 short.
Oh, and we do get the Sabe trigger this time.
Discarding another, the Force is with me.
The Force is really with Chirrut today.
Yeah.
So what do? Do you go Marin into
I think you
L3?
go Adigalia into the L3 because if they play something else, you might need to Marin that, and anything can hit the spy.
That's a fair point.
But that's also why I kind of like Luke to base, because then you could also just Adigalia the spy that attacks first, or you could Marin the 2 that are ready, and then Adigalia the other one after you've done 6 to base, and you're potentially threatening lethal.
Yep. I also like Mace Windu there, since he has Overwhelm, but it looks like just a big game of whack-a-mole here for Chirrut.
Yeah.
And one that he might end up winning because of the gun showing up a turn too late.
Yeah.
Is that 2 resources up, it looks like, for Sabe?
Should be 2 resources up. Yeah, they played a 2-drop and a blaster.
Oh, no.
They're low on big things, but Chirrut has to kill the small things right now as well. Oh, and now we're getting 8 damage to base here, it looks like. We rolling something back, maybe?
Yep, it was a quick undo. Claimed?
Interesting.
Well, he hasn't played anything. No, maybe he didn't claim. He just...
No, I think he said, I don't want to attack yet. I want to play something else. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, okay, that's why. Yeah, they're just undoing that one. Woof. This is a pretty big hit for Chirrut, and it looks...
Yeah, I think... Oh, sorry. They rolled
dire.
it back because you can't attack the BD1. It has hidden.
Ah.
So they realized that was an illegal attack.
That makes sense. And we have a heal.
Yeah.
I always forget about hidden, if I'm being honest. Like, even when my units are hidden, I'm like, oh, yeah.
I always
can't
remember
do
on
that.
my units. Yeah, I love to play hidden units, and my opponent always tries to attack them. And then, yeah, looks like
Wow.
Chirrut gets there.
That was close.
Man, yeah. Sabe was so close to getting that game, too.
A gun a turn earlier, and it's over, and it's just, wow.
Yeah, exactly. They must have just not had it, because I believe they had the resources up for it when it would have been lethal on one of the L3s. So
that was a great game.
Yeah, it really was. So yeah, good showing by Chirrut there, going to 2-0 for D House. We might see them again on stream later. So we've seen some interesting niche decks piloted by some good players. We've seen this. We've seen Rebel Resources, Sabine Yellow on stream already. So it's nice to kind of get a look at these, premier players that we've seen at events in the past doing well on less meta decks.
I feel like I'd have had a lot more fun with the matchup spread we've seen today than I did in Arizona.
That's fair. Well, this was our backup stream, and the other feature match already ended. So we are going to go to a short break before we get to round 3. Looks like we got about 17 minutes left in the round. So if you hang tight, we will be back with round 3 in a bit. I am Jeff Creasy from the Boston Network, here with Sharky from the Colorado Cantina crew. So thanks for hanging out.
That was pretty cool. Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here for round 3 of the Misty Mountain Planetary Qualifier. I am Sharky of the Colorado Cantina crew, and with me is Travi, also of the Cantina crew. How you doing today, Travi?
Doing great. Excited to watch and cast some Star Wars Unlimited today.
Yeah, it looks like this round we have a Boba yellow versus Palpatine yellow. This is interesting because most of the time we're seeing a lot of Boba data vaults floating around. What do you think about the yellow choice here?
You know, I think the yellow is going to be faster. I'd personally be a little bit more worried as a Palpatine player sitting across a yellow base instead of a green base. Yeah, those are my main concerns.
Yeah, that seems totally fair here. And as we're getting ready to shuffle up, it looks like we have Corwin, I believe, is on Boba, and Kyle is playing Palpatine, though I don't have a whole lot more information on the rest of their names. Sorry, guys. And it looks like both players are taking a mulligan here. So if you are Palpatine, what are you looking for here? What do you want to start with?
You know, my friend Ian, I've seen him play Palpatine a bunch. You gotta love an ISB agent opening. A Bazine opening is solid as well. Of course, a resupplier super laser tech for turn 2, and that would be ideal for the Palpatine.
That would track with what I would have expected as well. And then honestly, from the Boba yellow side, I'm not 100% sure how I would want to start this. I probably just want to keep playing units until Palpatine can't deal with it, but push as much damage as you can as fast as you can.
Yeah, if I was the Emperor, I also wouldn't mind having Elite P38 for turn 2 to be able to contest fire sprays on turn 4. Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like we had a pass and a claim.
Oh, okay.
That is not how I expected the first turn to go.
Wild.
I'm guessing there was not a good turn 1 play on the Boba side, and so he just decided to take the chance.
Had to be none, but this is great.
Yep, the Guerrilla Soldiers comes down, effectively doing 4 damage to base, and not effectively, literally doing 4 because of Boba and there being no other targets. Throwing 2 more in with the Guerrilla Soldiers when they attack because they came in ready. Whereas Palpatine does what you said, and he gets the ramp, he gets a resupply.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, the Guerrilla Soldiers is kind of making up for not having a turn 1 play for the Boba Fett, but the Emperor does get the resupply.
Yeah, man, I think if Emperor gets another ramp here, it could be a problem for Boba, but being that there's no units on board, all of the indirect still is going straight to base, and Boba's putting down a ton of damage.
Oh, well, yep. Legacy runs solid here. You get to claim. I was scared there with the fire spray and no units, but the Legacy run's great.
Yeah, at this point, Legacy run will clear the field with Palpatine drawing a card from it as well when he gets to chuck it. And since he has initiative, I don't see why that wouldn't be first action.
Yeah.
But
not on the flip for Boba yet, though.
Yep, we're not quite there. Oh, yeah, he doesn't chuck it. Instead, he runs it in, which is an interesting choice. I wonder if he's trying to save a resource for.
Or does he have a second
one in hand? Yeah,
I think I might have saw that. I was like, maybe he wants him to play another thing and then play another Legacy run.
Yeah. Oh no, he just throws even more indirect damage right on the base. Torpedo barrage coming down, and that's something I haven't actually seen since I think that card released.
I couldn't remember what that card was called, but that was something that I thought about when I saw the yellow base. I was like, I wonder if they're trying to go that fast that they're doing that much indirect.
I do like the aggression coming out of it. I'm a little worried for his own safety though, because he doesn't actually have any units on board, and another Legacy run comes down.
Ooh,
just going with the burn damage.
Daring right to the base.
All right, he's going to the burn damage. And one thing to keep in mind though is that Boba is not a safe flip right now. Even if he flips to the ground, the Legacy run will take him out. So. True. While Palpatine may be, Jabba's palace may be burning, but Palpatine's not in the worst position that I have seen a Palpatine in.
Yeah, true. Yeah, like if this was against Sabine, he'd have at least this much damage and still like 4 units on board. So
yeah, it could have been way worse. So let's see if we can get out of it, because we're on the turn or near the turn where I expect Palpatine to start stabilizing, and with a Legacy run on the field, that is going to be really tough for Boba I think, get anything to stick at least.
Yeah. And it looks like since the Emperor hasn't done any damage to the Boba Fett, the life counter turn. This is a turn though where the Emperor could play a resupply or a super laser tech to surprise flip if Boba ends up putting a significant ship on board.
That is a great point. And it looks like we see 6 resources tapped for a planetary bombardment. He's just going to base, man.
Oh, wow.
I love it. He puts all but 2. Okay, so he goes 7 and 2. I feel like they did the math wrong there because wasn't he just at 19? That's okay. We'll deal with it later. We don't actually have a line to the judges, anybody, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But it appears that planetary bombardment came down and was absorbed as much by the legacy run as it could be without actually dying. All
yeah,
right.
even if it's 1 less on the base, there's a Devastator in the Boba Fett's hand, which will just do 5 to base next turn. And
oh, that's right. Boba played. That's where the 1 came from.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yep, of course.
I know how to do math, guys. It's okay.
Yeah, I think he knows it's over. He just claims and.
Yeah, I believe he does. And I think this comes to your point though, where he's got super laser tech out there as an option. Oh, he's going to make him chuck the legacy run at him though.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I think at that point you just play him and win.
Yeah. Unless he has a Bazine, he needs a Bazine. Yeah. Not even a smuggled one. It has to be from hand.
Yep.
From hand Bazine, and I don't know if that'll be enough either. It might be more bombardments.
It would be. There's so many outs for Boba here that, I mean, I think we all know how this one's going to go, but I guess he doesn't actually win yet because while I'm counting the Palpatine resources, I had forgotten that he ramped. So, and the bombardment does, I believe, end it, which puts 9 total damage. There's 8 total health on the board if you include the base, and that'll be it. Wow, that was really fun to watch. Actually, I personally like to see the fact that it's a mostly burn deck coming out and not necessarily something you would expect of throw a bunch of sneaky ships from the space. What about you?
Yeah, that was literally burn. It was almost all burn. The guerrilla soldier into Fett's fire spray, into torpedo barrage, into I think just a planetary bombardment for 6.
Yeah,
that's
so
much. Yeah, and then eventually another one too. That is literally burn, and Palpatine didn't have enough chunky units on the board to absorb much of that.
Yeah. So while we're between games, I'm going to make a quick announcement. Hot Take Dave, you have won drawing number 1. We will be giving away more stuff and doing more drawings throughout the day. So even if you have won this round, you are not out of it for the rest of them, but make sure you're subscribed to the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel and that you are in chat in order to be entered into the drawing. If you also like the tokens that you see on the screen, go to premiergames.store and use the Colorado-Cantina-Crew discount code and you can get 10% off. I want to make sure we get that in quickly because this game looks like it's going to go very, very fast. So, Travis, if you're Palpatine, how do you adjust your playstyle to deal with this amount of indirect damage? Because one of the things I think burned Palpatine is that he had nothing to absorb any of the indirect.
Yeah, it's true. And unfortunately, Palpatine doesn't have very many early game units, especially ones that stick around with very much HP. They're usually eager escort fighters, that bounty hunter that has ambush and defeats itself. And then, Bazine ISB agent, possibly Salacious Crumb. Hopefully he's got some Salacious Crumbs in here to trickle some of that damage off of his base. And hopefully soak some indirect as well as the Salacious Crumb can return itself.
That's true. Salacious Crumb actually might be the best way to stabilize as well because of the heal that comes down. I mean, you'd be maybe not surprised, but there's enough times where Salacious Crumb has healed 3 to 4 damage off of his base that has saved him in many of my games against Palpatine Yellow or when I'm using Palpatine as well.
Yeah, that's true. So just to follow up, Hot Take Dave, if you're not in our Discord already, click that link to join. We'll contact you, make sure we get your shipping information, and we'll ship out one of these exclusive Colorado Cantina Crew initiative tokens for you. We have a bunch more drawings going out throughout the day. We have so many people tuning in with us throughout the afternoon. So we're going to probably do like maybe 6 giveaways for the tokens and 1 grand prize for the credits that you get at premiergames.store. But Hot Take Dave, congratulations, and hopefully you guys could win some stuff later in the day as well.
All right. Thanks, Jordan, for the information on that one. Let's see what we got here. We are going into game 2. All right. How we feeling lucky? We feeling like it's going to be a repeat of round 1, or does Palpatine figure it out?
I mean, ideally, both of them play something on turn 1. Palpatine probably absolutely needs to. He does have a Bazine in hand.
I do see the Bazine, yeah.
And he's resourcing 1 legacy run, possibly.
Interesting.
Yeah. But the Bazine, the Bazine can hopefully take out some planetary bombardments. That would be my hope as the Palp player, especially since sometimes I gotta sack my units to draw some cards, and if I don't have anything on board, could be rough. It is.
Looks like Palpatine chooses the planetary bombardment. I see an IG. He just top decks into another one.
Oh
man,
my!
The amount of times I've had that happen to me is way too high.
Oh man.
And then we see a daring raid as the opening play from Boba, and the extra indirect will go onto Bazine. And I think this is where Palpatine wants to be, right? You've nailed one of the planetaries, even if you don't know there's another one coming. We do. But there's Bazine on the field, which is an extra 3 health on your base, effectively.
Yeah, and a lot of times these Cunning Emperors, they have multiple McClunkies in their deck, so they might be able to McClunky Bazine back to the hand and take the other planetary bombardment. So
that's a good point. So
for the Emperor's sake.
Oh yeah. We see a super laser tech come down, followed by a contracted jump master on the Boba side. So rather than decide to go full burn this game, he's going to bring out units. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Who needs units?
Yeah, I guess maybe because the Emperor was able to get some units on board. The torpedo barrage not as ideal here. Just get some units on board.
Yeah. And we see an attack with the super laser tech, which makes sense. Followed up with the attack from the contracted jump master. Everybody just kind of trading a little bit of damage here, trying to see who makes the first move, who blinks first. And it looks like Boba blinks first and kills the super laser tech, does 1 extra to base and 1 extra to Bazine.
Yeah. There's the legacy.
The legacy run comes down, and I don't know, unless Boba's running Waylay, I don't know that there's a good answer for it. So it would be probably ideal just to get an attack in, before the Emperor just chucks it away and kills almost everything. There's actually 8 health on the board right now, so theoretically, it won't kill everything.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Emperor here, I saw the 2 remaining planetary bombardments in Boba Fett's hand and a Devastator in there too. So
it's exactly what Boba wants to see.
Absolutely.
And it is 6 resources versus 5 for Boba. I need to make sure I remember that because I will forget sometimes. I look at 1 resource and think everybody's even, and then realize, wait, there's a ramp deck going on here. So what the Emperor could do, he's going to take some extra damage, just run into the Jump Master, and then throw the Legacy Run to destroy the rest of the board. So that does get him at least with a chance of destroying everything.
Interesting. I was wondering if the Boba player would potentially just try to take the trade with the Legacy Run right now, instead of letting the Legacy Run get more value from the Boba player playing another unit, but decides just 2 more to base is good enough.
Okay. And he's going to give the Emperor basically a choice of which units he wants to kill in addition to the contracted jump master. I wonder if the Boba player is like, it's just a TIE bomber. I don't care if you choose that.
Yeah. And that's 9 HP on the Boba Fett player's side of the board remaining. So the Legacy Run alone isn't going to be able to do it, but it'll get him weak.
Yep. It'll definitely.
He's coming up.
That's a good point. I mean, he's got 5 resources open. Does the Boba player blink first and make another play and leave it vulnerable to a McClunky? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, how many resources is the Boba Fett player on? Are they on 6? Can they flip?
5.
They're on 5. Okay. It's another legacy.
So we have, I believe, seen all 3 then, right? Because we saw the one that got resourced earlier.
Yeah, I guess it's a little fair if Boba Fett's going to see 3 planetary bombardments, then I guess the Emperor gets to see 3 legacy runs.
Yep, and it appears that the Boba player did not want to sacrifice another thing at the altar of the legacy run.
Yeah.
And we are going into 7 resources for Emperor and 6 for Boba. We do have a flip turn available, though the legacy run does kind of hold that hostage either direction that he flips.
Yeah, this is a much more even game than game 1 was, because even if he flips Boba Fett to kill the legacy run, it's just going to kill Boba Fett. So yeah, he can't do that. He just has to soak some indirect, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And so a total of 4 indirect coming down. 1 goes to Bazine. Looks like 2 on the legacy run and 1 on the base, which isn't the worst. And it's a free kill on the TIE bomber because legacy run is apparently a better dogfighter than a bomber is.
Yeah. And he's got planetary bombs. Is he just going to do that? Yeah.
It appears so.
Just do some burn.
Tracks it all on base. The Emperor is feeling fairly confident about the position they're in, and I can't really blame him, especially with the super laser tech coming down.
Yeah, this looks good.
Yep, this is a much better spot for the Emperor. Although we saw last time another planetary bombardment could, I mean, it'll put another 8 damage onto base. Though we have 3 more health on base now with the ISB agent coming down. But Is ISB agent? Well, I guess he probably wants to hold the Emperor flip, but I was just wondering, like, if ISB agent could kill his own super laser tech just to get the Emperor on board to soak some of the indirect. But he doesn't know that there's a 3rd planetary bomb, so he probably wouldn't think that. He's like, I got to steal a Devastator with this or something. He could think that. And at this point, 4 health of the 8 from planetary being absorbed by the ground units isn't the worst.
Yeah, true.
I think we're about to see that. Excuse me, it's at 4 of 9 because Boba keeps adding 1 and I keep forgetting about it. I believe the Emperor feels pretty safe putting 5 of that on the base anyway at this point, because that leaves nothing on board at all for Boba. However, we do know that there's a Devastator coming in. Ooh, the reinforcement walker. That's definitely something the Emperor needed. Is going to heal him, going to keep healing him, and soak indirect damage. And if he stabilizes, it can be a card draw engine for if you need to find an answer. Yeah. For probably Devastator at this point. All right. It's another close one though. Reinforcement Walker is definitely an enemy of Boba Fett for sure. Yeah. It's a really good, really strong ability here. Here we go. Yep. Burns 5 to the base. Yep. We go 6 to Boba Fett's. Yep. And at this point, it just seems like the Palpatine is top decking a lot of things he definitely doesn't want to see this late in the game anyway. So the healing has begun. Though, that being said, Devastator does have to be dealt with. And we know that Emperor can deal with it by flipping. But that doesn't mean he's out of the woods just yet. Yeah. Hopefully he has a smaller unit. He can, because he definitely doesn't want to sack this reinforcement walker. Hopefully he's got a smaller unit in hand he can sacrifice to take care of it. Agreed. With that many resources, though, he's also got, it could even be a big unity place to sacrifice. Yeah. Or maybe a smuggled Bazine would be nice here, too. And let's see. That's the right amount. Nope, it's 3 resources. I was thinking 4. Oh, there. Sure. Okay. You don't even need to sacrifice anything now. Yep. That's a bit unfortunate for Boba, though. I wonder if he has an answer for Palpatine doing the flip. It looks like there was a claim on Boba's side, so Palpatine's just going to do his thing. Ooh, is that a Synth? Wait, no, what? That's a Garen. Nice. It did look like Synth at first for a second there when it was. And he just called the Devastator off of it. Let's go. What a call. I guess it's a good call because that's pretty much the only thing that can end the game for you, but still, nice call. Wow. That is my favorite card of set 6. I absolutely love hitting with Garen. This is looking like the Emperor's got this one. Yeah. He's got 1 million damage on board. Yep. I think that is a rounding error. It's actually 1.5 million. Ah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I don't think Boba has the reach, the direct reach to recover. But yeah, let's see. I mean, the first game went fast enough that they can actually just play it out. It won't have a problem with time. What he would need is the Emperor to swing with the Devastator and then play the set 1 fire spray and surprise strike it to face. That's how he wins this one, I think. Honestly, I would love to see that. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it would be really cool. Oh,
Okay.
all right. We've got a Cad Bane coming down, and we know that he's taken the Devastator, and now he's debating the rest of it. I don't know that it saves him, but it is an interesting play because Devastator will go back to Boba's side if Cad Bane is killed. I think that Reinforcement Walker that was played a few turns ago will be the card that saves Palpatine, though.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, healed him at least 3, or I mean 6, and is gonna heal him 9.
Yep. And even if he ends up running it into Cad Bane and then sacking it into Cad Bane to finish it off, it's still, I don't know if that's the right move because you'll give the Devastator back. But the healing 3 puts the Emperor out of out of Cad Bane's range as well.
Yeah. But not a surprise strike. Yeah,
exactly. It's still dangerous, but
oh, but he's got Devastators in hand. Yeah, that looks good.
Got the green ones. I think that it's going to be one of those Devastator to end it kind of situations here.
The other thing though is has he played the 3rd Planetary?
I
think he did, right?
Know. He might have.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was going to say if he didn't, it would be possible that if the Devastator got released, then he could just play the Planetary from hand. Yeah. Oh.
Sneak attack Darth Vader for the win.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that one.
Very good. Yeah.
That's a
sneak
cool
attack.
Way. Yeah. That was a cool way to end it on the Emperor side.
Yeah.
I gotta give him credit for that one.
Yeah, sneak attack is definitely in those decks. It's true.
Cool game. All right. So it appears that the Emperor does have some tools that they can utilize. I don't know how much of that was post-board versus pre-board and whether the game one was just a rough run for him. How does Boba adjust at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Boba Fett would ideally not see the Emperor rip a planetary bombardment out of their hand on turn 1. And probably just not see a reinforcement walker. I think the reinforcement walker really turned the corner for the Emperor there.
I would agree with all of the things you just said, though. I would also point out that, or I would agree that the reinforcement walker may have been the biggest factor because even though both Devastator and Planetary Bombardment were ripped from Boba's hand, he was still in striking range of winning at multiple points during the, oh God, the Emperor's turned the corner phase.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
That is kind of interesting to see that there's maybe more reach, I guess, for lack of a better term, that Boba has than I was expecting.
Yeah. And I don't think we've seen a surprise strike from Boba Fett yet. So I would expect there to be like at least 2 in there, but maybe not. I mean, They made room for the torpedo barrage, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's a fair point. We haven't seen it yet, so I would be a little surprised if it wasn't in the 60 somewhere. But that's just because I like the card so much. It could be my bias showing.
Yeah, we also I haven't been watching his hand like a hawk, so I don't know if he has the set 1 fire spray in there either. So I mean that could also be a potential thing to get the game going fast.
Mm-hmm. And
especially with Boba Fett on it.
Exactly. And well, I guess one more thing to think about though is that we've seen a lot of legacy runs show up for Emperor as well. That one's a card I think Boba would love to see one less of.
Yeah, for sure.
You can pretty much count on Palp Yellow having at least 1, but 2 to 3 of them, and you're like, ugh, this is not good.
Yeah, I wonder how different the last game would have been if the Boba player, when the Emperor attacked the contracted jump master with the legacy run, and then the Boba Fett player attacked the base with the contracted jump master. I wonder how differently the game would have been if the Boba Fett player just said, I'm just going to kill your legacy run now, and you can have what's on my board now. Because I think that legacy run eventually ended up killing the TIE Bomber and killing Boba Fett. And it could have just instead just killed those 2 units, and then the TIE Bomber would have been alive. And Boba Fett could have potentially also deployed onto the TIE Bomber, or just, have 2 units. So it could have been different.
That's a great point. And it's something that I know if I was in Boba's shoes and go back and watch it, I'd be kicking myself over. But I mean, that's a tough sequence to see sometimes.
Yeah.
And we have the Emperor starting with Bazine.
Does that double Guerrilla Soldier, I think?
It looks like double Guerrilla Soldiers and a shoot down, I think, is the turn 1 play that Boba has. which is interesting.
Wow.
It's
That
hard to
is
tell. I think that's what the art
that's
is.
curious. Yeah, I wonder if they sided the shoot downs in to just kill legacy runs and burn.
Oh yeah, it's a good idea.
Hmm,
Because if he's
interesting.
burning, then there's not units on the board for legacy run to kill anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, given what's in the hand, I think Boba just claims, right? Yep.
Yeah.
That's what we see.
And Guerrilla Soldier is probably a good enough play on this turn, I guess.
Well, it's an interesting point, but Guerrilla Soldier can just Palpatine could just put all the damage onto Bazine, and the soldiers just kind of sit there.
That's true. And then the Boba Fett burn will still do 1 damage, but it won't take. Oh,
all right. He decided just to put some of the damage onto the base. Keep Bazine around.
yeah. He maybe he needs the draw.
Yeah,
Maybe he doesn't have a play this.
Oh no, he's got McClunky. Okay.
Yeah, that works too. Too.
That's a good start for the Emperor.
Gets to play it right back.
Boba's in trouble at this point, I think. Let's see what we've got here. We see contract
Fire spray.
The fire spray gets taken out, and a bombing run. I don't think bombing run will be particularly useful for Boba this game, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I wonder if that has to be a side that he put in too. Just maybe there's certain cards that are in his main deck that he feels like aren't good enough against Palp, and he's like, I just want to kill legacy runs.
I mean, that's a good point. It very well could be. Looks like we got the torpedo barrage coming back though.
Ooh, I think this is looking pretty good for the Emperor. Yeah, he didn't draw another fire spray off that, and Bazine got to soak some of that damage.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Bazine basically just adds 3 health to your base, or in this case, actually, I think she absorbed 5 total damage because she got played again. So,
yeah, I would love that.
Got the Daring Raid coming back from Boba as well to eliminate the P-38. I don't know that the Emperor minds that too much either. It's hard to tell though, because an empty board does make him vulnerable or more vulnerable to the indirect damage that can be thrown around. So,
yeah. And the Boba Fett really just doesn't have other great plays right now.
Yep. And I see a Reinforcement Walker in the Emperor's hand. I don't see, or at least I didn't get a good glimpse of any kind of chips that Boba might want to put himself onto. So he may be going to the ground. But the bright side so far is that the board is relatively clear and it doesn't have that stupid 5-cost chip that everyone knows the Emperor wants to play.
Mm. All right. Hey, he does have ramp. He does have some ramp.
We have the bomber coming down. We have a super laser tech coming down, and we have the jump master coming back. So it appears like the Emperor will get to ramp and put some damage onto the jump master, I believe. But all right, so Boba might actually have some units stick on the board. I see another planetary. This one is definitely not over. While the Emperor may have had a good early game, this Boba's got some surprising amount of damage that it can throw mid to late as well. And it's very cool to watch. Yeah.
There's a sneak attack and there's a reinforcement walker. I don't think that comes out this turn, but
yeah, I agree.
Hopefully there's something else. A no good. Is that a no good? Or is it a sneak attack?
Hard to see, actually. Oh, it looks like a sneak attack. So he does do the sneak attack walker. Okay, sure. That's fair. He's going to heal 3. I mean, he's going to heal a total of 6 anyway, and Boba's going to do a ton of damage. So like that tracks. With Boba flipping onto the bomber, though, the damage potential's not huge, given that you can put a lot of the indirect onto the walker. Yeah. The walker's going to die anyway, so yeah, soak that damage, walker. Yep. So the walker attacks. I didn't see. He must have just drawn the card, and he moved pretty quick. I didn't see it. Really? That's the play right now? A bit unfortunate for him, I think. Yeah, I guess I think he has another one in his hand too, but unfortunately for him, that's his only play when he knows this walker is just going to die anyways. Yeah, I wonder what the other option was. I can't see his hand too well, but like any other option I think would have been better, but yeah. I think that's legacy run in the hand. And I think I see Cad Bane in Boba's hand though, so that may not be the worst. Ooh. Yeah. Cad might be able to take the legacy run before he gets to kill it. Yeah, I think that's the idea. Does he just flip now just to take the contracted? I think so. Just to block. That's an interesting option. Boba Fett damage. Yeah, because then you can basically block all Boba Fett damage. Because all but one. No, I think you block all of it, right? Because Boba would have to run into the jump master. You could just put the indirect onto it. Yep. it appears that he has the same idea that we do.
Yep. Does he have any plots? Or is it no?
I
No
don't think he's
plots?
plotting at this point of his life. He only plotted earlier in his life when he tried to take over. All
All
right.
right, yeah.
So
Hey,
he's going to play the Cad Bane early to take back his own Jump Master, or at least capture, I guess. He doesn't get it back yet, but if Cad Bane is dealt with, then the Jump Master does return to Boba Fett's side.
yeah.
Confiscate on Boba Fett. Oh no.
That's good. That is strong. I think this is going to be a strong turn for the Emperor here.
I would tend to agree. All 3 damage gets put onto the Emperor himself, and the Emperor is probably cackling into himself at this point. Like, this is a very good spot to be in, given the information we have. And the legacy run does come down.
Yeah.
Which the Emperor can then kill Cad Bane with, in theory.
Yeah.
So yep. And he's
Oh,
not gonna.
is he doing a trade? Yeah, it's a full trade. Yeah, with that. Yeah,
because he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He does the trade, draws a card. Sure.
I mean, Emperor doesn't care. He's gonna go sit back in his chair for a little bit.
Yeah, he's probably got Devastators and Reinforcement Walkers coming up soon, and there's no capital ship on the board to do a planetary bomb for 12.
Something that's interesting to me is to see if Boba can recover from this state, because this is typically a state where Palpatine Yellow in any matchup is feeling very good about what they're seeing, what they're doing, what they've got. This is where they want to be. But a planetary bombardment does come down and adds 9 damage to base, which is a lot. Can
there
Boba
it is.
punch through?
There it is. Oh, he's like, I guess I'll keep that one. He's thinking. Yeah, he's like, I'll keep the Devastator.
I think that one will probably lock the game out in favor of the Emperor, but let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
This is interesting. Like I said, like this is where the Emperor wants to be, but Boba has at least this deck has shown that he can throw a ton of damage still.
Yeah, game one was
out of it.
Game 1 was probably one of the fastest Boba Fett games I've ever seen. It was crazy.
Yeah, very much agree. And
hey,
there he is. Crumb's here.
Crumb is here. Oh yeah. I was hoping he had it, and you really want Crumb in this matchup. I mean, this late, sure, I guess it's fine. Would have been nice earlier, but the Reinforcement Walker Crumb combo, I think, is gonna be
it's a lot of healing on field here. He's got torpedoes. He's just gonna throw them. Crumb eats 2, and I'm guessing the Walker eats 4, 6. Oh, I might have miscounted. It's okay. I think he only does 6 damage, but.
And then one more from Boba Fett.
It's 5 on the card, 6 total from Boba Fett. There we go. And all of that can just be eaten up by the units on the board. And so it looks like the Emperor's figured out his strategy, which is, you actually got to play units this time.
Yeah. And he draws another Devastator off it, but he's like, don't worry, I've got one more in hand. So I'm okay
so
with
if you're
that.
Boba and you see him discard the Devastator, how do you feel?
Yeah. I guess I'm still mostly concerned about the Reinforcement Walker, but he's got the open fire for it. Okay.
All right. Still though, that Devastator getting discarded makes me think, oh no.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It makes you think there probably is one in there.
And it does come down and nukes the poor Jump Master that had no chance.
It looked like the other player almost instinctively was going to put indirect damage on their base, thinking because they play the other Devastator so much. It's like, no, different Devastator.
Yep, different habit. All right, Boba's continuing to resource. I think he's at, if I'm counting correctly, it looks like 9 versus the 11 on the Palpatine side.
Yep, it's a two turn clock here for the Emperor to win.
All right. Well, we see a Ruthless Raider come down, which is normally something I like seeing. I like the card. Unfortunately, I don't know that it helps him enough here. And Boba adds the 3rd damage from the non-combat. What's Boba's wording against it? Non-combat damage or does damage?
Indirect, or just non-combat damage. Yeah.
And the Devastator just takes it and hits base for 10. Yeah. I'm not sure that Boba has an answer here, and I'm not sure there's. Oh no. the Commandeer.
The Commandeer.
For 4 more damage. Oh man, the Boba player has made a valiant effort
And he's
However-
gonna kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, I think unfortunately that probably does it. That is a very fun play as a Palpatine player to get to do, and just
Sheesh.
to end it, he's gonna pull out the last planetary. Oh, man.
Wow. Wow.
At least, oh no, maybe not. He might just pull out the open fire just because it does damage to Devastator. But he's gonna
And
use the
he'll
other
just take
card.
both.
Oh no.
He's like, you can have the daring raid. And
then
oh
the
my
one.
goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I gotta say the Boba deck actually surprised me with how effective it has been, but I think when you get past, I don't know, 7-8 resources, it starts to get a little sweaty when it's like, do they have everything they need?
Yeah. The reinforcement walkers in both game 2 and 3 were definitely awesome.
Yep.
Crumb showing up in the late game here. Bazine on the opening play for game 2 and 3. The Emperor did get to see some ramps, so worked out.
I think the reinforcement walkers throughout the series were probably the most valuable card for Emperor, but the hand disruption and the legacy runs were also massive in stabilizing enough to make it so that Boba couldn't quite punch through. Boba got Emperor's base up to 25 plus, I think, in every game, or dang near it, right? So
Yeah.
he was in the danger zone for a large portion of this match. Just couldn't quite get over the hump there.
Yeah. Reinforcement walker, one of my favorite cards since the day I set my eyes on it.
Yeah, great card.
How many years ago?
I'm ready for it to go away. At this point.
I'm not. FFG, give us that set 7 reprint. Thank you.
Give him another one. All right. I believe that next up is actually a lunch round, and we have 25 to 30 minutes after this round ends for it to be a lunch round, and I don't think I have the time on hand, so add probably another roughly 45 minutes before we check back in and have the next round scheduled. So with that, I am Sharky from the Colorado Cantina crew. Please stay tuned. And I'm here with my buddy Travis, who's also from the Colorado Cantina crew. Travis, how do people find you on the internet?
Yeah, so I also have a YouTube channel. You can check out TraviCCG on YouTube. I post some videos on there, some not as frequently as the Cantina crew, but the end of last year, me and some of my friends here in Utah, we joined the Colorado Cantina crew. We made some friends up here, and we've been loving hanging with you guys and playtesting. And you maybe someday you'll also see me on the Cantina crew channel as well.
That's an idea. We'll get you on the schedule sometime. Anyway, everybody, check back in after lunch, and we will see you shortly.
Boba making a comeback. That surprises me a little bit. What about you?
Yeah, the Boba making a comeback is interesting. I think that I would have expected. I think Cad and Yoda being tied for second is fine. I think the other one that surprised me a bit is Sabe. It's definitely a real deck that I think people have slept on a little bit, but it being tied for second, six people bringing it. The fact that it's over Kylo and Han 1 kind of surprises me a bit. But really, we've got. I would call
Hey,
this a PQ
hey,
meta,
Jeff.
right?
Sorry, real quick. It sounds like we don't have audio. They're just hearing music and not us. So all this
Ah.
one fantastic meta analysis is not being heard.
Well, we were killing it. I hear us on YouTube when I just unmuted it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just see the chat saying no audio question marks. So I was just making sure.
Yeah, I mean, I hear us going. Yeah, I heard both of us on there, so I think we're good to go. At least on the I'm on the Colorado Cantina crew page, so we're good there. But yeah, I would call this like a kind of standard PQ meta where you get a wide array where there's a lot of people probably playing the local decks that they like. We know that like there's 3 Sabines. We know there's Rebel Resource loves his Sabine Yellow. I'm surprised there's only 3 Palps when we know Rando Mando is here and Palp Yellow has put up a lot of good results lately. But in
Yeah.
general, this is a diverse meta.
Yeah, I agree. Palp's been definitely making a comeback, and it's a scary deck into some of these Han decks, especially Han Blue, right? It's one to be
Mhm.
afraid of, and and in this local meta, there's going to be Han Blues, so it's a
Yes.
good angle to take.
Yeah, definitely.
All
And
right. Well, looks
then
like we're shuffling up here, huh?
yeah, it looks like we've got a Han 2 Blue Force against a Boba Data Vault. So interesting matchup here. We haven't seen this as much recently because Boba has kind of fallen off a cliff until this event. Really, we didn't see it in Mesa. We haven't seen it in PQs the few weeks leading up to that. What do you think might have led to the kind of the return of Boba?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the decks you might be trying to target with a Boba with all the indirect damage would be a Palpatine. So if we've seen a rise in Palpatine, if you want to hit him hard with indirect damage, that's one angle to take it. I think we did see it with the last round, at least in game 1, it kind of worked out. The Palpatine did come back around and get game 2 and 3, but you can see the power of the indirect damage into a control deck like that if they're not populating the board.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. How do you feel about this matchup? I know I consider you a bit of a Han 2 Blue expert. I mean, obviously there are a lot of varieties out right now, but what are your thoughts on the Force variant specifically against this Boba?
Yeah, so you're right. I've played a lot of Han 2 Blue, a few top 8s with it. I would say originally Han 2 Blue, when we had Force Throw, I felt heavily favored into Boba, specifically because I could Force Throw my own Crate Dragons at their piloted up ships. It felt like a matchup that was, heavily favored. That's changed quite a bit with since Force Throw. I think it's a lot closer, right, of a matchup. And then Boba, of course, got some new tools too. Flipping into Topple to wipe out all your restore on the ground potentially is brutal. And then even into Cinta just to push damage and try to kill you. So Boba got tools and Han lost some tools, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, the ability to kill Boba on deploy was always really big for Han. I think Grogu is still huge for Han to soak up indirect and throw it back at Boba. But I would imagine this Boba's running answers for that. You would expect to see something like Force Chokes main, maybe. But yeah, it feels like that's Han's biggest answer now that they don't have the Force Throw anymore.
Yeah, I definitely want to start Grogu. And then if they immediately claim, I typically assume that they have open fire or force choke just to immediately kill the frogs. So you're going to find out right away if you start Grogu, if you think they've got an answer.
And there used to be kind of a valid strategy of just Ogdo, Bogdo, and Race. Do you think that is still viable with the new tools that Boba has?
It's tough because if they've got Topple, the game will swing on you pretty hard, pretty fast. I mean, you're already starting behind 5 HP, right? And if they've got a board wipe just waiting on that flip, it kind of shuts down that race. So I think you have to interact a little more. You have to try to kill some of their stuff that they're doing, interact with Boba. If you just go for a straight race, Topple can end the game.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah,
So yeah, it feels like there's a lot fewer cards that matter from the Han side. So they're looking for very specific things, which may be why we see a Han mulligan here. It's one of the nice things about Han too. You can pretty freely mulligan. You have a lot of options for turn 1 plays. So if you're looking for specific cards, you can try a little bit harder to get them.
Yeah, and this is Carlos playing on the Han Blue, and I would say he is one of the Han Blue masters. He's part of the Blue Melt group. Between him and Alex, they play this deck a lot. So he's definitely going to know the lines. He's definitely going to know his strategy here.
So this would be Carlos Apodaca then, I believe.
I believe so. Yep. Right. Blue Melt Gaming card. Unless they've got a second Carlos on team, I'm not aware.
I don't know if they have a second Carlos. I know they have Apodaca. I love those guys. I got to hang out with Alex a bit at Mesa as well. The Blue Melt guys are super cool. Everybody check them out on YouTube if you haven't already. They put out some good content. And we're going in here. The TIE Bomber from Boba. So how he wants to start. Now, does Carlos have the Grogu? No, just a Yaddle.
I mean, a Yaddle's not a bad start, right? You're going to get the Restore online if we're going to try to keep the damage a little even. And then also the Bomber for Boba, probably not his favorite play, right? Because some of that indirect damage you're going to be able to spread to the ground as the Han player.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. And we'll have to see here because it's interesting now. If he goes into a full health Grogu, then it's a lot harder for Boba to kill. So 4 indirect here on attack. And I'm curious. Yeah, he's really protecting this Yaddle, saying, I'll take it all to base and restore it later, but I don't want you to have the ability to kill my Yaddle easily.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the answer is to a Yaddle, if Boba wanted to kill, would be an open fire. He'd still be in danger there. Can't quite tell what that ship is. Can you make it out?
Is that the Confederate Tri-Fighter? Is that the no Healy ship? No, because Itinerant Warrior just healed. So it's a different ship.
It's Von Reg's ship, I think.
Oh, Von Reg's Interceptor. Okay, so 3/4. Yeah. If it gets buffed, it gets raid, and if it gets buffed more, it gets buffed at all, it gets overwhelmed. Buffed more, it gets raid. So right now, just a 3/4 in space.
And of course, now taking all of that damage to base by Carlos makes a lot of sense, knowing that he was going straight into Itinerant to heal it off.
Yeah, and one thing about the Boba deck in this Han-2 Force matchup is that Boba is not good at keeping Han off the Force. So these Itinerant Warriors, these Kiadi Mundis, they're going to be pretty much permanently online for Carlos here.
Yeah, Carlos, I don't know if he's big on playing Marin. I suppose Marin turn 2 is obviously another good line into the Boba, especially if you could throw a Force Light and get Anakin on play. That's a good way to start interacting with this space stuff as you get to the middle part of the game, right?
He might have opted for the Itinerant Warrior because of the TIE Bomber start. It doesn't die to the Marin, and he gets to immediately heal the 4 total with the Yaddle. And telling here, now he's starting to put some damage on his Yaddle, saying, and he's going to get 2 restore out of this Yaddle. So he puts 2 on base, 2 on Yaddle. I like that a lot.
Yeah, definitely a pretty good start here between the Yaddle to the Itinerant Warrior, getting the heal, and then to your point, getting the extra Jedi heal online. It's helping him start to approach the race scenario. But again, you're starting behind 5, so even at now, he's still behind.
Yeah. And then another just going straight to base. So no answers yet from Boba. Just saying, here's my damage. How much can you restore? And so far, Carlos's answer is a lot.
Yeah, another thing I used to love as the Han player kind of at this phase in the game was to try to get my Poe down on the board. That way you could threaten the Boba flip if they wanted to pilot. But again, with Topple, doesn't work anymore, right? They can topple and take out your Poe. So, it's harder to threaten that Boba flip, which makes this much more of a challenging matchup. But we're going to flood the board, get some more Jedi going.
Carlos is really not scared of the topple. He's saying if you've got, he's not going to be able to topple until next turn at least.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about at the onset, right? Yeah, it's like, hey, we're gonna go for a race and make him have it, right? It is a Data Vault deck, so the chances that he has the topple is a little less than a non-Data Vault deck, but it is going to be punishing should it be there.
Yeah, question in chat from familiar sounding name Jillian the Nerd Slayer asking who has the better top end in this battle. I think it's pretty clear that Han has the better top end, with the caveat that they have to be able to kill Boba Leader, because obviously Boba Leader can just create a massive unit that ends the game quickly.
They got to be able to get there. They got to be able to get there, right? To your point, if you can get there and turn the corner, you can hit your Lukes. That's going to help you start to get some of that base damage back. And something like a Crate Dragon can just shut down the game if you're able to get it on board.
Yeah, speaking of turning the corner, Overwhelming Barrage clearing basically all of the board here. So just an Ezra Bridger and a Spy token. He did reveal Kiadi Mundi. So now Corwin is assuming that this card draw is going to be coming, but that is massive in helping Corwin win this race a little bit faster.
Well, and putting it on Von Reg's ties, getting the extra bonus, being able to push a little extra damage here. This is starting to turn in Boba's favor, from my view. We'll have to see what Carlos may have to kind of try to claw back.
Yeah, absolutely, because we know that the flip turn is coming. Usually this is the turn where you have to kind of try to bring Boba as low as you can so we can't get a good flip. And this OB is kind of doing the opposite and saying, no, I control the board going into my flip turn.
Mm-hmm. So trying to reestablish board, but at this point behind on damage, and he's going to be taking a lot potentially this turn.
Yeah. And I'll be interested to see when Carlos decides to claim, and the same for Corwin, because I think initiative going into the Boba flip turn could also be huge.
Absolutely. That looks like a Mace Windu.
So he's going to kill the IG-2000. And now, do you just claim if you're Corwin here, or do you feel like you have to get in this 3 indirect? He goes for the 3 indirect.
I was going to answer, but he wants the damage, right? So he could be setting up, let's see where the indirect goes. Another OB potentially, right? Or to your point, that topple flip is always looming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting because it's got to be going through Carlos's mind that, I have a lot of units to spread this on, and he goes for the 3 on Han. So Carlos is really saying, I don't think you have topple, is what I'm reading from the damage placement.
Yeah, it's either I don't think you have it, or I just have to pretend like you don't because it's my only avenue to victory.
Yeah. Because if he doesn't have topple, the way the damage works out with the Boba flip is pretty awkward. You basically get to pick one unit to kill, but if you have the topple, you get to kill everything.
Yeah. Even the flip right now. Your point. The way the damage is spread, he'd only be able to get 1 at the moment. So a good placement of damage to prevent just a flip into killing units. So the Boba player is going to need the extra punish. All right. Well, we're going to find out right now if he has it.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, he just did 1, 2. That means, he's got it, right? He put the 1 and 1.
He said it. Yeah, he's going topple. Yeah. So this is huge. I think this is the game here. Carlos was basically felt like he was playing from behind and saying, I can't beat topple. You had that good OB. Like, I have to do what I can do. The entrenched is big. Mm-hmm. Entrenched gives him a lot more time. We saw a Luke in his hand as well. But it's still, the entrenched means that any OB that Corwin draws is just going to be a board clear. We've already seen one.
Yeah, that's one of the fears with playing into any green villain deck. Entrenched is a way to stop some of this pilot nonsense. But to your point, it sets up just a massive OB target just waiting there to clear your board at any time.
Yeah, I don't think Carlos has a choice, though. I think he's got to do what he can do at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. I'm trying to look at Boba's hand here. I see an open fire.
Looks like he's resourcing the open fire. There's a Fett's fire spray there. Might be a Ruthless Raider. So he resources the open fire, which is interesting because it's a clean answer to the Kiadi. Because I wouldn't hate also keeping Carlos off of the Force this turn and making sure that he has to put damage on base. Or because unit for the indirect.
We know Carlos is playing Mace Windu, right? Keep him off the Force. It potentially stops him from healing with Itinerant, playing a Mace to get rid of his 1 active ship, or even drawing more with Kiadi if we're digging for answers.
Yeah.
I guess it also stops Luke, right? Too. If you'd killed the Kiadi, that turns Luke on, which now would be able to kill either one of these ships, whereas right now Luke cannot.
Yeah. And that must have been where his head was at with the attack first. We go in. I think we're going Owen for free here. Yeah. So this is a hard read that there's a Luke in hand to me. Saying, oh, you want to keep your 7 resources up, do you? That's huge. Entrenched Fang Fighter to take off the entrenched.
Yeah. Well, at least it gives him a Luke target to kill, right? I guess he could have taken the damage on Kiadi, killed his own Kiadi to turn on Luke, but that might have been telegraphing a little too much.
I mean, even then, all you're killing is the fire spray. So you're taking out you have indirect target, so you're only taking off 1 extra damage if you kill your guy and then Luke the fire spray. Unless you want to just Luke the Boba to take 6 less damage this turn, but that's rough.
Yeah, looking at Carlos's hand, I think this might be coming to a close here, although we're going to be able to hit with
I see a
Luke.
Rival's
Heal
Fall.
for 3. Mm-hmm.
There's a Rival's Fall to kill the Boba. He can soak up a lot of indirect at the moment and has Restore 5 on board, so it might not be over yet.
I did not see the Rivals Fall. I think you're right there. And just Carlos has initiative, right? So we could start with clearing the Boba. And there it is.
Oh, okay. We're done here.
Yeah.
Carlos, I think if Corwin didn't have that Devastator, Carlos was back in this game, which is kind of wild to say, given how well Boba, like how many threats Boba was able to put out and keep the board clear.
Yeah. Yep. And it looks like we're picking up here. So even though we've got the Luke and the Owen healing, a claim into lethal next turn was inevitable.
Well, even with the 4 Boba damage, Luke attacks for because also he gets to put the indirect from the fire spray on base as well. So he gets to attack base for 6 with the fire spray.
That's right. Yep.
So yeah, well played by both players. I think Carlos did well to play to his outs there. I think he recognized that he was behind and couldn't afford to play around the topple, and then Corwin had the topple, and even then Carlos had ways back into it. But really solid back and forth there. I'm curious if Carlos had to play into the topple if he was that far behind, or if he could have tried to take some more damage on base so the topple wasn't as devastating. But I don't know this matchup as well as he does, so I'm gonna trust his expertise. That's just where my head's at with potential options to play differently.
Yeah, in some ways that topple is just such a game changer for this particular matchup. A lot of the time I think you're just hoping they don't have it. As far as sideboard goes, with Han Blue, it's been in flux, with the current meta, kind of what you're going to be playing. And we used to run a lot more anti-space tooling, maybe even things like open fire to kill Falcons, 4-butt ships, that sort of thing. They've kind of come out of favor recently. We're not running as much bombing run and open fire and that sort of thing. So I don't know what Carlos's sideboard looks like, but it is a little less effective against this sort of deck too, just because we haven't seen much Boba.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, every blue deck has their choice of removal suite, right? Like, what do you want to do? And especially when you throw in red, like you mentioned, the bombing runs, there's so many potential options for a sideboard. Trying to pick the right thing is basically a meta call. Really changes even from week to week.
Yeah, sometimes you see the hyperspace disaster in the Yoda sideboards, but I haven't seen too much of it in Han either. So, maybe not a lot of optionality there. I would assume the Boba player here is going to be running even more upgrade hate after seeing that entrenched. Perhaps there's more disabling fangs, other upgrade hate options to prevent that sort of thing.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And I'm curious, these guys are teammates. They're both on the late night gaming competitive team, so they might know each other's lists a little bit too. So maybe Carlos thought that Corwin was on fewer topples, or that could have played into it as well. Perhaps Corwin has, one topple main and a couple more in the board. I don't know. I don't know the standard construction of these Boba decks nowadays, but I could see that being reasonable, where you have, 1 to 2 topples main and then 1 to 2 in the board, depending for certain matchups.
Yeah, bring it in for the extra punish, right? Just to make sure you have it, because in this particular matchup, it's just so good. You want to see it, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Han always wants to play ahead of curve and just be set up from the start to run into topple.
Yeah, we talked about Grogu being a really excellent start for Han Blue. I mean, the Yaddle into the Itinerant Warrior was very good. Eventually got cleared between the OB, followed up by a topple, kind of got wiped out. But maybe the Grogu is what we're really looking for here to kind of keep off some of that damage. It certainly would make some of those tricks a little less effective if you can keep your units a little healthier.
Yeah, and we did see Carlos mulligan game 1, so I think he was looking for the Grogu and just didn't find it. So I think but also we saw Corwin, I believe he had, it was a little bit later in the game, but he definitely had open fires as well. We saw him resource 1 because there wasn't a damaged Grogu that he had to deal with.
Yeah,
so we'll have to see if this plays out a little different in game 2.
Yeah, Paul calling out in chat, basically a perfect game for Boba, and that's true. If you're going to be doing the space versus ground battle, anytime you go OB into topple, you can't really ask for more, right?
Yeah, I was a little worried for Corwin because I think that the TIE Bomber isn't the start you want, especially against the deck like Han that has a bunch of high health ground units. But everything after that Bomber was really good, and the Bomber itself still put in a decent amount of work. The fact that there was a topple, I think the Bomber helped out with that a lot, with all the damage moving around.
Yeah, I mean the bombers. I guess the worst possible start for the Boba is if you're running Kylo's tie and they start with Frog, right? That's the nightmare scenario. So I guess the
Yeah.
bomber is acceptable to keep to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're all shuffled up here.
Yeah, we are ready to rock and roll here. So again, round 3 at the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier. 2 undefeated players here, or sorry, round 4. Both players are 3-0.
Yeah, and I don't think we've mentioned recently, but we do have giveaways going today. So our friends at Premier Games, we're giving away some Colorado Cantina Crew tokens. Hot Take Dave won our first drawing. So if you haven't already, join the CCC Discord from the link and shoot Jordan a message, and we'll make sure to get that out to you. If you'd like to enter these drawings, make sure you're watching from the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel and subscribe and comment for us. We're going to be doing some more of those. And then the ground prize is going to be these beautiful credit tokens setting us up for a lawless time, right? So I've seen those and they're awesome.
They are really nice, yeah. The initiative tokens are really nice too. Ooh, we do see the Frogdo Bogdo coming out, turn 1 here from Han.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this indicates I'm going to try to race. Oh, and there's the Kylo's tie. So had we had the Grogu, we'd be feeling pretty good.
And I wasn't sure if either player mulliganed, because I feel like this isn't the opening either player wants.
Yeah, I think they did. I saw some sideboarding, some shuffling twice. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they both did.
Am I crazy, or did Corwin stay at 2 resources?
No, he's got 3 down there.
No, he's got 3. Okay, they were just very well lined up. I was very confused. All right, so into Ezra and Owen. So now he's got the restore online, and he's got a decent bit of power. So I mean, if Han can race, this is a good start for it.
Yeah, this is the hard race solution, and we've got even Ezra going to be buffing up that Ogdo Bogdo, right? So
oh yeah, absolutely,
turning it on.
Mm-hmm.
That interaction doesn't happen a lot when I play Han Blue, but anytime it does, it feels so good to just watch that Ogdo Bogdo get those +1/+1 tokens.
Yeah, I remember back in my day when a 3/5 stat line was enough by itself. Now it's got to buff Ogdo Bogdos and everything.
I will say in my deck, I had to get those sweet Judge Ogdo Bogdos. That art is just awesome.
Well, there goes the Owen. So that's a nice start. You're at least taking the restore offline. Giving Han a card draw, which is not ideal, but at this point you'll take it. Play your unit out and get the restore off the board.
Yeah, he's considering where to put this indirect damage, and then we'll resolve the Owen.
I feel like you just put it on the Ezra, because the problem is you put it on the Ezra is playing back into the topple again, which I think is what's on Carlos's mind, because open fire kills it anyway. With 4 health remaining, he goes to base. So I think here he's showing a little bit more hesitation about this topple that could come out in 2 turns.
Yeah, or even OB next turn, right? Trying to stay as safe as possible. Though we've got that gun, the gun platform up there. That would be 4 + 2, 6.
6 attack, or 6 damage OB. And Ogdo, so that does get it out of OB range, because once Ezra attacks, Ogdo's gonna have 3 health remaining.
Yep.
So not putting the damage on Ezra means that OB will not be able to kill both Ezra and the Ogdo. So that's probably also where his head was at. That's a good point.
We sussed it out. We found the reason to put it on base, right?
I mean, you can see Carlos thinking about it too. There's so many different things to think about.
Yeah, this is definitely a game for Han to win this game, it's going to be really close and on the margins. Whereas if Boba's going to win, it'll be either close or via blowout, right?
Just so Boba doing Boba things.
Yeah, there's not really a Han wins by blowout line, I don't think, right? Han's got to claw the wins.
Mm-hmm. See the Itinerant Warrior coming in, full health, so able to soak up some indirect. Another Owen.
And the Owens are great right now, right? Adding some more restore to the board. They come out for free with Han. So, I mean, I'd love to see those if you're the Han player, because it's just going to replace itself if it dies anyway.
And interesting here. So if Carlos never damages his Itinerant Warrior with indirect, he's safe from the topple, because the Boba would have to ping the shield first, and then he wouldn't be able to also damage the Itinerant for topple.
Yeah, so doing a good job of protecting against OB, as we discussed, and potentially trying to protect against Topple. The problem is just still going to be trying to win the race in general. This Ogdo getting bigger and bigger, though, is helping that cause.
Yeah. I mean, there's 14 damage right now for Han without flipping, and then 17 if he flips.
Mm-hmm. And the blue milk guys, one sneaky way to get these, at least I know Alex does, and I think Carlos does too, is we run 1 or 2 copies of aggressive negotiations, right? So it is a way to kind of just change the math and get that surprise win right before Boba can, get control of things.
Yeah. And Carlos might also be thinking about how greedy he wants to be, because if he really wants to get in every point of damage, he could attack with Ezra first to pump Ogdo. If he's really worried about OB, he could get in his 6 damage with Ogdo before the OB can come in. Oh, apologies. Boba has initiative, so you don't have to worry about it. Now you know Boba's flipping though, so there can't be a topple. So you don't have to play around the topple anymore. But he's in the same spot. A Boba flip could kill Ezra or could kill Ogdo, even if you XP it with Ezra.
Yeah, I think in that case, you take your Ogdo damage, right? Before it gets removed. It's just a healthy chunk of damage that you want to make sure you get to base if we're racing.
Yeah, because then you're also making Corwin take a damage or make a decision of, do I prevent 3 more damage this turn or 6 more damage next turn?
Yep, and he agrees.
Yeah, definitely think it's right to attack with Ogdo first.
Yeah, and we're getting to that sweaty point for Boba where, like I said, if they have that aggressive negotiations, we have a protected itinerant warrior here that's going to be getting damage in. I think the Han Blue players, this is exactly where he wants to be, and the fact that Boba is not going to be able to get to Topple, I think this is one of those games where on the margins we might get there.
So you could kill the Ogdo and pop the shield on the itinerant. That feels pretty bad. But killing the Ezra also feels pretty bad. Everything feels pretty bad for Corwin here. So he goes for Ogdo and Owen death. So there's still a shield on the itinerant. So Carlos is still shielded from overwhelming barrage.
Yeah, not too much more going to be done by the Boba player this turn aside from hitting base. So we're looking at 4, 7, 10 more coming in. That's going to set it up for at the very least 1 turn action lethal next time. But I guess a Cassian could potentially even end this game this turn, right?
Yeah.
That'd be 13. Yeah, that'd be exact lethal without interaction.
With the Han flip, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if he's got the Cassian, we might see the end of the game here.
And Corwin's going to be able to stack up the damage pretty quickly as well, too. Oh, the entrenched here.
So no Cassian, right?
And Corwin is no longer stacking up the damage here.
And that'll give the Han player a little more time just to squeeze in the last few points he's going to need.
Yeah, we'd have to see if Boba brought in something like Confiscate, because he should only have 2 resources left.
If he did, he needs it right now, because I think we're falling too far behind in the race, because Han's going to be able to present 1 action lethal here.
Yeah, and since there's still the shield on the itinerant warrior, even an overwhelming barrage doesn't do it for him.
Galen, that's Galen, right?
Galen.
Okay, so Galen is that definitely came in from the sideboard, right? And that is an answer to Topple, potentially.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Good call.
More like Game Lin, right? Going to game 3.
All right. Oh, look at that. Nice Darth Maul. I like the art on that Judge version of the Darth Maul we see on the bottom of the deck.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I pretty much like the art on anything Maul and Darth Maul related.
Have you seen the new one?
Cool character.
Coming out of a lawless time, that new Maul art looks
it's awesome.
Looks
so nice.
Awesome. Yeah.
I want to get Spider Maul.
Oh,
someday.
I'm sure it's a matter of time.
Oh, only a matter of time for sure. But yeah. I want to see these. I want Swoo Spider Maul.
All right. So do either of these players, it looks like neither are going to choose to make any adjustments to their sideboard. They both have a plan and sticking with it.
It's interesting, though, now Corwin might be playing around the Galen a little bit now that he's seen it.
Yeah, I wonder if he needed to show it there, right? I was trying to think, like he played it to board just to have another unit, but did he need to show that he had it? Because he had 1 action lethal with either Han or the itinerant warrior, which I can't think of a way that the Boba player could have removed both anyway. So it might have been worth hiding the fact that you have that.
Yeah, I can't think of a card, because also sometimes you say, you know, better safe than sorry, I'll play out my other guy. But with Galen specifically, you're naming a card. So what
Mhm.
card are you naming that you think is going to stop you from winning the game in one action? There may be some card that we're not thinking of that he named, but he was protected from Overwhelming Barrage. He was protected from Planetary Bombardment. He was not dead to Devastator. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. A Sentinel, maybe? I can't even think of like a big Sentinel he would have thrown down. Boba doesn't typically play any kind of weird big Sentinels to throw in the way.
Yeah. But either way, we'll see. We'll see if that changes Corwin's play patterns in this game 3 here. We do see Cham Syndulla, which probably also came in from the sideboard in case Boba tries to ramp.
Yeah, I've been playing Cham main in my Han blue just because of all the green, right? Between Yoda. Now, Boba's just catching strays from people playing Cham main. But there are enough decks out there that are looking to ramp that it's been a good main deck plan recently.
And interesting, I think Carlos showed us double Karis Nemec, and then he mulliganed. So he really does want that Octo the Grogu start, and he just hasn't seen it either of the first 2 games.
Yeah, there's so many matchups that you definitely want Karis in your opening hand, but I agree. I don't think this is one of them, right? You're looking for Grogu, or like we saw last game, Ogdo, if you really want to go for the race plan, which did just work, right?
Yeah, Karis only soaks up 2 indirect, then you make a spy, you can soak up 2 more, but it just doesn't feel nearly as powerful in this matchup.
Yeah, because both bodies, the Karis body and the token body that comes out afterwards, are both easy clears for all these different things Boba's got going on.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
So yeah, both players. There's been a lot of mulliganing in this round, but all the players they've always had functioning hands after the mulligan. So we haven't seen any real non-games, but there's just been a lot of mulliganing to get there.
I will say, whenever I have to mulligan, I feel a lot better when my opponent also has to mulligan. The worst feeling is when you draw your hand, you just like, oh, this is an immediate mulligan, and then your opponent's like, I'm good. My hand is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. Well, shuffle enough. As you mentioned, these are players on the same team, know each other, so I'm sure there's a lot of chit chat going on the board, right? I know when I play, my teammates or friends, I'm probably pretty talkative anyway in any game, but more so when I'm playing a buddy.
Yeah, no. Whenever we play against each other, it's always very quick games with a lot of talking at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very fast player to my detriment sometimes, but.
I try my best to take the moments where I need time, but for the most part, I play pretty quickly as well. All right, so let's see what we got here. We see a Poe. I think that's a Grogu in hand. Yeah, so so Carlos finally found a Grogu. And then I see a resupply for Corwin, fire spray.
He's got the droid,
he's got
the 3/3 droid.
Yeah.
So he's got a turn 1
play.
play. Yeah, okay. I was worried about the same thing. I was hunting for that turn 1 play. I was like, if he doesn't have it,
Oh yeah.
You never want that, especially in game 3. There's been a lot of matches where you get to game 3 and you have that no turn 1 play, and it just feels so bad.
Yeah.
We're so in limited. Limited is magnified when you don't have that turn 1 play, and so
absolutely. Thinking about it. Oh, interesting. So I'm fairly certain I saw a Grogu. So I think he's saying here that he doesn't want to run into the open fire, and especially with a ground unit on board. So we may want to play a full health Grogu and just runs the Yaddle out turn 1.
Yeah, I think part of it is Boba going to the ground, right? Had it been really any space unit I want to start chipping away at, I probably would have gone Grogu. But in this case, into the ground unit, it can't kill it. It doesn't feel great to put the 2 on it. So I agree with Yaddle.
Also, if you assume that Corwin is going to attack the Yaddle first action, you then play a full health Grogu, and you have a damaged unit to heal with Grogu. Yeah, and that is what we see.
Nice.
Full health Grogu. So it can't be force choked, can't be open fired. And yeah, just a resupply here from Corwin. Normally a strong play from Boba, but it might get him really far behind on board here.
So we probably just claim, right? Yeah, we don't want to lose our Yaddle. This allows us to clear and not take damage. I think I saw Galen's the 3rd card, Galen there. So we are setting up to protect ourselves from a potential toppler OB.
Yeah, and I would imagine he keeps it in hand for now. because like you said about the OB, so maybe if he plays a 4-power ship here, you just respond with the Galen to prevent
Call the
OB.
OB. Yep,
Mhm.
yep, I agree. If we don't see a ship here, then potentially, and it'll probably be fire spray, right? But if we don't see one, then you're free to resource it and then pull Galen back out with the Han flip to protect against topple.
Yeah, so we see the Dornian gunship. So 1 indirect,
okay.
and then Boba Leader makes it 2. So interesting choice here where you got the restore 1. So 1 on base is easy. And then I like the second one on base because you don't want to over damage your Yaddle, and you also don't want to have your Grogu potentially run into getting open fired or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess part of the consideration on putting 1 on Yaddle was being able to heal 2 with Grogu next turn. But he may play another damage unit this turn or multiple units with the Han ability anyway.
He may also want to save Grogu for the flip. So maybe now he plays Galen and names Topple right now. And so he's safe from the Topple. And then he can save Grogu to heal after the flip. And we do see that should be the Galen.
I'm going to guess overwhelming barrage going into this next turn, but I don't think we're going to have a way to know.
Yeah. Well, no, if 1 gets played, that's not the one that got called.
That's right. But I think it's safe to assume it's either topple or overwhelming barrage. I can't imagine calling really anything else.
Both are very valid. And we see an open fire, Ruthless Raider, Maul. Corwin's got a decent hand right now. And then Luke in hand for Carlos, which is still a turn or 2 away.
Yep. And importantly, Galen has that 5 butt, right? So no open fire to take him out to keep him online. Really not a lot of ways for Corwin to interact with this Galen to get whatever card was called back, right? Outside of like later in the game, like a Maul or something like that. But whatever Galen called is probably on lock.
I'm curious how Galen interacts with plot. If you kill Galen with a Boba deploy, could you still plot a card that was named with Galen? I don't actually know. But either way, that's not going to come up right now because Galen has 5 health. So we see the flip, and is this a 1? Okay, 1 on Galen, kill Yaddle.
All right, so prioritizing, we want Galen gone, right? That tells me it must be OB, right? Because if it was Topple, he would have plotted it. And so now that he's putting a damage there, he's trying to set himself up to be able to OB later. He wants to be able to kill that thing.
Yeah, and Carlos attacking with Galen. So the other option could have been to heal it with Yaddle to play around the open fire, but Carlos is still going to get the chance to do that if he wants to.
Yep. Now, as Carlos, would I now prioritize getting that damage off of Galen to keep it safe and protected so that we're going to keep OB out of this game?
Yeah, I think you can read no force choke because then the 1 ping would have gone to Grogu, right, to set him up to die to the choke. But it seems like Carlos is just saying, if you want to open fire my Galen, you can. That means you're very unlikely to kill my Grogu. It also kind of awkwardly spends your resources. Because we see Maul and Ruthless Raider in hand, so if Corwin goes for an open fire, he doesn't have another big play this turn to make. So I'm wondering if we'll just see a Maul into the Grogu. Oh, we see a Ruthless Raider.
Yeah, we're on 6, right? So Maul would be next turn. Yeah, we've got the ramp, so Boba's on 6 and the Han's on 5. Yeah.
For some reason, I thought Boba was on 7. My brain is not fully functioning at the moment, but yeah, we're on 6. We got there. Ruthless Raider.
So he takes the shield. Interesting. So must be setting up for some sort of damage, right? If we assume that what was called is overwhelming barrage, we're going to have to go multiple actions here too. Oh, and no flip from the Han. So he's prioritizing having first action. Perhaps that means we've gotten entrenched.
Could be an entrenched. That could also solidify that open fire was called to entrench the Boba leader. I actually don't mind taking the shield because you got the Grogu heal to heal anything, and now even if he heals Galen, just the rivals fall. So kills Boba. That's way better than entrenched.
Yep.
Yeah, Corwin is setting up here so that his open fire could kill the itinerant warrior even if Galen got healed. So I think I like taking the shield there because we saw in game 2 that he was kind of stonewalled. OB wasn't even an out because the warrior still had a shield.
Is this, let's call it war, in the hand of the Boba player. So without initiative, less effective, but also another way to try to clean up some of Han's what he's got going on the ground.
It's hard to tell. I think it is. It could be a topple in hand. Now we're at 7 with them all.
Yeah, Jordan tells us it is war. Okay, so we really want this Galen dead, right? So
yeah. And I mean, Maul is here to help win this race as well as unlocking whatever just might have been played.
Yeah, probably a lot of ways for Han to kill Maul, though, right? Either a Luke or a trade. So the trade there tells me that we're probably going to now. Well, no, now we only have 6 resources left, right? So it's not going to be Luke anymore because we can't use Han's ability. Oh, we already
used the resources.
Yeah, we already used the
Rival's Fall. Yeah, so now you can Luke next turn without them all on board.
Yeah, those black resources on the black mat. Hard to tell if they're sideways or upside, but you're right. We obviously rivaled Fall to start the turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like Han has got the upper hand here. We see a Devastator in hand for Boba, which can help get over the finish line. So maybe Carlos doesn't have this wrapped up yet.
Yeah, Devastator's going to present, potentially setting up a 1-turn lethal next turn, which puts Han in the awkward position of having to claim should there not be removal, that sort of thing. So, and that's what we're going to do, right?
So this is 5 to base because, Devastator gets to choose where Boba puts his indirect as well.
Yeah, and it's brutal now because now we're presenting lethal with either unit, right? So even if Han were to, Han needs to be able to answer one of these now, potentially, well, both really, right? Because you can't claim. Yeah, so
I think I see unentrenched, but not 2. So if you entrench one, you still need to deal with the other one.
You need to entrench and a fell.
Yeah, that Devastator really was just the perfect answer here for Boba to hit all the breakers correctly.
Okay, so with the heal, now if we had entrenched for the Devastator, we'd be just out of range of dying.
Which I believe there is an entrenched in hand. So so the itinerant plus entrenched means he's not dead right now. And Corwin claimed the initiative. So itinerant plus entrenched lets Carlos live a turn. He still has to deal with this raider. He can technically deal with it by killing it. He can take 4 from the attack and then 2 from the defeated trigger. But he can't take that because the 2 damage from the Raider trigger will trigger Boba, which Devastator lets him put on base.
That's right.
Killing the Raider.
You caught it before I could say it. Yep.
Yeah. So in any indirect lets Corwin take this match as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the outs the Han player could have. It doesn't look good. Thanks to that Devastator, to your point, redirecting the indirect and just being able to end this game. I don't really see a way here. Because the Ruthless Raider is going to hit base right away, right?
He's going for a lot of resources. Oh, he's untapping. Never mind. He's attacking. But Carlos is in a really tough spot here. He's got to have something. Looks like another Maul in hand. Which
hold on, how many cards does he? Okay, that'll do it. Yep.
Yeah.
I was about to try to do the math for aggressive negotiations, right, and see if the Han player could magically sneak a win with the negotiations, but
he also had a Dornian, which would deal 3 indirect, which would have killed it. So he had so Corbin had Carlos dead multiple ways. But that Devastator just completely turning the tide there. It looked like with the Grogu, the itinerants, it looked like Carlos was in a pretty good spot, and then Devastator just said, "Actually, you're dead."
Yeah, well, and this matchup, on its head from what it used to be that we talked about at the beginning, multiple times there, if we still had Force Throw around, there'd be answers to a lot of this stuff. But powerful card, no longer part of the meta, and then another worry with the topple, and this that's all she wrote.
Force Throw was an easy answer for Devastator too. You could throw your Luke, your crate, whatever you wanted to kill the Devastator with only 6 health, but much harder for Han Blue to kill that now.
All right. Well, that will be the end of that round. According to our timer, we got about 10 minutes left, but I'm hearing from the eye in the sky. We're going to talk a little more meta, kind of what's going on and what's being played there, right?
Let's do it. So it's like Jordan maybe hopping in to join us as well.
It's either me or a Porg image here. So if we want the Porg, I'm down to leave. But
I mean,
you know,
you can keep talking, but can you put the Porg image up?
Yeah, that actually might be better. You know? But since we're a 3-man operation over at the Cantina Crew, we have all the nice frames. We need to hire our designer to make some more. But yeah, we have this great meta breakdown, and it might be a Midwest thing, but man, Hantu is everywhere right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you just look at the leader breakdown, to me, that's kind of expected because you have Hantu ECL, Hantu Blue Force, and Hantu Blue 30 that are all kind of different decks that use the same leader. So it doesn't surprise me that when you just look at leaders, Hantu is far and away the most played.
Looks like a pretty solid mix between Energy Conversion Lab and Blue Force, 11-7. Yeah. So pretty good count overall. I don't think we could separate in the same view by leader and base, but we'll try. We'll see how we're going, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of a new thing. It's very rare. You get it with a few decks. You see that with Kylo Tarkintown versus Data Vault, and with Hantu ECL versus Blue, where a different color is both viable and a very different deck.
Oh, here we go.
Knowing how popular Han is, specifically in this area, from my view, between the Han Blues and the Han Greens, I would have thought Cad. I mean, Cad is tied for number 2, but Cad can really go after that deck. So I kind of expected to see more Cad in specifically in this area, right?
So leading it off, we have Cad with 7%, Han 2 Blue Force with 7, Yoda staying strong again at 7. So the kind of surprise entry to the top is the Sabe Yellow variant here with 6. Again, I mean, it's Sabe's really been rising in popularity, but the past couple weeks has actually been Tarkintown that's kind of becoming more popular than Double Yellow for sure.
Yeah. And the number one decks there really kind of showcase the triangle of this meta, right? Where you see Cad wants to see these Han2s, Han2 wants to see these Yodas, Yoda wants to see the Cads.
Boom, boom. And that's just the way it goes sometimes, right?
Yeah, you got to have matchup luck. You talked about it a little bit at the stop, Jeff, but it was the same at the PQ I participated in last week. And, you got to have some matchup luck. I just hit the right areas of the triangle, right? So I got the matchups I wanted. And the matchups I didn't were eliminated by the other side. So cleared the path, right?
Well, watching from behind the screens on this last round, Kyle, really brought us back to when we played in Swiss and Seattle. I was on Boba Data Vault. You were on Hantu Blue Force. I was playing Boba for the team event and kind of just, went with it that way. And the games went really similar to that. Like, did I have Topple? Yep. Did you have Daughter, I think was in the deck at that point. Like you mentioned, you have the option of what you're teching for. And, Boba has been held down by these green heroism decks, namely like Anakin at first and then followed by Yoda. Obviously, Han 1 green isn't the easiest matchup either. So I guess it is a little bit of a matter of time for Boba to see that rise in play rate based on some of these new swings in the meta.
Yeah, another challenge for Han, and in that matchup we played, but here too, was a lot of the times I'd be holding Fel the Dragon, and that Boba deck is super obnoxious with all these 4 attack ships, right? Like the Dornian gunship and the Ruthless Raider. Like I had removal that just didn't work. If you recall, kind of after the matchup, I'm searching the boxes for Vanquishes. I'm like, I'm changing. We're playing Vanquish.
We did. We remember we searched through all the. We had our friends at Cards HQ and the Botham Network search through the crates for us. Fine. I think we found like 2 Vanquishes total. I don't think we found the full play set, but
and it could be a thing about why Boba hasn't come back. When you see every Yoda deck, it's 3 Vanquish main. They're ready for these 4 attack units. So
really
feels
cool
bad. It feels bad when you have the removal and you just can't play it. Like I have what's the plan for the answer, but not in this case.
Well, you know what? I think there's a lot of feels bad in that matchup overall. Like for instance, on the turn in that game 3 where Corwin had to resupply or could have chose not to, but that would have felt really bad if you got answered with a Cham and you have no way to really sequence around it. Felt bad about leaving your Yaddle to take the initiative to clean up that unit with the Grogu trade. Like all these feel bad moments kind of culminate in that, oh wow, this feels real bad with a Devastator. And that's kind of the nature of Boba, is that like if you can't get your ground restore going, if you can't get that swarm restore strategy, like you're probably in for a long day.
Well, that's a good point of something. We never saw that matchup. He had the Chams, right? But we never saw the Cham line up. And Cham can be really important, specifically to get to that Luke, because that Luke can be the turning point to kill something and then get your restore online. And he kind of died both times right around that turn where he's trying to get Luke down. Whereas if he could have got it down a turn sooner by ramping with his opponent, it would have helped the turnaround case.
And Han 2's in a
Absolutely.
really interesting spot with that, because whenever I was playing any other decks that could play Cham, they always felt really bad into Boba, because Boba resupplies. You go into 4, Boba's on 5. That's the turn where you would normally play Cham, but that's where Boba's playing the ship they want to deploy on. So you have to spend your turn dealing with those ships. Whereas Han 2 can say, you resupply on 3 resources, I Cham on 3 resources.
Yeah.
So Han 2's in a pretty unique position to punish Boba for that and still potentially be able to answer the ships that it plays or have a good turn before Boba flips.
Yeah, and that's the truth, right? So a lot more games ahead of us tonight. If you like this sort of meta breakdown, Kyle and myself do this every Monday on the Colorado Cantina Crew YouTube channel with Sharky as well. He'll be commentating with us next round. We got to get Jeff to come on and do a guest spot. I know you have Cardboard Chefs coming up on Monday, and it's a big episode.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got our official Lawless Time preview episode with Just Jack from FFG. So we're going to have Ian, Lego Pizza, George the Hulk, and Crispy building decks with the preview cards that they have not seen yet. So it's going to be a ton of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. That'll be 9 p.m. Eastern on Monday.
Yeah, it's a great time either way. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah.
When they're doing their deck building, are you going to allow them to build with all of the previewed new cards, or can they only use? Okay, all right.
Every preview, and we're doing it. It's going to be post rotation, so they're only going to be using cards that are going to be legal in the non-eternal format moving forward. So it's a bit more of a limited pool. And yeah, the preview cards are cool. I'm excited to see what they're going to do with them and how they're going to incorporate the other previews that we've seen leading up to the episode as well.
Mm-hmm. So we're getting close to the end of the round. We're going to step away here as we get ready for round 5. Stick with us as we got more coverage coming your way, doing our next giveaway next round as well. Stick with us here on the Cantina Crew. Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here at the Misty Mountain Planetary Qualifier here in Madison, Wisconsin. And remotely joining me, I am Sharky from the Colorado Cantina crew with Travi, also from the Cantina crew. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. It looks like me and you are going to get to commentate another Emperor versus Boba Fett match. Different base, but some similar cards.
Slightly different matchup than last time, but not a lot. So it looks like we're getting our workout on this one. They're doing the roll-offs right now, and I'm guessing Palpatine took the initiative, but here we go again. What do you think? Do we see something different from the Data Vault deck that the yellow couldn't do?
There could be TIE Silencers turn 1. Of course, there could be Topple the Summit, though. I'm not sure how useful Topple the Summit could be against the Emperor. Mauls could be solid. Sometimes the weak ground units from the Emperor can take some overwhelm damage.
Yeah, just based on, shooting off the hip here, I feel like this matchup might actually be better for Palpatine than the yellow one just because of how much less burn damage there is. But I think it also depends on how much the Emperor is able to deal with the units that I expect Boba to be playing, as opposed to just being straight up take damage.
Yeah. The yellow one has the advantage of the guerrilla soldiers, and the green one has the advantage of the Maul with overwhelm. The Maul is slower, obviously, but we'll see if this Boba Fett can just turbo kill this Emperor game 1 like the last one did.
Yep, that I would be a little shocked if that happened again, but
Me too.
I think it's gonna be more of a unit-based kind of battle, and I think that favors Palpatine a little bit more. But who knows? I mean, obviously, Boba Data Vault's doing pretty well right now, and was able to. I think this is the same one from last round, right?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I can't remember if they were orange sleeves or not. But
well, either way, he didn't like his opening hand, so we do see a mulligan from that one.
What do you think are the turn 1, turn 2 plays that the Emperor doesn't want to see Boba Fett play here?
I think the Emperor doesn't care as much about his turn 1 play, but I think he definitely doesn't want to see Boba ramp, because I do believe that Emperor's going to have trouble, unless he's running main deck Confiscates, and I don't remember if he was. He's going to have a little bit of trouble with a big fat Boba unit, and it looks like he didn't get a turn 1 play anyway, so maybe that's the best case scenario for the Emperor.
Yeah. Wow. Dang. Yeah. And the Emperor has the Aura Sing, 4 HP to soak some damage. The Aura Sing is going to be able to kill. What's that? The Admiral with the 2/3 that does indirect damage.
Oh, I'm sure. Pride.
Yeah, Pride. Yeah. Although that would if Boba Fett's playing that on turn 2, it's not looking great.
Grim. Yeah. I expect that Boba is looking for ramp, though I don't see any in his hand that are. I mean, there's a possible resupply there. It's hard for me to actually make that out, but
yeah, under the barrage there might be a resupply. I think he has the droid missile platform, which Emperors don't like seeing.
It is a resupply though, so all right. This could be interesting. If Boba can get a unit to stick, it could be resupply everybody. All right. So we are going to get 3 damage on Boba's base from Aura Sing, and everybody else is just a resupply race.
Somehow the Emperor is the aggro right now.
Yeah, right. Who saw that coming?
There's Pride and there's Summit. Okay. Is that what's that? Is that Craving Power is the last card? So no gigantic ship. No huge ship for the Boba Fett to play and deploy onto.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs a huge ship or just a ship at this point, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking at the missile platform. Even Boba getting into that wouldn't be the worst, I don't think.
True.
It wouldn't be the best, but it wouldn't be the worst I've ever seen. Boba looks like he's trying to get multiple units out there. Obviously, one won't stick because Aura Sing decides that Pride has seen his days numbered here. But
Pride lands and falls immediately. Super laser tech.
Something twice the Pride, double the fall. Is that the line?
Something. Oh, combo.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
All right. This is looking very good for Palpatine and not so good for Boba Fett.
And he just soaks the indirect damage on the ISB agent.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. I can appreciate that.
If
zero damage on this Emperor base.
Yeah, I was like, if you're the Emperor, you're feeling pretty good in that chair right now. You don't even necessarily need to get out of it anytime soon. You could just take your time and pick up the best. Like if Maul ambushes does 1 to aura, and then you flip over and say, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Speaking of Maul, there is a Maul in there. There's a planetary bombardment. I wonder, we've seen this in the previous Emperor versus Boba matchup of just playing bombardment with neither player really has much on the board.
Yeah. I think it's a lot more effective if it's in the other matchup when Boba's already been shipping damage, though. This time it's kind of just 8 to base plus 1 to aura.
Yeah, right. Yeah. A very low tempo.
Yeah. And I guess Boba could then flip. You could theoretically have 12 damage on the Emperor's base by the end of this turn. I just think that you're going to want to find a way to grind out a later game, because I don't see that being the best way forward unless you have no other options.
Yeah, when you're playing against an Emperor that doesn't have access to blue cards, you really do like to put your Boba Fett on a gigantic ship if you can.
Yep.
But yeah, it is the bombardment.
Yep. Bombardment comes down, and whether it goes 8 or 9 to base is up to the Emperor, but I think he feels safe enough to put all 9 on base.
Yeah. Seems good to me. Yeah. Leaves aura on the board to try to damage a big ship next turn and steal it.
Yep. Or just chuck it at something and pull a card. Now we see Darth Vader come. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, Darth Vader's going to be able to soak a lot of indirect damage as well here.
Yep. And get another unit. Watch if it's a Bazine and you just pull the
Maul.
You probably wouldn't even pull Maul. You'd let Maul hit, then you take Maul, is what I would think, right?
Yeah, true. Is he contemplating super laser tech or P-38 or?
Yeah, I see the super laser tech. I can't tell what else is in that group. It looks like there might be a Devastator in there too, but you can't pull it, which sucks. Sucks to put that on the bottom.
Yeah.
I always have that feeling when I'm playing like Jabba and I see like 3 Cad Banes go to the bottom. I'm like, well, this might be a long game. Luckily, the Emperor's in such a position that maybe it wouldn't matter to him.
Yeah, this is a commanding position for the Emperor as well here. I don't know what back to maybe 2 back turns Boba Fett could have to just get control, because the Emperor still has to flip.
Yeah, and that's a good way to put it too. Boba has now become the control in a matchup where I don't think Boba wants to play the control. It's rare for Boba to want to be the control. It's a relatively straightforward aggro deck most of the time. That doesn't mean it's easy to play sometimes, but it is a game plan that is fairly linear most of the time.
I wonder if this game was one of those moments where Boba Fett kind of got data vaulted. It seemed like no turn 1 play. Turn 2 was the droid missile platform, and then the next turn was, or no, it was ramp into missile platform Pride, and it just all got taken care of too fast.
Yeah. Oh, and the reinforcement walker, which was such a key card in the last Boba matchup, doesn't look good for Boba right now.
Yeah.
And at this point, if you're the Emperor, do you flip? I guess you flip and take Maul, so you can just hit him with the base in the base next time. But
yeah, I think Vader gets to kill Boba Fett. You take Maul. This is such a huge board. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this will be around the 2 turn clock for the Emperor to win.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's in a green-red Boba to make it have a chance of coming back against a Walker, a Maul, and a Darth Vader. And that doesn't even include the Emperor himself. So, I mean, who knows? The last games were closer than I expected them to be, but it looks like we do get a scoop here from
just
Boba.
A concede, yeah. I was going to say with the overwhelming barrage in hand would be lethal on just that turn, because I think on board was 22 damage. So if he had a barrage in hand, which I think he did, the Emperor, that's just lethal.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Boba getting behind so far, so fast in the early game, obviously you never want to have that happen to you. But I think in this case, it sunk the ship before it even got out of port.
Yeah, if I am the Emperor right now, I'm wondering if this Boba Fett sides Chams. That could be pretty dangerous. has 5 power and keeps Boba Fett matching ramp.
Yeah, I think that's something to consider, and I think for Boba, it's probably a better play than resupplying because it does get you a unit to go with it, and you need to make sure you're applying pressure, or else the Emperor can just sit back and do what he wants.
Do what just happened on this game 1.
Yeah, this was a little unfortunate, and this I know from a personal experience that matches like that are why I don't play Data Vault, because I would probably not handle it well.
It would tilt you, maybe. Yeah.
I would not be very happy about it, but kudos to those who can do it. It's still obviously a strong deck, and this is what, round 5, so they've got to be having a pretty good run so far.
Yeah, it's Data Vault. It's so interesting. There's times where it feels so great, and then there's other times where you're wondering if those 10 cards really did hurt you. Like, it seems like it did, but like you still could have drawn most of those cards in the same order. But yeah, it can tilt you.
Yep, and I think the ordering was a good point, because he ended up drawing, Pride. You like seeing Pride early, but you didn't see it until I think turn 3, and it's too late to play Pride by then.
Yeah.
Same goes for some of the other cards that showed up a little bit out of the order that you want it to be in. Let's see what adjustments he makes, though.
Yeah, something else that was on the Emperor's side last round is that the Emperor had initiative, and played Aura Sing. So even if Boba Fett had Pride, it would have gotten swallowed up by Aura Sing immediately. So that's where the initiative and the Aura Sing was the insurance plan anyways, even if Boba Fett did have a turn 1.
That's a good point. So if you're playing the Boba here, what is the turn 1 you really want? Do you want a spaceship? Do you start with like the silencer or something, or are you really hoping for Pride and just that they don't draw aura?
Yeah, I think silencer or bomber are both really great. The bomber presents theoretically more damage, especially if the Emperor doesn't get a turn 1 play. But there is the downside of the Emperor plays McClunky, and so if the Emperor gets to play Underworld unit turn 1 and it's just a TIE bomber in space, then the unit can eat some of the indirect damage, can McClunky, play it again, eat the damage again the next turn. So I guess probably silencer would be ideal turn 1.
That makes sense. I think that's probably what I would say too, though. I think at this point, any turn 1 play is probably what it's hoping for, given how the last round went.
Yeah, definitely. Like turn 1 into missile platform into Cham if the Emperor ramped would be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that'd be a heck of a line right there.
Of course,
then you're flipping Boba next, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd have the missile platform ideally still there.
Yeah. I think the Emperor's going to do what he can to make sure that there isn't a spaceship for Boba to flip on. I mean, obvious things are obvious, but I think if he does flip and you don't see a confiscate, Emperor's going to have problems with it. But knowing that both players get a chance to try to, Boba's going to try to draw out some of the hate, whereas the Emperor's going to try to make sure there's nothing there to flip. And so it'll be interesting to see if they can get it. So what we're saying?
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, and we do know from round 3 that this Emperor does have confiscates, at the very least in the sideboard. Mm-hmm. So he's ready for Boba pilots.
I wonder, and I didn't get a chance to watch the meta recap from the last round. I didn't see him. Boba's got at least up there again, but I didn't see how high up there. I wonder if he just had an idea that this was going to happen.
Yeah, I also wonder how where the top end of this Data Vault Boba Fett deck ends. I wonder if they have the green Spark of Rebellion Devastator in the side to try to go a little bit bigger into matchups like this. That could be helpful here.
It's an interesting question. Yeah, I know it's got red Devastators, but do they have green ones? My guess is they do not, but yeah, we'll see.
It could be. I have been wondering if this meta was going to turn into a little bit of an Emperor meta, and we did see in some of the recent large events that there were a decent amount of Emperors and they were doing pretty well. So
Yep. That's true. We get to see
if this Boba Fett player was looking at that data and thought, I might have to play against some Emperors, maybe he's got them in there, maybe not.
That, or maybe this is just the matchup you hope to dodge, right?
Yeah, true. You can always
job of being sneaky, but
yeah, it's true. And I do kind of think that is a little bit what this meta is like right now. And I know that people also often at PQs just play the deck that they want to play, that they're comfortable with playing too. And there's so many different decks that, rock paper scissorish type of situation that you can put a couple tech cards in for whatever matchup and then just, don't tunnel vision too hard on anything specifically. Play the deck, and if you get your bad matchup, you get your bad matchup.
Yep, that tracks with my experience thus far. So let's see here. We have either
he's thoroughly shuffling this deck. He wants to make sure these cards are distributed just right.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's a shuffle or if it's a question that came up.
Oh yeah,
it
could
almost
be.
looked like he was talking to somebody off camera, but it's hard to tell. It looks like nobody liked their opening hand though. So all right. Ooh, no.
I just noticed the chat says silencer is not ideal because of ISB agent Palp ping. Yep, that's a good point. Yep.
That's a fair point. I think at some point, whatever turn one play you play, you're hoping to dodge one of the other ones that Palpatine could have. So
yeah, it's true.
It looks like he chooses Aura or Bazine as his turn one plays. He's got both options, and he's got a legacy run in hand, which is going to be it's going to be tough.
Oh, and eager escort for the fire sprays. This is a hand.
Palp, I think.
Okay, a Cyril.
All right, that's
nice.
Cool. Unfortunately, Aura does not really care, but
yeah. Aura will take the 2 damage and then just trade into the
oof.
Or discard. I don't know if Emperor's comfortable discarding this like excellent hand, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that we see a Bazine and a McClunky come down this turn.
Yeah, I did just see that. McClunky looks great.
It's a pretty good one. All right, so Cyril goes into base. You get the disclose going. It looks like Pride and the missile platform, and the Emperor decides that Aura can handle the damage.
Mm-hmm.
All 3, in fact, if you include the extra damage from Boba. So
yeah,
that probably confirms my McClunky suspicion. I mean, if you're the Emperor, do you just attack Aura into base then?
Yeah, I'm curious. Okay, goes for the trade because he can still play Bazine from hand and McClunky kill this ship here. That was the other thing I was just thinking.
Oh, he's going to use the eager escort instead. Okay, so he's going to end up taking 3 on base, which I guess is less than it could have been if he waited till next turn to kill it, because Boba would have added 1 more. But
yeah.
What if I did that instead of Bazine McClunky?
Yeah, I would have. I mean, he's the expert Emperor player, 100%. So he must have a line in mind. I just really hate Fed's fire spray, and so I would be the eager escort cleanly answers the fire spray. I would have preferred that, but maybe he has the Millennium Eye, and he says there's no fire spray to worry about.
He can read minds too. He's just messing with everybody. All right, so we're on 4 resources, a clean board, and 5 damage onto the yellow base of Emperor Palpatine. While not as bad as last round, it's still not necessarily where I would consider this to be ideal for Boba.
Yeah, this would be the fire spray. If he had fire spray, I'd probably just be slamming that fire spray. But it seems like he has some type of question going on because he hasn't resourced yet. He hasn't readied his Boba Fett. Cards are off screen. I wonder if there's some question.
Is his hand very good, or is he actually asking to judge something, you think?
Yeah.
Actually see. Well, in the meantime, since we have about it. Oh, wait, no, I almost jinxed it. I was going to say we have a giveaway going on. We can give away another CCC token. We have some tokens that were given away earlier. We gave one away to Hot Take Dave. You need to be in the Colorado Cantina crew YouTube channel. You need to be subscribed and in our chat for this round, and you'll be entered to win a token. And with that, we see HK47 and Bazine come down in the respective
All right.
order. And look at that hand.
Whoa. Yeah, I wonder what he resourced then. It was probably another card that costs, 5 or more if he's trying to figure out which of these cards he has to drop.
He appears to not have drawn a card after Bazine, and I wonder if that's a reminder or not, but he needs to draw a card after Bazine, and I remember that every time because I always have to speak it out loud because I play.
Yeah, whenever somebody Bazines me, I show them my hand and then I turn the top card of my deck sideways to give myself the visual reminder because I'm like, I don't want to forget.
Yep, it's important to draw off that because sometimes you draw the exact same card that
was.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The amount of times I've had that happen to me is insane. It's fine. I'm not mad. And Boba's still going to continue pushing damage here, which I think is the right call. It's just unfortunate that he can't seem to get any kind of unit with a power level higher than 2 to stick.
Yeah. And seeing this HK, it makes me wonder if this Boba Fett's playing the invisible hand version. I'd suspect probably.
Ooh,
okay.
We do have a ping coming down from the punishing one. That actually is a pretty interesting flip target for Boba as well, because of how much damage it can get if there were multiple units on the other side. Although, oof. The card you don't want to see?
Legacy run, absolutely. I've also considered during the Secrets of Power preview season, I was looking at the new punishing one as a potential Boba card because you get some indirect damage on some units early on, and then the punishing one, when played and on attack, can directly choose which ones and potentially finish them off.
Yeah, you can either start picking things off or you can expand it. It gets raid for every damaged unit on the other side, so you could theoretically be hitting for a ton. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and flip Boba, and I'm going to guess... Oh, he's sent to... Oh, okay, cool. So I'm guessing he's going to try to kill the Legacy run before it can do 7 damage, and he will actually survive this. And he chooses the interesting order that he got the raid out of it too because of the ping. Okay, that's cool. That's a lot of damage that he now has to deal with, he being the Emperor Palpatine. Boba is he +3, +4?
+4, +4.
4 +4. Okay, so there appears to be... Oh, that's interesting. He chose HK to take 4 damage instead of the punishing one. Okay, so the Emperor chose to distribute 4 and 2 from the Legacy run's damage, and then resupplied. I'm guessing that means he's going to try to take Cinta.
Yeah, I think, or maybe they're in the next phase.
I think they went the next turn. I think he's going to do this turn, but he wanted the option. It looked like, which is an interesting choice. I guess the reason not to do it right away is because it would give an extra damage to Boba because of the damage unit raid thing. But then you're going to take 5 from Cinta as it is because Boba has the initiative. So I guess the question ends up being, do you take 6 damage with Boba, or do you attack with Cinta because you're pretty sure he could just steal it and try to get the 5 damage in?
Yeah, because if you don't attack with Boba Fett right now, you're risking that he just drew Confiscate.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think you probably do leave the Cinta up because you want to play a Devastator, you want to play a Maul, and you'd rather the Cinta be taken, I guess.
Fair point. That's kind of bait.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
And especially he's so close. He's 4 away from being dead. So
he's got options. I don't know. I can't quite see what's in his hand at the moment, but the Emperor is actually in a pretty dire spot right now, given that there's 0 damage on the Data Vault because we can tell because the life puck hasn't been touched in a while.
It's true. All right. He plots the Grindin.
Has been plotted. And we're waiting to hear I guess, what would you call if you're the Emperor right now?
I would probably, it depends on what else is in my hand, but I guess I would say, Planetary Bombardment's kind of fine right now because you can soak a lot of it on the Emperor. 7, I guess I would call Maul. I'd just call Maul, I think.
Maul is fair. I think the other one I was thinking of was Devastator, but either of the two, you're kind of hoping he doesn't have either of them, really. Or wait,
Yeah.
you're hoping he has the one you call. And it looks like I see at least one Devastator, one Planetary Bombardment, one Overwhelming Barrage, and a fourth card that I actually am having trouble making out here.
Like a
So-
missile platform or a droid bomber. I think the Vanguard droid.
yeah. It could be either of those. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 4 direct is lethal. The Devastator, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like Maul is effectively with Gurinden on the field. Maul is also lethal because you overwhelm 4. So
It'd be the thing that answers it now, and then you Bazine to take the other thing, ideally, if that's what you got. Yeah.
I think that's a good call. Yeah, I think I'd probably, if you have Bazine, I'd go Maul into Devastator. But
yeah,
I don't know what you call here because, or I don't know what's going on here because it's gonna be tough to survive for Palpatine no matter what you do.
I'm pretty sure the Emperor right now is just quintuple checking.
Yeah.
He's like, I think I'm dead. Is there anything I'm missing? And yep, gonna check the row 2. He's like, did I forget about a Bazine down here?
All right, leads with the Planetary Bombardment, which if I'm Palpatine just kills or almost kills Gurinden, Cinta, and puts the rest on Palpatine himself. Oh. Maybe he changed his mind? Looks like he
Yeah, I
changed
don't
his
know what
mind, so we're doing
happened.
the Overwhelming Barrage instead. Yep.
Yeah,
it looks
usually-
like that. So we're going to distribute 8 damage.
Hmm.
Which is fair. It kills more units, and I think it's probably better insurance. Because Planetary only does 8. That's not a capital ship.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, yeah. It looks like he's scooping it up. It's too hard here.
Yep. Too much damage out early, and it looks like that was exactly what Boba wanted to see. So going to game 3, this will be interesting to see if basically it's can Palpatine can he become the aggro again?
Yeah. Was there any cards that we noticed the Boba Fett player play that we thought might have been side cards?
I did not see cards that I would immediately recognize as side cards.
Yeah, I think they seemed all main so far.
Yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Boba really wants to deviate from the main plan in this one. This is a matchup I feel like Boba generally wants to see anyway, because you can put out a lot of damage very quickly. My hesitation is always data vault because I remember the times I get data vaulted, but if it works 2 out of 3 times, then that's all you really need, right? So,
yeah, true. Emperor's going to be starting this one again. We'll see if he can get that excellent start from before.
Yeah, it feels to me like the Emperor really wants to see a Bazine in hand early. And if you can also start with Aura, that's great because you can wipe out anything on the ground. But if you don't disrupt the Boba game plan, you're going to have a hard time scrambling back if you don't find your confiscates.
Yeah.
So I think that's the Emperor's entire plan, is have confiscate for Boba, because you saw what he really couldn't handle the punishing one. He controlled the board for the most part leading up to the flip turn. And then when Boba flips, it's like, woof, that's a lot of damage real fast. And there's only so much scrambling you can do.
Yeah.
Like, he even went through a legacy run.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, I think probably what he needed after that was a sneak attack legacy run to be able to attack into the Boba Fett ship, finish it off with the rest of the damage.
Yep.
And not have 5 or fewer HP remaining on his base, because Boba Fett and Devastator just do 5 to the base. So he'd have to play a Salacious Crumb as well to get him down there.
Ideally, right?
Yeah. Salacious Crumb, Clunky, Salacious Crumb, and then next turn he can play Reinforcement Walker.
We joke about that, but Makai, our teammate, actually has done that to me in a PQ before. So
yeah.
Man, all right. Well, hey, at least we got an entertaining one. The last one was a pretty quick one, it felt like, and then like game 1 was lightning fast, and then games 2 and 3 were pretty much Palpatine just taking control of it. So it's interesting to see it go the other direction this time.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Emperor won game 1 this time. Boba Fett got game 2.
Yeah. All right. Emperor's trying to regain that game 1 magic. I think I see an aura and a McClunky in hand. That could be what he's
And a
looking
sneak.
for.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's an interesting hand. And is that ramp? No, it's OB. I say it's ramp or OB, but I couldn't quite get there. Oh, and a Bazine. Wow.
Yeah.
That is definitely a hand you want to see there.
This
Looking
is
the
very
other
similar
side.
to his
yeah.
opening hand last time, but in the mid game, the Boba Fett turned it around.
Yep. And this time I see Boba with an HK, a resupply, and I think an MC30, which is pretty ideal too. So this should be some fireworks going actually.
Yeah. This will be a
We
match.
start with Bazine or Aura. What do you think?
You
Ooh.
know, Bazine
I
looks
guess we
good
find
here.
out, right? I think
Yeah,
Bazine is the right call. Yeah.
Yep. I was gonna say, I wonder if he takes the resupply because putting HK on the board, turn 1 is fine. He did it.
Just top deck resupply off of that.
He did it.
Oh no. Man, I feel for that.
It's deja vu of round 3
Yep.
when he took the
happened
planetary
again.
bombardment and drew the bombardment. Oh
Yep.
boy.
Every time. Man, I think I'm the problem here because that happens to me all the time. So I'm very, very sorry to Corwin here. This is
Just you
probably my fault.
spectating this. Yeah, you spectating this just
it's all me.
increase
Sorry,
those
dude.
chances. Tragic.
Yeah. All right. I see a contracted hunter, 2 McClunkies, and an ISB agent in the Palpatine hand. So I guess his whole game plan is whatever Boba's top end is now Emperor's top end. Which is interesting.
He hits 1 into it.
1 into the HK. Does the HK just finish off Bazine and do a damage to base? That's probably what I would do to prevent a McClunky and or Emperor draw. But
yeah.
Yep,
it's
I think
wise.
that's the right play. Especially since HK does a damage and Boba adds 1 more anyway. So like that's a really cool combination of cards. Excuse me.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, he's maybe saving the contracted hunter for something.
Yeah, something a little bigger maybe. There's the Bazine resupply. Emperor's gonna go ahead and draw a card. He's gonna go digging. I couldn't see what he pulled off the top of that, but
I'm curious if maybe he just thinks he needs to dig more. I wonder if I would have just claimed and then used the ISB agent to attack into the HK to finish it off, because it would have been it was at 3 after that, right?
Yeah.
So, and be able to finish it off this next round on something else. Who knows?
It's a good question. So we know that Boba does have I think it was the MC30, and he's at 5 now. So I believe he gets. Oh no, it's a Dorning gunship. Excuse me. And so he's going to come out and get to do 2 damage to base again with a relatively large ship. The Emperor has not seen a whole lot of ramp, but I did see a commandeer in his hand. So I wonder if he doesn't even play anything this turn and just says, "Let's go next," and steals it.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. Yeah, he says it's not happening this time. Yeah, that's a great call.
Yeah.
Chat also just mentioned that the contracted hunter is almost useless against Boba, and so they're curious why they didn't use the contracted hunter. I guess it was going to die and not do anything else either, so maybe it's not going to do anything, so it's going to be a resource next turn is what it is, I guess.
I think I would probably not have sided it out specifically just because in case of pride, but that's like the edge case of maybe that's why he didn't side it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so he forces Boba to the ground by commandeering the Dornian gunship. That's a really good play by the Emperor, though Boba's still going to get 2 units on board and attack for 4.
Yeah. But I guess you still get to hit for 4 and
then pop it back to hand, right?
Yeah, and then it goes back to hand. That's right. Yeah, he doesn't even get to kill it and put a damage on Cinta.
He doesn't have the extra resources for it, so he's going to have to find another way to steal it. This is looking a lot better for Boba, in my opinion, than the Emperor. But we also know that Palpatine can come out of nowhere from the top rope.
Yeah, it looks like Legacy Run. Yeah. There's a Legacy Run, so he could play that. Take Boba Fett or Cinta.
And if he gets to the late game, I do see a Reinforcement Walker and a Devastator. Those are both closers, assuming you can get the game close to that point. No ramp thus far is probably hurting Palpatine a lot more than it would have hurt Boba. Boba even got his ramp. He got his ramp off the Bazine.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep, and the damage just starts piling in. So if you're Boba at this point, do you even bother with the big stuff, or you try to play like multiple small things like the silencer and the gunship?
Yeah, you could play smaller stuff because the Emperor to barrage still needs to get units on the board, and
Yeah.
Cinta and Boba Fett have so much health too that barrage, even the legacy run here, still can only
it's only
take
gonna
out
take
one thing.
Do you kill Boba or do you kill Cinta?
You know, I kind of like keeping Boba on the board because he doesn't do bonus damage to me. So
Fair.
I'd probably take out Cinta and put damage on Boba.
Yeah. Or in this case, damage on the silencer, I think is probably the way you do it, right? Because it's 5 and 2 after that.
Well, now, yeah. Now with the silencer, you can just take out the silencer and Cinta.
I think if I was Boba, I might have just claimed and said, nope, you can't have anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that's galaxy branding myself here, but we see Crumb come down.
Oh, wow. He wants him to play more stuff. Okay, sure. Well, now he gets to attack with Legacy Run and get more value out of it, essentially. Interesting.
That's true. And you know, with the Dornian gunship coming down, it allows the Legacy Run to absorb some of that damage. And then I think he just runs it into the silencer, kills Cinta, puts 2 on the gunship. That's just shooting from the hip there, but that seems like the play. Whereas Boba just pushes as much damage as whatever's left over alive.
Yeah.
Because we're getting awfully close to Red Devastator turn too. I believe, if I'm counting correctly, it's 7 to 8 in resources, right?
Yeah, so it could be happening right now. So he's going to try to take out some ships.
Yep. We see the gunship getting 3 damage. And he does take out the silencer and Cinta.
Looks good.
Can he do both of those? No, he's going to put 4 damage on Cinta.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't have the Palpatine ping, which was
that was wrong about the distribution anyway. He put just the 1 on Cinta.
That works.
Which is 5 extra damage to base.
This might be it for the Emperor here. No ramp.
The only thing that could save him, ironically, is if he pulls Crumb now, plays Crumb before the Devastator comes down, and he has 1 health left after that.
Yeah.
This is looking very Boba flavored right now.
He knows what he's got to do.
Yeah.
He saw it ahead of time.
Oh man, that's a huge board to have to take care of without even being able to flip. This is another game where Palpatine isn't going to get to flip and take anything.
Yeah. This is the end.
Ooh, there it is.
He tosses the cards. It's over.
He shows them. That was well played by the Boba player. And it turns out that playing units to the board and having them stick is really good for Boba, despite the commandeer there. Wow, that was a great play.
Yeah. The Boba Fett, the ramp, the Bazine ended up not mattering. Unfortunate. It happens. Even sometimes with Data Vault, you can have 2 copies of the same card right on top of each other.
Yeah. That's one of those where it's like, what do? You made the right call, and sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yep. The card game things can happen in a card game, it turns out, and it happened this time. Well played by both players, though. It was tough.
I think this is a matchup that Boba does want to see, though. Like, it's a tough one for Palpatine to win. It just happened to go really, really well for him in game 1, so we started questioning things. But Boba kind of showed at the last 2 games why he wants to see this matchup.
Yeah, it's so scary playing against a deck that plays Red Devastators, and especially I think particularly Boba Fett, because it represents 5 damage to base. No, it's not, let alone it's a gigantic ship, but when you don't have very much restore, you don't have too much healing, you got a reinforcement walker and a Salacious Scrum essentially. If you get up into the mid 20s on your base, there's so many cards the top of your opponent's deck that just end the game. It's rough.
Yep, there's a ton of problematic checkmate scenarios there that eventually you just run into. So it was a good try, and it was a great series by these 2 players. And I'm being told that we actually have our next giveaway winner who wins a Colorado Cantina Crew token from Premier Games, and that winner is Hitman 3005. if you would be so kind as to join the Discord and contact us, we'll make sure we get that out to you, and we'll get a link to the Discord here in the chat. All right, well, Travi, we have yet another Boba versus Emperor matchup. How do you feel about this one?
Is there this one? Hold
This
on.
was just our second one, so I just thought it was funny
Yeah,
that you and I
yeah,
have been
yeah,
together
yeah,
for both
right,
of
yeah.
the matchups for it.
Yeah, I thought you were saying like the backup game was about to go on, and that was also Emperor. I was like, no way, no way. Yeah, it's exciting. I don't get to sit across from Emperors too often, and I've played the Emperor a few times myself. They do end up being pretty interesting games a lot of the time. I mean, sometimes even when they're playing against a Sabine, sometimes certain plays just show up that put on a show for you. So yeah, I enjoy watching some Emperor matches.
I've had a fun time with it. And Random Man is a great player too. So
Yeah.
it appears that our backup game is also over. So with that, any last thoughts before we take a break and go into our next round?
It was a pleasure. The match was well played. Both players did a great job. I couldn't question anything they did. It seemed like just great play, and yeah, it was awesome.
I would agree with everything you've just said. So we appear to have about 15-ish minutes left in the round, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us, and we will be back to start round 6, I believe, in 15 to 20, depending on how long the matches take.
Hey, welcome back, friends. Let's see. This round, we're going to be looking at some Yoda Data Vault versus Sabine Yellow. I'm joined by my friend Travi. This is Kyle from the Colorado Cantina Crew. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to see and commentate a non-Emperor match. Even though the Emperor ones are great, I enjoy the switch up.
Yeah, and one of the things about this tournament I've really enjoyed, us casting so far is a lot of interesting matchups. A lot of decks that you don't see all of the time. I can't say that about Yoda, but this Sabine Yellow, obviously Ryan is well known for it, but it's not typically a deck you see across the meta often.
Yeah, I think even in the past 2 years, I've played against Sabine Yellow maybe less than 5 times, like very few times.
Yeah, not one that you see often, but in this particular setup, one of the ways to attack Yoda has been aggro, specifically space aggro, I think, because then you can dodge all of the sentinels Yoda likes to throw on the ground, right? With the village people and Typho and Obi-Wan and all this sort of thing. But if we're going to try to hit him hard up in space, it seems like we have a pretty good attack vector to try to go for.
Absolutely. And I mean, at least until the village protectors learn how to fly a spaceship, it's definitely a good route.
Yeah, and we got the Sabine unit can try to take those out. I know Ryan's running a bunch of Saboteur, right? We got CAD's droid coming in, giving units Saboteur. So even if he does have to go to the ground, he has ways through. All right. Well, we're shuffling up here. Let's see. We're looking at our initial hands. It looks like Sabine won the initiative roll, which is where you want to be as a Sabine player, right?
Yeah, and if they're playing all the 1-drops, then maybe they're going to be giving it up. But and also the Sabine ping is against Data Vault is sometimes worth it in the early rounds, especially if you're able to lane dodge. So maybe Yoda will get the initiative after this round.
Yeah, and coming into this round, we're in round 6. Both of these players are 4-1, so neither player guaranteed to make the top cut yet. So we're still in the meat of the games here, where players are going to need wins if they want to reach the top 8 of this PQ. All right, and let's see. Just to shout out the 2 players here, we do know Rebel Resource from Team LXO. I know I played against this Sabine Yellow out at Beatle myself, so a little familiar with the deck. But Julio here playing the Yoda Data Vault is a new name to me. I'm assuming a local player to the area.
Yeah, and it looks like Sabine Yoda was the one who lane dodged. I'm sure not intentionally, but even if he didn't, Karis Nemec, one of the most powerful cards in the game right now, played turn 1 by Sabine.
Yeah, and I think Yoda was probably happy to see that ship in the opening hand, right? Assuming that Sabine is going to come to space, you want to start with the ship so that you can at least trade early. Try to stymie some of the damage. So maybe a little disappointed to see Sabine be able to dodge immediately.
Yeah, especially being able to kill like a potential cartel turncoat and draw a card, or even just the classic A-wings.
Yeah, absolutely. But you knew it was only a matter of time before Yoda would hit the ground with those sentinels, right? And there we see one right away.
True. And potentially, I wonder if Yoda will claim here. Yeah.
Yep. Making sure that first action, we're going to be able to use this Obi-Wan unit to make hopefully an efficient trade, right? The Sabine ability not online amongst aspects, so it could just go straight into the Sabine, which I think I would probably lean towards because we don't want Sabine unit out there challenging our village protectors, right?
Absolutely, or even Captain Typhos. But yeah, I think, or even before Sabine is not able to be attacked, they get a yellow aspect out there.
Mm-hmm. So one of the critical turns, as always, with Sabine is the 4-resource turn. Like with most leaders, right? We're going to have our flip on 4. I do know that Ryan likes to run that dark saber, so we'll see if it's going to pop out here.
Yeah, it's awesome with Sabine being a Mandalorian. You can play the dark saber out of aspect at normal cost on Mandalorians.
Mm-hmm. Which can surprise some people, although Ryan's been on this deck for so long. I would say if you're familiar with him or his deck, it would be no surprise at all anymore, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so early on as Yoda, one of the things that, if I'm the Sabine player, I'm worried about here, especially as he's activating his hero abilities, one of the blowout lines you can hit right away is "You're my only hope" into a Luke, which can be pretty devastating, or if not impossible, to come back from with a Sabine deck.
Yeah, it looks like both these players trying to use their leader abilities to waste actions to get their opponent to play something first.
Yeah, and I do raise that because I'm pretty sure I see the You're My Only Hope and the Luke in hand. So this next turn is going to be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, hit the buff. All right. And where, I guess those are on R2, just floating in space next to R2.
I guess so. I guess
There we
so.
go.
He enjoys the look of his R2 cards, maybe, and he doesn't like having those tokens on R2.
Okay, so smart by Ryan here. He's clearing the board. And what makes this smart is that now Yoda is not going to have a way potentially to activate the Yoda ability to place his Luke on top of his deck. So while we were worried about this You're My Only Hope blowout, now there's no way to get that Luke back on top and make that happen this turn. So very heads up play here.
Yeah, that's literally what I was about to say. I have to assume that this isn't an accident by Ryan. He has potentially, had the trauma of You're My Only Hope Luke against this, especially a yellow Sabine deck. You don't have ECL and Wrecker to take that out as easily. Mm-hmm. He's avoiding it.
And we're just going blind here. We're just
blind.
Yep.
What does he get here?
YOLO.
Suspense.
Okay.
Whoa!
And an excellent rip, right?
Oh my gosh.
He's got to be reading it again going, what just happened to me? Like I played it right. I avoided the setup and I was punished.
Oh
Brutal.
my gosh. Now, and he's going to rip the OB off this too. Or Village Protectors.
It's going to be the Village Protectors. You know it is, right? It'll be the first card. There's an
absolutely insane.
Oh, that was rough. That was rough. Lucky for the Yoda player, I suppose. Ryan played it right, punished.
Wow.
No, I suppose looking at the Yoda's hand, though, this was his only move, right?
He has Village Protectors too. Yeah, he has the choice. Yeah. Holy.
Yeah, which one do you take here? Neither of these units can get through Obi in one swing, so it'd be 2 swings to get through either one. We're going to go with the Village Protectors. Okay. I don't know if there was merit to the other. How much HP does R2 have left? 4, 5, 6, 3. I suppose with the Obi, that would challenge being able to kill R2 with 3 damage back. So, interesting choice with the Village Protectors.
I wonder. I don't know if he would use a surprise strike on it if it was an Obi. Oh, an ambushed Han Solo unit. Okay,
yeah,
that works.
Yep.
He's gonna keep his units alive.
Yeah, see, and this is going to keep that R2 alive. Whereas if he had gone with the Obi, it wouldn't have been permanent Sentinel, but it could have challenged the R2D2 there. So Yoda not out of the woods, that's for sure.
Yeah, even with this You're My Only Hope Kelleran that wasn't even stacked, it was just there.
Yeah. Well, could you imagine if he had whiffed with the You're My Only Hope into something not really playable? This game would just already be over. So at least Kelleran keeping this game alive.
Yeah, this is a show for sure. I'm stoked for when the card game stuff do things like this. I'm happy for it.
Very exciting. So you're gonna go up to 6. I can't tell. Does Yoda have any ramp? Is there a way to try to get an early Yoda flip? Because it's a stabilizing play that could be in the toolbox.
I believe he does have Resupply Carrier in hand.
Yep. I see it as the 4th card to the left. You're right. So perhaps we're going to trade in Kelleran. Makes sense. I imagine there's no way Ryan's trading back. He does not want to allow Yoda to set up here.
There we go.
All right. Well, can Yoda have luck again, right? We're going to blind flip into, I suppose either of these units are pretty easy targets for Yoda to pick off, though. We're not going to hit something huge.
Yeah, and since the Han died anyways, the Yoda could take his time, depending on the actions Ryan wants to take. Ryan could try to dirtle some actions before he plays more units to make it so he has to take out one of these weaker units.
Yeah, well, and with Yoda, the only time I've really had a whiff is when you flip him into a confiscate and kill nothing. But even with R2, and there it is. Oh my goodness, I'm a mind reader. And I was just gonna say, even with R2 out, there's still a target. So that's usually the disaster scenario, right? You hit the confiscate, and you're like, how is this happening?
Yeah.
But in this case, it doesn't matter.
Especially with R2 that has been wing leadered. Like it's not just one power unit. It's value. You'll take that out. That's fine.
That's awesome. All right, so yeah, we'll take the heal here and the base, right? No reason to hit that Nemec and take 2 more back.
Absolutely.
Oh, beautiful K2. I have that K2 myself, and I had the pleasure of meeting the actor himself and getting it signed. So it's a very nice looking
Oh,
K2.
that's cool. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
And I would say his name, but I'm having a horrible time, forgetting it at the moment, which is terrible. Alan Tudyk. Alan Tudyk, of course. All right, so let's set up here. Yoda's going to have the initiative. Ryan dropping a card there. A-Wing exposed. So where do you start here?
You could try to go base. You don't really want to kill either of those ground units.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a few HP left right now.
Wait,
Did
why
he just restore?
Yeah, why did he restore off of Kelleran? This doesn't make it. Maybe he's thinking he attacked with Yoda. That's not. Kelleran does not have restore. I'm not sure. And just as a reminder to those watching the stream, we talked to the store. We do not have a way to interact with the judges or the store, but that looks incorrect to me. I believe he attacked with Kelleran. Maybe he thought it was Yoda, but it should not have been a restore there.
Yeah, that is not a thing. Is he?
Oh,
is that
maybe.
A dark saber on? That is a dark saber on K2 for 6.
Yeah, K2 running around with the dark saber. That puts him out of range for being killed by Yoda, right? So a little safe, going to be able to hit hard here.
Yeah, and even if Yoda kills Karis Nemik, Luke from hand isn't going to kill K2.
Yeah, so the Yoda player here, let's see, 4-8 damage potentially coming back. That's going to get us close to being able to have lethal next turn, but can he live long enough? Not with this Darksaber. I think this changes the math. With the first attack with the Kelleran, you could have tried to say, maybe I'm going to be able to kill you before you can kill me, but this K2 Darksaber, I think, changed it around to where we're going to have an answer in reverse.
Yeah, ooh, Village Protector is potentially coming out here. He says, yeah, Village Protector is a little bit scary.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard, though, because Karis Nemik is there to still let K2 do some overwhelm damage.
Well, or just, trade in. If there's not a response, then use the token to kill back. Now, I'll say that I do know that we have the droid. We have Cal's droid, and maybe even breaking in the Sabine deck. So perhaps even a Sentinel would be irrelevant as the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ryan has multiple ways to run right through a Sentinel. So a lot of debating here. I think the other choice that we're looking at is potentially Luke. You can take out the X-Wing and try to get the restore online if you're confident you can live through this turn.
Yeah.
Because if he does go the Village Protectors, is there even a follow? I mean, is that all you're doing with the resources available?
I wonder if you use the resupply carrier to kill the ship in space, since from Ryan's point of view, that's the only unit that is not guaranteed to get some kind of damage in on his next action. But
yeah,
we're playing a card here.
You can guaranteed take a little damage off the board. I guess if you do that, you're saying I'm taking that K2 swing. From Julio's perspective, maybe the Village Protectors stops that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a very tight turn. I think every decision is going to matter significantly on this turn. This is critical.
Yeah, definitely time for the Yoda player, for Julio, to take a pause, really think it through. And Ryan knows exactly what he wants to do, right? He says, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we see the Nemik run in, and immediately we're going to show the spy. Now, I think this probably makes the Yoda player say, I need to trade into that spy to try to save the village people, which tells me Ryan has a plan for that, right? He snapped that down so hard, he knows he has a response.
Yeah.
Oh, and he goes to base. All right, he's going to let him go into the Village Protectors with the spy if he chooses to, or overwhelm. We're going to overwhelm.
Yeah.
I like the overwhelm, putting damage on K2, because if he's probably going to die either way, and now he has the on defeat damage, online, right? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. Yep. It does make him able to die to Luke next turn, but at that point, he's going to be taking 1 million damage.
Wow, the Yoda player being very aggressive here. So this line tells me that he's going to try to likely block. But how many actions can he kill? And if he hits with Kelleran first next turn, it's only 2 actions with either unit to end the game. I didn't catch it. He had healed with the Kelleran to start, which was a mistake. Did we correct that by not healing with Yoda, or did he take a double heal there?
Yeah,
he healed 4. He did, yeah. So that's still a mistake. I really hope that doesn't determine the outcome of this game, where if Ryan is just short from lethal, because
Yeah.
really the Yoda player should be at 26 right now. That means he'd be 7 away from dead. That means, yeah, K2 would be lethal in one swing, though he does not have the initiative. I guess we'll see what happens, but I hope, however it works out, that doesn't end up making a huge difference. Although it could have made a difference in play lines or player choices, so perhaps we won't know. All right. Well, you've got the initiative here, Travi. What would you start with?
Oh man, conceding maybe. No, I mean, even once again, because the spy's alive, even if I have another village protectors, it's not good enough. But he still could have like breaking in even. Okay,
Bo-Katan. Okay, that makes
Interesting.
a lot of sense, right? Because now you've shrunk down K2.
and you present lethal.
Yep. And now you've got a 9. So we got 4 70s minus 3, right? So now he's only hitting back for 4.
Yeah.
And does not die.
Oh wow.
Okay. Now
Does he
it's
get a
time to check-
blaster?
Yeah, it's time to
Looking for a
check the
ball.
resource row and say, do I have anything? Is there anything that could save me here? I'm thinking if you had the card with K2 on it where he blows himself up, it would be what, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6. That would be 9. He'd be 1 short. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so the unfortunate double heal was a mistake, but I think given the play line that played out, it doesn't appear to have made a difference, though
Yeah.
the play lines the previous turn could have been different from either player, so it's hard to say. An unfortunate mistake there.
Yeah. And if Ryan had a heroic sacrifice in hand, I believe that would have made the difference. Like the heroic
right.
sac, I think, would have
You're right.
finished the game.
Yeah, we
But-
don't know, because with heroic sack he was 1 short, right? And that would have been enough had the 2 healing not been on. So yeah, it's possible. We don't know if he had heroic sack, but it certainly could have changed things. So let's see how this goes here.
And actually, K2 would die as well and do 3 damage. So actually, in that specific situation, if it was exactly a heroic sack, the 2 heal wouldn't have mattered. It would have had to been some other type of pump where the double heal would have ruined the game.
Yeah, and just another reminder that we did talk about this at in our first stream of the day. We had a play error on stream, and this is our second one now. We do not have the ability at this PQ, unfortunately, after working with the boots on the ground, to reach back to the judges. So we can talk about the play error. It is unfortunate, but we do not have a way to have it corrected on site. So I guess it is what it is in this case.
Yeah, they would have to have seen it on site to be able to do something about it. We can't reach him, unfortunately.
Yeah. So sideboards here. In my experience, Yoda has a lot of space answers, but longer space answers, meaning like hyperspace disaster. Some of these things to deal with, some of these like a Piet type deck. Does he have things to bring in against Sabine that you could think of?
I mean, it's entirely possible to have Concordon interceptors. It's a classic anti-space side for blue-green heroes.
Yep. And then on the Sabine side, I'm a little familiar with Ryan's list. I do believe he has more anti-sentinel tech that he brings in from the sideboard, like a breaking in type thing. I'm not sure if they're main; those could be coming in. More Cal droids, that sort of thing. So I would imagine if he does have additional saboteur granting, that I would expect to see it now.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're eager escort fighter for Yoda as well. Could be coming in on the side for any Falcons.
Yeah, that's a good call. That one would make sense. I know Jordan on our team has been high on Captain Rex, just being able to slam a giant sentinel. Some people like to run Anakin in that spot. Rex can definitely help, and I think it is more popular with Han 2 ECL floating around. As protection against Han 2 ECL would just be kind of added protection here, potentially, because sometimes you can remove some of your high end.
Yeah. Also, I mean, with ramp and impactful leader flip, and Rex being a sentinel that also has 7 power, sometimes he's doing double duty he's protecting you this turn, but then he's also ending the game faster for you sometimes as well.
Yep. And as discussed, I see an eager escort. This Yoda hand looks very good. It's got the 2-drop space start to contest right away. It's got ramp. It's got an eager escort fighter, and it's even got the "You're My Only Hope" to try to set up kind of a cheese early win, right? So I think if I'm Julio, I'm pretty happy with this hand. I know he's looking at it. I think the hardest decision is what do I resource, not do I mulligan.
Yeah, I see some comments in chat mentioning that Galen could be a potential side for Yoda to stop Karis or K2. Those, yeah, that seems solid. Somebody else mentioned that there might not be any breaking ins, but he believes that there is infiltrator skill in Ryan's deck, actually.
There we go. Yeah, I know Ryan's always working on this list, right? So my memory is of what is in the deck is when I played him at Beatle, but that is over a month ago. So I'm sure there's been a lot of changes.
Yeah, and I would maybe even suspect, especially like when you're not playing against a red deck, he could totally put a Darksaber on, put an infiltrator skill on, and then doesn't care about your Obi-Wans, your village protectors, and just you die so fast.
So catching up here, same as game one. Yoda went to space, hoping to contest. Ryan dodged. And I did see an interesting move there. If you notice, Ryan had one of those fancy Worlds Falcons. He chose to resource it and stay to ground. Again, another heads-up play. I would assume he thinks that his opponent has brought an eager escort and does not want to get blown out. So forces his way to the ground, takes the extra damage. So far, so good from the Sabine side.
Yeah, that could be it. I always, when I think of those plays in person, and I don't think about them always, and then it works out, it feels so good. So that could literally be what's happening is he's like, I'm going to dodge the eager escort, and he's already got a ship in space anyway, so just going to take the ground for now.
That's right. You can rewatch a streamed match that you played in and just feel like a genius.
Yeah, right. There we go. What's next? Ping.
Yep, the village people going to slow things down, and Ping is smart, right? Wait and see what the Yoda player is going to do to see how safe you are with Sabine. He does have the option here to deal with these village people by just running Nemec, running the spy, and then Sabine's free to go. And I know he loves slamming Darksaber, so that could be the line.
Yeah, I think that's a great line, especially seeing Mina on the board too, knowing that Mina can just eat Karis or a spy next turn, and you can just instead just trade it into a protector.
All right. So here we go. Did we pass? We could be passing on the Yoda side just so we can activate the ability. No, we're moving fast enough here that tells me we did not have a pass. We had a claim.
2 fleet lieutenants seen. That must be part of what his plan was. He says, I'm going to have to play these fleet lieutenants to the ground anyways, so I'm going to keep my ground presence stronger.
Yep. Just pushing hard and pushing fast. Let's not let Yoda get to the point where we could actually see a Bo-Katan hit the board like we did game one. Usually these games don't go that long.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. Bo-Katan, the longer I play Bo-Katan, the more games I see with her, the crazier she seems. Just more applications where she just completely flips a board to, I'm gonna die, to, on my next action, I kill you. It's such a crazy card.
Yeah, especially in like a go wide situation like this, it just cleans things up. I don't know. Do you think if FFG could go back, Bo-Katan would have been a legendary last set?
Yeah, I think absolutely. If they would make that change, I think absolutely, yeah.
All right, here we go. Obi-Wan, let's just keep throwing up that wall, see if we can live until we can start slamming Luke's, slamming Bo-Katan. All right, Ryan's got an answer here, though, ready to go. All right, surprise strike. Let's just get it off the board. 1 to base. All right. Did Yoda have a resupply in his hand? If he does, he'd be able to ramp to a flip this turn. I do not recall. Did you see one down there?
I did not see one. I haven't seen all the cards yet. It could be there.
Yeah, holding his hand up. I know I saw You're My Only Hope on the top, but I haven't been able to quite figure out the other two yet.
He's going for the Yoda draw here.
Yeah, he just flipped his cards around. So there's a You're My Only Hope and a Bo-Katan. Okay, so let's see if we could cheat the Bo, right?
I think he's going for a You're My Only Hope on takedown.
Takedown.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Whatever
Okay.
you got to do, you got
That's right.
to take care of the threats fast.
All
Oh,
right,
hits a
one
dark saber.
one miss. Yeah. Now we know he does have heroic sacrifice in the deck. So back to this conversation of game one, it was a possibility. We couldn't see Ryan's hand, but at least we know it is in the list.
Mhm.
Okay, we're deciding what to keep. I would think that the pump, the pumps make a lot of sense. I'm sure he's doing the math right now to figure out how close am I, how close can I get, and how valuable are these pumps? Because we are
Yeah.
tapped out, right? So I would assume keep one for probably first action. Probably not both, but Ryan is the master of Sabine Yellow, right?
Yeah, I wonder if he doesn't have a K2 in hand, and so he's trying to think if he wants to gamble with getting rid of the fleet lieutenant, keep the heroic sack, and hope there's a K2 on top so he can burst. What is that? 9 damage with a K2 on a future turn.
Yeah.
It looks
I like the
interesting.
heroic sack because it's gonna let you pump and dig
Draw a
next
card.
turn. So both, right? Because this
Yeah.
might be one of those games that we're getting close to Yoda taking over, that he's gonna need to pump and dig into perhaps another for a cause. All right, let's see here. First action. I see that beautiful K2 is now on top you referenced. So we drew
Yeah, I
into
was
it
about to
here.
say, wait a second. I thought that he only
Yeah.
killed one fleet lieutenant. He
Yeah.
maybe hopefully he's not tilted right now because maybe it's just that tight that he's accidentally throwing his card in the discard pile.
Ryan is an extremely fast player too, so it seemed like a reflex there. Yeah, why keep the pump if you had nothing to pump, right? So
Yeah.
I think we see probably the pump immediately.
I think I
Although
see
he
a K2
could-
in there. Yeah, I think I saw a K2 in that hand.
Yeah. It depends on what
Mina
the third
Hills.
card is.
Yeah, I just remembered Mina Hills too. He's probably man. Restore is so difficult for the aggro decks.
Yeah, and Yoda's coming out this turn, right? So that's another 2 heal and potentially removal. I'm not sure how much that will matter because I assume this fleet lieutenant's going to be hitting right away. All right.
This is where you have to put your math degree to work. And what are the rest of the outs in my deck? Do I have some Cassians in the row? Hotshot blasters? How much heal? How much restore is Yoda going to get like this turn and next turn? Because I'm not killing Yoda. Like he's just not going to kill Yoda.
Yeah, and we're 9, 10, 11, 12 away. That 12 away feels like miles away, at this point in the game, because we're into the Luke range, we're into the Yoda flip range. It is so far to go, unfortunately, for Ryan. So you're right. We're gonna have to, if we're gonna win this one, it's gonna be just barely, and it needs to be perfect. I think he's probably going to end up playing the heroic sack right away. Take the 5 and dig, because if he's looked at all of his numbers and looked at all of his math and he's not there, then the only answer is I need another card to help me.
Yeah, that must be it. Yep, that's what he takes. Maybe it also just makes it scary for the opponent too, because it's like a couple for a cause I believe in's away from dying.
Yeah, he's already used 1. It's probably not enough at this point. Even if he had another one now, that's maximum 4 damage. You get the 1 Mina heal. Yoda's going to flip. That's at least 2 more heal. At that point, he's down to 24. 6-9 away. It's starting to slip away.
I believe Yoda missed a damage. He went from 21 to 26, and then Ryan used the Sabine ping, but Yoda's HP did not increase to 27. So
unfortunate again here.
Mina healed it off. That makes sense.
Yep. Start the turn. Okay, good. All right, Ryan in the tank a little bit here.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is when some of the players are doing some of their turbo math, where it's like, I'm gonna do this, but it's gonna heal, so whatever. I don't need to click the button up and down.
Yeah, good to keep your table presence as clean as possible. I particularly am one of those that tries to constantly rearrange, keep everything straight, neat, and even, and be very clear about what I'm doing. We don't want any misconceptions or misunderstandings with our opponents, right?
Yeah. I feel like the only times where you need to try to condense the speed of your actions is when you're in the mid-range grindy matchups where you're both going to be playing many units and many actions for many turns, and you got to shortcut some stuff. But in this, I think we can take our time.
So Ryan's got to really be thinking. So he's looking at his discard pile. He's really got to be thinking of what am I going to draw into that's going to help me out here. It looks like probably putting K2 on the board is his best option. There could be that Cassian. So I guess that's another choice. The problem with the Cassian is that Yoda could potentially just flip into wiping him off the board.
It is also possible that Ryan has sneak attack. I've seen some people do sneak attack Fleet Lieutenant stuff before for a burst of 5 damage, which is crazy.
I mean, that would be now sneak attack into K2, 4, 3 on death, 7 would be currently exact lethal. The problem there is Yoda. Flipping and restoring it off.
Yeah.
All right. We need a chess clock here. This one is this is obviously the whole match, right? So take your time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, one of the decks is one of the faster aggro decks in the entire game. So I'm certain these players are not going to be going to time. It's just at the very end of the match or the end of the round or the game where every decision the aggro player makes is insanely important.
So he must have passed there because now we see the Battlefield Marine. That's interesting, right? If he's passing, is he trying to bait towards, it could be that sneak attack K2, right? If you can get him to run out of resources and sneak it in. Okay, another pass. If Yoda's using his action, we must be passing again.
Yeah.
Okay, I think he put the Bo-Katan on top. So that guarantees no matter what Ryan plays, he could flip to kill it.
Yeah. Which must be what's happening.
So now even a sneak K2 wouldn't matter because Yoda just flip and kill the K2, right?
Yeah. Yep. So he just says, "Yep, just play the K2 out."
Yeah, and you definitely still kill it even with the 3 damage because you're going to heal 2 of that right back with the Yoda.
Yeah, one of the pains of K2 since the dawn of the game is when it's on the board, you hate to kill it, but you hate to keep it alive, but you got to do it.
And that's it. Yeah, we didn't draw an answer. And I don't think there was an answer available. I mean, like even the nuts would be like a double for a cause, but the Yoda heal would make that not matter.
Yeah.
It should be 6. Well, no, 6, 8. No, I mean, that could be exacties. He obviously didn't draw it if he's scooping up. So that was a fun match. We had a couple of explosive moments. The crazy off the top Keller and Beck, the unfortunate restore, but I thought a lot of cool things coming out of that matchup.
Yeah.
Here. Good.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that the You're My Only Hope Keller and was that game 1? That was absolutely crazy.
That was exciting. And who knows? I mean, if he doesn't, I mean, that is just YOLO, getting the right thing. We could be looking at a game 3, but I'm hearing from Jordan up in the sky that we have 21 minutes left, which is quite a bit expected with Sabine, that we might be able to get over to the backup games. So let's see. I'm going to switch over my video and we'll see if we can make that happen. All right, Trevi, what any decks so far surprise you? Out of the matches that you've been watching, anything kind of show up that you didn't expect to see today?
I mean, I kind of expected Emperors. I guess the Boba Fett's. I kind of just forgot about Boba Fett, honestly, which is funny because in the Secrets of Power spoiler season with Topple the Summit and some of these other things, Gonk Droid, I was thinking about Boba Fett, and then Secrets of Power came out and I just forgot about him. So I'd say definitely him.
Nice. All right. Well, it looks like we were able to get our backup matchup going here, which is exciting. So let's see here. Oh, is this the well, I'm not quite finding it there. I think it's Chirrut versus Cad. Excellent. So we saw this Chirrut earlier on stream. It was an interesting matchup. It looks like we're doing some sideboarding at the moment. Jordan, do you know where we're at from I imagine one-on-one? Let's see what he's saying here. Game 3. Okay, we're one-on-one. So, okay, this Chirrut deck is interesting. It is very similar. It's this blue-red force deck, kind of in the inverse from the base style from what we've seen from like a Han blue, an Anakin blue, that sort of thing. We were talking through earlier kind of why or why not you might choose Chirrut over one of those classic choices. What do you think, Trevi?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, he is a force user. You get that with Anakin, but you get it a little earlier here with Chirrut, right? He is very hard to remove in situations where you're battling back and forth, that sort of thing. Chirrut might be just I have the showcase and I think it's awesome, but
Yeah, for sure.
there are some benefits there. He's very, very hard to remove.
True. I agree.
Now, I think it would be a challenging matchup here, though, for the CAD player, I would think. So a lot of the CAD decks we've seen out recently, the CAD Tarkentown, is kind of the lower to the ground, one drops faster version, not the classic mid-range. Not sure which one we have here, but I'm guessing it's the one drops version because that's what we've seen the most of. Now, that deck is very good against like a Han 2 blue because you can punish the Han ability. Now, I guess one of the advantages of Chirrut is I'm not damaging my own units, so I'm less susceptible. So perhaps Chirrut is better into this deck, can throw up a ground wall and be more defensive.
True, yeah. And you gotta love the Force Chirrut and the Chirrut leader ability just comboing to just turn that Chirrut unit into more of a nightmare than he even usually is.
Yeah. So the turn 1 play out of the Chirrut deck, I don't think he really has anything that's going to survive the double one drop CAD ping Tarkentown. I guess your options are try to go pass into a 3/5 or just sacrifice something turn 1. As the Chirrut player, how are you going to attack this early board advantage that CAD is likely to have?
Yeah, it's it's part of the power of CAD. There's nothing too great other than Secret of Sage, I suppose, which totally could be in this list. So yeah, I hope for Secret of Sage.
Yeah, we had a lot of Sage right around Worlds. I played Han 2 at Worlds myself, and Sage was definitely a card I was playing to help against the CAD mid-range decks out there. It's fallen out of favor recently, although now that we know CAD's in the meta, it definitely would make sense to bring it in. So that's a great call. I think that could be one.
Right. Yeah, I think it's got to be the one. Yeah. Or, I mean, Charismatic could also be possible. They could have it's not super great because it's still just making a spy, but it isn't completely dying. Yeah,
I guess the double ones is pretty good, right? Because then you get to trade back with the spy. If they really want to Tarkentown and Nemec, right? You've dealt with half their stuff.
Yep.
I guess the problem with the Secret of Sage is that they are playing the criminal muscle to just take that shield off, right? So
yeah,
quite as effective.
It's true. Yeah, you just have to hope they don't have that one, I guess.
All right, we'll start in the Stormtrooper. I always love it when when I'm playing this matchup because you just know they're holding that second one drop. So now you got to decide what to do. Okay,
Daring Raid, sure.
Sure. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, just take something off the board, and then hopefully he's going into like a 5 health unit here to stick something.
All right. I'm sure it's not in this list, but one thing that I have enjoyed when playing blue-red Force decks against Cad Bane is just playing an Ogdo on turn 2, just fully healed, and just saying, okay, your CAD ability doesn't do anything for the rest of the game because I'll just hit my own Ogdo. But I'm sure that's not going to be in this Chirrut deck. It doesn't have the Han 2 ability to turn it on. Yeah,
definitely not. I would think this. Okay, so he does have the Sage, as we thought. We'll see if he has the muscle in response. So some good options early on between the Daring Raid and the muscle. He wasn't in that much trouble.
Sure, yeah, use a Chirrut ability to make your opponent do stuff. That's fine.
Ah, the hauler. My wife, Jillian the Nerd Slayer, is not a hauler fan because she finds she gets punished by a dead hauler being hitting her own base. But I think in this matchup is a very challenging thing for Chirrut to answer early. Unless you're playing like takedown or if you want to put an entrenched on it, it can push a lot of damage before you have a good answer.
Yeah, man, AT Hauler is one of those cards that I really do hate seeing that on my opponent's side of the board. Even though supposedly someday it could be my own, I really don't. I hate seeing it.
Mm-hmm. All right, grabbing the Force, which could be important. Chirrut we know is going to be playing a lot of the similar cards to Han Blue. Chirrut, the unit himself, there he is, and
Very nice.
Perhaps the Itinerant Warrior to get a little heal going.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, it's going to be the double damage here because the ping and the IG power.
Mm-hmm. And so now we're vulnerable to the Tarkin Town. There it goes. Yeah, so this has been one of the real strengths of this new CAD deck, or this kind of variant of the CAD deck that we have, is the ability to pivot to space. So they hit you with weenies early, try to Tarkin Town you, but they can do this kind of hard pivot to space. If you don't have good answers there, this damage kind of just adds up and ends the game. Because the Chirrut has a lot of Sentinel on the ground, so smart to avoid.
Yeah, and then by the time they get to the 6 resource turn, they can sometimes just plot a gigantic CAD on the ground. So it doesn't even matter sometimes what you have on the ground. They're just going to make a huge leader that you oftentimes can't kill, and then he hits to base for tons of damage too.
Yeah, and coming up next, we actually have both of our CAD specialists coming in to cast the next round between Carlos and Sharky. So I guess we're taking away their fun here.
Just a little bit, though.
All right, we're swinging base back and forth. Kiati helping dig for some answers, hopefully, a little bit of card draw. I mean, there's going to have to be some answers to space because we're falling way behind in the damage race for our Chirrut player. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, double hauler is pain.
Yeah, we're going to pile it on up there. Okay, we're going to daring raid 1.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
That sets up an Anakin or a Luke later to be able to finish it off. So at least we're starting to chip away at a potential kill later. But now that hauler is definitely hitting first action here, right?
Yeah, this is still very, very painful.
All right. So for the CAD player, we're going to the flip turn. Let's see, 4, 8, 11 from space. We're right towards lethal and definitely lethal with the CAD flips. So Chirrut's going to need some answers if we're going to pull off this game 3.
Yeah, this is when we need those village protectors that learned how to fly a spaceship that don't exist yet, but we need them.
Yeah, the Chirrut list being a little different. We wonder there's already some Space Sentinel options that could be in the 60 that you don't typically see in Han. But I'm not sure what sort of defenses we're going to be able to mount from space here. I think he's got to be thinking the same.
Yeah, I'm sure he's looking at a few things. Okay, yeah, he's got the open fire for the backup plan to kill that.
Yeah, just stop the bleeding, please. Right. Although now that we've spent the 3 resources on open fire, there's probably not going to be a lot of answers to this CAD flip available.
Yeah, somehow he needs to also have another open fire and village protectors, but somehow do that with only 3 resources.
Well, if this CAD player is like every CAD player I ever play against, there is 100% a gun in the row, which is going to present lethal. Okay, that's probably going to be it because now we're tapped out. So, I'm going to say gun in the row or sudden ferocity, and we might be seeing an end to this round.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's looking for the ferocity. Ouch.
There it is.
Yep.
It's always there. You have to assume against CAD. One of the 2 is always there. And there's the fist bump. So cool to see Chirrut on stream. Didn't quite have a lot of the space answers that we maybe boarded in are things like let's call it war. Obviously we saw open fire, but that's the power of the hauler, right? That big chunky ship is just too big and too much to take care of.
It is, and it comes out on the second turn. It's painful.
Yeah. Fun match, though. All right, so let's see. Next round is going to be round 7. Hopefully, we're going to see some win and in matchups. We're getting really close towards the top 8 here. Jordan, are you planning on joining us to show us some tokens? I think we had a request from the chat here. If you don't know, on the stream today, we're doing some giveaways. If you sub to our channel and post in the comments for the Colorado Cantina crew, we're doing some giveaways of our Colorado Cantina crew token from Premier Games, and then we have a grand prize coming up later of some credit tokens that'll be super helpful for you coming into the next expansion.
So you guys need to turn your cameras on if we want to show off some tokens. I'll do a little bit of an impression if I can. I'll get this screen share going with the Premier Games on screen as well. So right here, these are the stream tokens we've been using. I've honestly been playing as my regular tokens in the past couple weeks. This is what I'm into right now. As we look at the other stuff going on the website, the tokens are right here. Here's what they look like. There's 4 in a pack, 2 to 4. They 4 fit inside of a tray. In a couple weeks, we'll have some Old Republic tokens that I'm personally really excited about. They're a little bit thinner, and they go 4 by across as opposed to 4 by stacked vertically.
Yeah, cool. So you get the choice, right? We got some Imperial credits, or to your point, Republic credits. So both very cool, right?
Yeah, I've been loving them. And to be honest, like I have the regular set as well. So Marshall at Premier Games has been great to us. He's the guy that brought you these awesome Force tokens last set as well. But we started off playing with this, like the standard set, and then we kind of gave some design tips throughout the process to make sure these stream tokens turned out awesome. And now, Kyle, I know that the both of us, we're playing these as our main tokens now because we just love the colors and how bright they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the size of them too, right? They're not overly huge, but they fit really nice. But yeah, the colors are great.
Yeah, and they fit directly inside of all deck pods as well. They stack the trays each set as we get different stuff going on. So those were the credit tokens. We'll be giving away a set of those later on in the stream in the top cut. Got a couple more initiative token giveaways going on as we get to the top 8. We got about 15, maybe 10 minutes left in the round. We'll be back as soon as we can with more gameplay coming for you. Stick with us.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, all right. Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here at the Misty Mountain Planetary Qualifier. I am Sharky of the Colorado Cantina crew, and with me is Kyle of the Colorado Cantina crew. How you doing, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. We thought maybe Carlos Yoda Killer would be your partner here, but I get to fill in, which is cool because we just did a Yoda data vault versus Sabine. This is a very different Sabine, right? A lot less space, lower to the ground.
Yep. A lot less space, I would say faster even somehow, but maybe I'm wrong on that assessment because the yellow can go fast too, but I'm actually really excited. I love seeing double red decks, especially one that's at least semi-successful.
Yeah, one advantage this Sabine has is obviously Tarkin Town to be able to deal with one of those early Sentinels Yoda's going to present, right? Maybe like an Obi-Wan, just an easier way to get rid of it. But being faster, to your point, I think has to do with all the upgrades, right?
Yep.
Probably going to go wider and then going to stack upgrades on hopefully the Sabine leader, quickly.
Cool. That sounds pretty much exactly like what I would do as well. We're going to find out though. I could see this going very poorly for Sabine if Yoda does the typical, at least what is typical against me is Sentinel into Sentinel into Sentinel into Sentinel. So unless he has a good space pivot, or I guess aggression is a good card for this one as well. But like, unless you have some answers to those, I'm interested to see if Sabine Tarkin Town can handle those.
Yeah, and I think what we're hearing is that this appears to be a win and in. So the winner of this match is on their way to the top 8. The loser is likely out. So this one matters, right?
Yep. And we see Mina Bonteri come down along with R2 and Mr. Bones, and the aggression that was looked at the top from the R2 was put to the bottom of the deck, which I found to be an interesting choice.
Yeah, we've got the Fighters for Freedom, so some Saboteur, a good answer or a good way to kill the village people, take out that shield, or just avoid the Sentinel altogether. So definitely one of those cards that I think Sabine's probably looking for.
Yep, it's definitely got one in hand as well, it looks like. So we're gonna see what's Mina do. Does Mina just go after Mr. Bones and hope to die so that Yoda can do the Yoda thing?
Yeah, I would think if he kills Mr. Bones, he's gonna. Okay, here we go.
Mina. Okay.
I like the entrench because now, even with an attack, we're going to stay out of Tarkin Town range. We've got a restore unit that's going to be able to contest the board, just stick in there, ready to go.
That's rough. I bet Xavier's kind of regretting putting the aggression down at the bottom now. At least I would be if I was him. That is one of those moments where it's like, oh no, I didn't actually think he was going to do that.
Yeah, and even if he did have a disabling Fang fighter, probably unlikely to have kept it right away early. We will next game though.
Yeah, and then he's just going to crash R2 in, look at the top, do the thing. That's interesting that he now feels like he has to probably play control because he's probably got from what I can tell, it looks like a hand of ground units. So.
Yeah, so mission accomplished for Mina, right? So took out both units and ate the Tarkin Town. Really slowed down this aggressive start that Sabine was going for.
That's going to be tough. I wonder if Sabine has the legs to go long like that. And I say long as in doesn't have a lot of damage on board on Resource 3 now. But well played by the Yoda player there at that. Honestly, I didn't see the entrench coming either. So.
Well, not only do you got to go long, but now you got to go long into Data Vault. So it's just the road is far.
That's a tough one. I still like this deck, but it looks like we got ourselves a resupply on the Yoda side.
Woof. Okay, so now we're getting
feel safe.
Yeah, feels safe and is inching even closer to that flip plus Luke time. So yeah, great start for Yoda, I think, on this one.
Do you think he needs Luke? He can just flip and everything kills anything on the other side of the board almost.
Yeah, I think that the Sabine player is gonna. By the time Yoda flips, the Sabine player wants to be comfortably into the 20s as far as damage goes.
Yeah,
and that looks unlikely at this point.
Did we see if there's like a dark saber or anything that I know obviously can't right now, but is this even an option for the Sabine player, or is that just a Ryan thing?
Yeah, didn't see it the first time we had our defending champ here on stream. I believe this is the defending champ of this store's PQ, but we did not see that last time.
Cool play. The disciplinarian comes in, readies Benthic 2 tubes, who then buffs Sabine, all of which give a buff or give a ping from the Fighters for Freedom now, and suddenly that damage total is way higher than it was a second ago.
Right? Yeah, we said we haven't
seen that before. That's cool.
Yeah. We said we wanted Data Vault like in the 20s by the time Yoda flips. Well, now that's attainable.
That's realistic. Wow.
That was fast.
That is a really cool play. Honestly, it's not one I'd even considered because there's a lot of cards in the pool now.
Well, on top of it, our Fighters for Freedom were going off because as we're playing all these aggression cards, we're getting pings too. So yeah,
That's 2 extra damage from that.
This got out of hand real fast.
Yeah, there's more than 2 of them though. So let's see if it looks like he's holding the off aspect Rebel Assault.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Sure
we saw
what he's
that.
got in his hand, and that's gonna hurt a lot as well.
So the Yoda player really needs
to slam a Typho and hope.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, we just need to slam something to stymie this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he chooses to attack into the Fighters for Freedom, which I think is a fair idea, but Benthic, Sabine, and the Disciplinarian are still going to put a lot of damage on base, especially if the Rebel Assault lands. And it looks like the other card is the Fighters for Freedom, so he has to choose between the 2 of them, which one he wants to do. What would you pick?
Yeah, that was a tough choice running in. I think going after the Fighters for Freedom makes sense because it presents to play the Fighters for Freedom. Let's keep it going. Yeah, sorry. On the attack, I was going to say attacking the Fighters for Freedom makes sense because it gets rid of those pings, but also it's a saboteur, which is going to get right through a lot of the defenses you have. But of course, now the Sabine player just slamming another one and just continues to just push crazy damage.
And it appears I was wrong about the other card in hand. It was a heroic sacrifice, so he made the right call anyway.
All right,
I think it's heroically sacrificing himself for a total of 5 damage if you include the Fighters for Freedom ping.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And so 7 damage with the Sabine buff too. So
what was that magic number you said that you thought Yoda should be at before Yoda flips? Because I think it's looking pretty close.
Yeah, we're there. We wanted to be in the 20s on the flip. Yoda's flip is coming now, and we're there. We're in the 20s. So
that went from I thought Yoda might have had what he needed to get through it to oh my God. That's so cool, man. I love it.
Oh man. Yeah, he would be dead to Rebel Assault. We don't have Rebel Assault in hand. Let's see. We've got buffs. So we had the Yoda player is going to have initiative though. So let's see what we can do. We're either going to trade or we're going to throw something in front. Okay, we're going to choose to throw Obi in front.
All right.
The Fighters for Freedom does not care about that.
Heroic Sack wins the game actually because it's +2/+1 from the ping. I don't know if he has another one though, and he's in danger now of. I see a wing leader. He's in danger now that Yoda just flips and kills whatever you have wing leadered.
Well, he could just turn off the Sentinel here. I see the 1-cost 2/2 Rebel that disables Sentinel.
Oh, you're right. I see that.
Obi-Wan Sentinel is going away.
All right. There's still hope for Yoda, but there's also hope for Sabine. I think Yoda's basically got to run the blue leader into Sabine, or else he's probably done. Right?
Mm-hmm. So next action.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Next action, our Sabine player is going to turn off Sentinel, ping 1 with Fighters for Freedom. That puts us 2 away. Yoda would have to blind flip. Okay.
Yeah, but a blind flip to hit what? Is it a 3 or a 2? I can't remember. I think it's a 3 cost.
Mm-hmm.
Seems at least likely. Ooh,
yeah, we're only 2
he's in a
away.
tough spot, but I got to figure if he survives this turn, he's in a really good spot to survive the whole thing.
All right, 4 here. We have a takedown.
Takedown. All right. Okay, this might be good. Although, well, it's tough to call because 2 damage. It's not really tough. We know he's a wing leader, but if like Sabine even has a bit of burn, this game could be over.
Yeah, we saw Cassian drawn earlier. I'm not sure if it's still in the row, but I know that he saw it with his R2 earlier in the game.
Yeah,
I believe he did leave it on top.
This is going to be one of those where you pull Cassian out of the row like that. Yoda flips blindly and pulls the confiscate, right?
Yeah. If I was playing Yoda, that is exactly what would happen.
Yeah.
Right? If my opponent's playing Yoda, it'll be like a resupply carrier, no problem.
Yeah, every time. Oh, it's Mina. It doesn't do it. Oh,
and there's the miss. And Cassian will close out the game.
I'm sorry we jinxed him, but I'm going to blame Kyle for his luck on that one.
I wouldn't even, if I was playing Yoda, I wouldn't even bother flipping. I would just scoop knowing that it's never going to happen.
Knowing that you have a confiscate on top because you put it there on accident. Wow. Dude, that was very quickly one of those, like, I thought Yoda was doing a good job in the early game. And to be fair, he was. But that play with the Disciplinarian and Benthic 2 tubes was really, really powerful on the flip turn. That just put the race from 0 to 60 out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, how much damage was that total? It's 2 from just playing those 2 cards off the Fighters for Freedom. The
Yep.
ready up, he hits for 2, plus 2 more for buffing Sabine on the flip. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9 damage just kind of really out of nowhere.
Yeah. Then he's got 4 units on the board, and it's like, uh-oh, I'm in danger. Man,
All right,
was
so
really cool.
Yoda, the Yoda sideboard is typically geared towards stopping aggressive space. Like, how can I
Okay.
help against Piet? How can I help against aggressive space? Because that's where I'm vulnerable. I
Yeah.
think Yoda is kind of mainboarded to try to defend on the ground with all the sentinels and things going on. It looks like he's bringing in a handful of cards, though.
I'm wondering if, in this case, so part of what I seems to have gone wrong is that this Sabine accelerated a little faster than Yoda was ready for. So I wonder if there were some resourcing decisions that might change, because we did see a resupply at least once. I'm not sure I would do that again. I think if the choice is available, I'd choose a Sentinel over a resupply every time, or something like that, right? So I wonder if that changes a little bit, as well as I don't know what you bring in, but the entrenched Mina in the beginning of the game seems like a really good way to start, though.
Yeah, or if you can stick it entrenched, maybe instead of on Mina, see if you can stick it on a sentinel a little bit later. But
Yeah,
either way, thanks to the Tarkin Town. One of the advantages of Sabine double red is that you have the Tarkin Town to eat through an early large threat, whereas like a Sabine yellow does not.
right. That's a good point. Yeah, I think against ECL or yellow variants, that would have been a tough thing to recover from, I think, for the Sabine player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it might have even had to ECL something into that, large unit, eating 2 resources to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. That's a fair way to look at it, I think. And since the game went so fast, they have time for a table shuffle and a quick break while we're at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was awesome, though.
I'm a creature of habit when I play. I tend to table shuffle into a side shuffle every time. It's
yeah.
I got a Nomar Garcia Parr thing going on where if I don't do that, I just don't feel right.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. If I feel like my deck was not, with me, then I'll do the table shuffle thing. Otherwise, let's just do the side shuffle, offer the cut. The side shuffle, the split shuffle. If you're really feeling frisky, do the riffle. But
yeah, you got to set the deck straight because it's not your fault; it's the deck's fault, right? So yeah.
100%. Yeah, you gotta make sure you just let it know that you're aware.
All right. So Yoda with the initiative. Now, some Yodas, a lot of the Wu's initial list and a lot of the Yodas were running Gonk Droid, but I've seen it disappearing, from lists. One of the things you could do if you're still running the Gonk is with the initiative is Gonk into Typho. It can be a powerful start to keep off your opponent, get some early heal. But we don't see that too much anymore. And I don't think I saw Gonk out of this list so far, right? So I guess what you're looking for is just something on the ground to contest. That Mina, the Battlefield Marine's probably good. Just anything you can to just help contest whatever your opponent's going to play.
Yep. I generally agree. I think you want the board as empty as possible. Going into, I don't know, 4 or 5. Sabine flipping to an empty board, while still, like, the play is still available to have the one that was played last time, is still probably better than there being an extra unit or 2 there. So I think the resupply may have actually set him back a little further than he meant to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't played any Sabine Red, but at least not this set. But it certainly is powered up between just one of the best turn 1 plays ever printed in Nemec. But then, as we saw that first game, our Taskmaster being able to ping and ready things up just to continue to push early damage.
Yep. Those are both cool additions to a deck that I might bring back out for Showdown season.
Mm-hmm. All right, Yoda player did not like what he saw.
Yep.
Which, as a Data Vault player, when you're playing Data Vault, when you don't like your opening hand, it's a little extra scary to have to mulligan because, again, there's just so many cards that the chance of you drawing into another hand you don't see feels higher to me.
Yeah.
Maybe the math doesn't say so, but it definitely feels that way.
It's one of those. It's like, how much do you hate your hand as opposed to how much do you like it, right? In my case, since it's a Data Vault deck, I always hate it. It's fine. I think I might spot a Gonk in there, but it's hard for me to tell. Yeah, it's a shiny Gonk that I think he just resourced, actually.
Okay.
But
So it is in the list.
Yeah, I see.
If you don't, if you don't immediately have the typho to follow it up, it probably is correct just to resource it.
Yeah. I've seen enough Yodas just play it. Oh, we got a daring raid going. Okay. It's just going to take care of Mina.
Yeah,
Okay.
each time we've seen this, Sabine very aggressively uses that Tarkin Town right away, which makes a lot of sense.
And then we see Obi-Wan and Eager Escort Fighter in the hand, which are both very good plays.
Okay, extra good knowing you have the Mr. Bones, right? So now the Mina
Yep.
cannot contest and kill.
Yep, that's true. You got the Bones, but the Bones may just run right into Obi-Wan here in a second. I wouldn't be shocked to see that Fighter for Freedom come down, though.
Mhm.
So if you're Sabine, do you run into Obi-Wan or do you just play a unit and go next?
Now they use Tarkin Town? I don't think so. I think you probably play the Fighters for Freedom.
Oh,
Okay,
play
we're going to go
instead,
Nemec.
Okay.
Interesting. Is the other card a 1-drop?
It might be. It was not one that I got a good glimpse of a second ago. So
It must be, right? Otherwise.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, good.
Okay, then it's a fair play. And that's also, it's a hidden one. It's not a Saboteur. I can't remember the name of that rebel, but it's the red rebel something or other.
Yeah, 1 cost, 2/2. Just, a rebel, another 1-drop. Take the ping and move on. And Sabine player agrees here. Xavier, there's no reason to run that attack in. Otherwise, then Obi-Wan could swing back and then you lose 2 units before you get to hit base.
Yep. That, I mean, just Nemec is such a good unit for this too. It looks like Fighters for Freedom, and I can't tell what the other card is in Sabine's hand, and then I'm having trouble seeing anything from Yoda's hand because of where the
Let's see. I see
our
I see
video
a
feed comes in.
I saw a Kelleran, a Gonk, and the 2/6 Sentinel ship.
Okay.
So,
All right, so Mr. Bones goes down. Unfortunately, I love Mr. Bones.
mhm.
So do you take your damage with Nemec here?
Yeah, good question. Because if he has an answer, I think you attack with the other unit first. That way, even if he answers Nemec immediately, you can still
And you
attack
have
with
the
the
spy.
spy.
That's a good
Mhm.
point. Yep, that's 2 tubes. We
Yeah,
should
so my guess
see a
we're gonna
decent
see
amount of damage this turn, right?
Yeah, Fighters for Freedom plus 2 tubes for the ping. Sabine's gonna flip. So yeah, I mean we're gonna
All right. So we're getting a wide board from Yoda as well, who appears to want to be able to just fight in all of the arenas and not be overwhelmed by having nothing there.
this may be a just no better option available situation. I'm not sure he wants to be deploying an A-wing into space to try to push damage. Really trying to fight him off on the ground is where we want to be.
Sabine's target choice there was interesting to me too. Given
Yeah,
that,
it was a way to trade without losing anything.
Yep. So Nemec goes to base. Oh no, goes to Gonk. All right. So making Sabine play the board control a little bit here. You get the Fighters for Freedom and Benthic, both of which allow 1 more damage to base.
Just a
This
mess
is a
on the
pretty
board.
wild board, though. Oh my god.
Yeah, Yoda's hand doesn't look like it has a lot of responses here. Drawing a lot of like space sentinels and things. Not what you're looking for. I think I was trying to think killing the Gonk. So this turn Yoda would have been able to play into a 6-drop had the Gonk been able to swing.
Yeah.
What were you worried about there? I know some decks will bring in
Rex.
Rex makes sense, or Spark Obi-Wan, I suppose.
Anakin. Also, I mean, probably not that big of a deal, but not a great unit to see either.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rex is probably the worst of that bunch in terms of might be bad for Sabine.
And we now have complete control of the ground board. I assume Benthic is going to attack first.
Yeah, I would think so. Okay.
And the right choice there, right? You put it on your least valuable unit. That way, if your opponent does have removal, they have an almost impossible decision here on which one to get rid of.
Yeah, I guess if you put it on the Saboteur, then it's an easy choice.
Yeah, then you kill the Saboteur. Sabine, then Sabine can start pinging again. Nemec, then you can get the tokens. So yeah, I think this makes them all bad choices.
Let's see. What do we see being represented here? It's 4 and 9. So we're looking at 13 damage on the field with nothing else to take into account. Yoda must have passed.
Yeah, we're 2 turns away from the Yoda flip, and that magic number of low to mid 20s is right there in front of us.
Very realistic this turn. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, blaster.
Oh man,
We're paying the full 5, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I would think so. Oh, and
Oh,
it's 6 total damage because
right.
of the Fighters for Freedom, which I think have been a very clutch card in this matchup. Like they've done, I mean, they did quite a bit in last game, and I think they've done 3 or 4 this game. It's a pretty good card to have out on the field. I don't know. I think even with the split of like if you have a choice, you kill the fighters.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing in the Yoda's hand, this is looking pretty over. These passes are because we don't have good options.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the options are. Did he literally just pass claim?
I think so.
Wow. Okay. I don't think he had a better option. It's just that's really unfortunate for him. I think short of a Rex, and even with the Rex, you may have a problem, but like short of a Rex, I don't know what Yoda does here.
Yeah, any sort of Sentinel would be pretty reasonably easy to deal with at this point. Just throw a couple, and we got another gun.
Oh, I got another gun.
That's 8 damage with the ping.
Yeah.
That puts us to 30. Even a Sentinel with the Fighters for Freedom doesn't matter.
Yeah, man.
I think that's all she wrote.
Obi-Wan, that's it. That was clinic. Unreal, man. Great games. I think, yeah, it felt like Yoda had the right plays early game in the first game. Second game, his hand was a little too heavy, so he just didn't have the answers. And
yeah, that was after a mulligan, just had a really heavy hand. I saw that he just did flash. He did have the Spark Obi-Wan, so probably the right call there to trade into that Gonk droid because it looked like the Spark Obi-Wan was available. But yeah, the hand looked like it was Kelleran and maybe 2 Bright Hopes. I mean, it was just nothing to help this massive ground assault.
That was an awesome game by the Sabine player. That play line of bent thick 2 tubes into disciplinarian while Sabine is deployed is definitely one I'm going to take notes on. That's a cool one.
Yeah. So Sabine Tarkatown here, our defending champ, is going to be squeezing or shooting back up into the top 8 from the looks of it. I would say if you're in the top 8 getting matched up, if you're susceptible to aggro, you don't want to see any part of this deck.
Not at all. Like, I'm having trouble figuring out what decks do want to see it. I mean, I think Cad Bane can be good enough into it, but that thing can get wide enough that it could be a problem. I'm trying to think of other decks. Like even Han 2 ECL has moments of vulnerability that Sabine can absolutely exploit.
Wants to do is it's Han 2 generally. It is susceptible to Tarkatown in general. So now you've got aggro with access to Tarkatown to kind of make it a little bit of a problem early on. So yeah, even a Han 2 blue, I don't think I'd want to see this matchup necessarily.
Yeah. I'm not sure anybody here would quote want to see it. I'd have to get a look at the rest of the standings, which we may be able to get here in a little bit, but that's going to be a tough one. It's a really cool deck. I like it a lot.
Yeah, this is our final round of Swiss. So, we'll find out soon enough what the top 8 looks like and where the pairings go. I know that we are looking to potentially switch to our backup match, right? So hopefully we'll get a little more win and in action coming up for you. But I will say this, this deck in here showing up with this Sabine, if you do go to travel to this local area, we know this player is going to be around and cause some problems.
Yeah, you getting scared for next month since I believe you're going to the regional, aren't you?
That's right. You might run into this up there, right? Because I'll be up in Milwaukee myself, going to be hanging out with some of the late night guys and getting in some games. Obviously, at the Milwaukee regional, right, we get to play some limited action first. Frankly, I'm hoping to just make it through the limited action, but if not, then yeah, we got to figure out what we're going to play in the constructed event on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I was going, I would heavily consider the Sabine deck just because it looks like fun.
Yeah,
that looks like a great one. I don't even know. I'm almost glad that I'm not going. Like it's gonna be nice to take a little bit of a break and back off a bit, but that's pretty crazy.
Okay, so looks like we're gonna head into match 2. Let me see if I can pull this up so that we can see what's going on.
All right. Oof. All right, we have a Cad Bane against is that Palpatine? I can't actually tell. No, it's Thrawn. Thrawn Data Vault, I believe. Or no, it's Thrawn. Is that yellow? That base is yellow. Sorry, our picture is actually a little small.
Yep. Seeing it over here. Yeah, it looks like we've got a it's definitely Thrawn because you can see the Thrawn showcase coming over. So okay.
Yeah.
So we're rolling into this matchup here. Let's see. Given time, I'm gonna assume that they're at 1-1, but I don't actually know.
That is a huge hand. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this particular matchup, which side of the board you're our CAD specialist, right?
Yep.
If you were sitting down, which deck would you want to be holding?
If I was sitting down, which deck would I Cad Bane, obviously. That's an easy one.
Hey, there are some matchups where I know you don't want to be CAD this year that are not good matchups.
I like CAD into Thrawn. That doesn't make it easy. I know how to play against it, and I think Thrawn is one of the matchups that it's way more about who plays or how you play it than it is about which deck is favored, because they're probably both about equal in terms of favored quote. It looks like now I like CAD. I'm biased, so being able to play Garinden and gun on flip turn and put a bunch of damage on, even with the threat of Legacy Run here, makes me think that Thrawn is going to have trouble stopping this.
We're already at
Cad's
25 damage,
lethal
right?
here, but unless Thrawn can stop it, even with that giant hand that he had. So let's pretend Chimera comes down. Because we saw Chimera in hand. Chimera comes down and wipes almost all of the board. I don't think 12 will kill the whole board unless I'm mathing wrong. If there's a gun in the row, then the game still ends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found this CAD deck, this Thrawn deck, when I've played it before, can be susceptible to aggro unless you get very specific lines, like being able to double claim on something to remove the board.
Yep.
And it looks like that's what's going on here, because this CAD deck can turn up the heat real fast.
Yep, it's very interesting looking at either you're playing the super aggro today or you're mid-range seems to be kind of getting left behind, it almost seems like.
Yeah, at least in the matches that we've seen today, the meta up here in Wisconsin's been very, very aggressive.
Did you see that play? It's Vigilance to kill his own Legacy Run to then do 12 damage across the board because of Thrawn. Wow. Okay. Don't think I saw that one coming, and I don't think I saw Vigilance in the thing there.
Well, and there's the double claim. We said that Thrawn's going to need a really effective double claim to swing a match here, and there it is.
That was pretty cool.
So we're down to 20. Let's say we got 13 more to go. We're only representing 4 on base.
So I think one of the things I would have done last round as the CAD player is, since Thrawn had been deployed, I believe he could have killed Thrawn. Instead of running CAD to base, you run CAD into Thrawn, run Boba to base, and you'd be 6 less damage, but then you don't have to worry about the Legacy Run that he has, and that he has a Chimera getting double. No, I guess it could be double claim. You couldn't double claim 2 things, but nope, I'm wrong on that one too. So I take it all back.
Fair enough.
I'm trying to think about it, man. I'm trying to help him out. I got nothing. But he kills those 2, and he can't double claim here because Thrawn is now dead.
Yeah, so the CAD player has a ways to go, but has complete board control at the moment. I think the unfortunate thing for the CAD player, despite board control, is that Thrawn has the much bigger top end. We're going to start seeing some of those blue-green villain control cards, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Walker. Something devastating would be like a timely Walker, but there could be more vigilance, that sort of thing.
I also think if I was the CAD player, I would have killed the Onyx Squadron Brute, because now Thrawn can double claim it instead of last turn if he was going to do it. Because Thrawn has initiative. He's just going to run it into the IG 2000. So now he can double claim it instead of, only claiming it once, which means that there's an extra bit of hill to climb. And I get the idea behind it, because the droid triggers off of there being a damaged unit over there. But I think in this case, it would have been smarter to kill it.
Yeah, you don't have initiative, so probably not going to get to attack with the droid. Seemed pretty clear that that's what Thrawn's first action was going to be.
Yeah.
Okay, Garinden. What are you naming here with Garinden? What are you worried about?
Super Laser Blast, probably. Although it looks like he called Snoke, which is another good call.
Okay, yeah, got him.
Yeah,
well done.
That was a great play there.
So the Thrawn player doesn't have anything to win this game with, just more delay tactics, and he's sitting at 19. So I think the CAD player, obviously got the right call. I don't know if he already knew it was there from a previous Grindin before we joined in, but my guess would be yes. So.
Yep, and we see another Vigilance come down. So Vigilance is another good option, but at this point, it feels like Vigilance is just kind of stalling. I don't want to say the inevitable, but maybe not quite as effective as you would hope it would be.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I think earlier I said blue-green control cards. Obviously, this is a yellow base, so blue-yellow. But the cards that we discussed were all blue cards, so point stands. We're okay there.
Yeah, we're all good. We never make mistakes here.
I don't.
Oh no. Okay, so Forlom's on the field now, and he just drew Devastator. This is looking very good for CAD.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where it's close it out, please, before more stabilization happens.
Yep. So he needs to figure out what to resources between. It looked like it was between Mist Hunter and probably Waylay. It was hard to get a glimpse of that. I think I do Mist Hunter there, but no glory on Forlom. Forlom has no glory. That's all right though. You're going to see 4 damage from the 2 units on the board plus 4 more from Devastator. So.
Yeah, that's going to get us to 26.
Yep. And I believe he was trying to draw out any kind of removal early. So like the no glory on Forlom is pretty much exactly what you want to see, because you don't want to use that on Devastator. Oh, he's going to go Mist Hunter instead. Okay.
We're going to go wide and hold on to the Devastator as a removal or as a finisher, right?
As a final 4 damage. That's an option too, but I think if he went Devastator now, it'd be 26. There wouldn't be a lot left for him to deal with the Devastator, or whatever you follow it up with, and you'd still get 4 damage in from the board. So I think I'd have gone the Devastator route myself there, but it may work out for him anyway.
Yeah, I agree, because he floated a lot of resources, but okay,
yeah.
Here we go.
I might have also counted the resources wrong, because now I see, oh no, there's 8 there. It's hard to tell sometimes from the picture we're using.
And we must have drawn into the blast, because we didn't see that before. I think when we saw the Grindin, we had Power of the Dark Side, Vigilance.
Yeah, and we didn't, since we came in mid-game, we don't know if there's another Devastator that's been resourced already. Depending on how many are left in the deck, I think I just Windmill Slam Devastator right now. But I don't know what's in his hand. It's hard for me to tell.
Slam Devastator and say, you better have the answer, right?
Yeah, and if you don't, I can draw another one, hopefully. Okay, going for the hauler.
I'm okay with the hauler play as long as we have a second follow-up action to play, a second threat.
Yeah, I agree with you completely on that one. And it's kind of funny that hauler is immune to no glory, basically, because you get to play it again.
Okay, so we went hauler with no second threat. I think in that case I agree with you on the Devastator, just posing the bigger threat, potential lethal.
Yeah, and you got to figure that there's some kind of removal from the Thrawn deck in there. But I think putting that down there and then the potential of drawing another one leaves you with lethal this turn. Okay, so he's doing the Devastator thing now. It was Power of the Dark Side, I believe.
Okay, got it. Oh, and we knew that was there. Yeah. We knew that was there.
Oh, that's the second Devastator. Because that's the Prestige variant, and he's holding the Store Showdown one in his hand. So now he knows he's got it.
All right. And some power protection, Avenger protection. Should it be in the deck?
Yep, he doesn't even need it, because again, he's got another Devastator in hand. So
that's true. Yeah, just hit with Greedo.
Gas.
Yeah, hit with Greedo, Devastator again. Yep.
Yeah, Thrawn ran out of gas. So I can understand why he was doing what he was doing. He probably wanted to be like ultimately sure that there was another Devastator in, but I probably personally would have just slammed it.
All right. Cool. And they're boxing up here, so that must have been our game 3. So looks like congratulations to our CAD player moving on to the top 8.
Hey.
Joining our earlier Sabine player.
And now we have to give Carlos a hard time for missing the CAD matchup with me here. So all right. Well, that was a couple of good rounds. So obviously I like the CAD decks. Those are fun, but the Sabine Tarkin Town is probably my favorite one that I've seen all day today. Do you have a favorite one you've been watching?
I was excited. I mean, I don't believe Chirrut made it, but I really excited to see,
yeah.
Chirrut just hitting the table, the Chirrut 4-stack. I thought that was a lot of fun to see. But yeah, that's Sabine double red, having success, getting into the top 8 again, being the previous champion. Just fire, right? That deck is coming out hot and heavy. So that was cool.
That was super cool. I also agree. I forgot about the Chirrut deck. That was very fun to watch. Yeah. Any final thoughts before we wrap up the Swiss rounds here for us?
Yeah, I don't think so. It sounds like we're going to go to break here as everybody kind of works out what the top 8 is going to look like. And when we come back before the top cut, we're going to have a little bit of some metadata to discuss, kind of look at what was going on and what's moving on to the top 8.
Sounds like it'll be a good time. This is the last one for me today, but I thank you guys, excuse me, for sticking with us throughout the stream all day. The Colorado Cantina crew appreciates you. And with that, we will move on to our break, and we will catch you back here in a little bit.
All right, we are back for the top 8 here in Madison, Wisconsin, the Misty Mountain Games BQ. Lot of good stuff coming behind us. We're getting ready for the top 8. We have our matchup. We know we're going to be featuring Sabine Tarkentown, Xavier. We've seen him a couple times on stream today, versus Han2 ECL, Drew Overley. We'll go through the top 8 a little bit more. We're waiting on the data to update on Melee to give you some statistics and leader performance stuff. But overall, pretty great top 8. We have a Han1 Yellow versus Yoda Data Vault, Thrawn Yellow versus Han2 Blue, Boba Data Vault versus Kylo Data Vault, and Sabine Tarkentown versus Han2 ECL. And to take you into the top cut, we have Josh from Next Gen Gaming and Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. What's up, Josh? Good to have you back.
Be back casting with this. Like I gotta get in a round with Josh.
Yeah, and your wish is our command. We've got all the audio fixed. We're hoping to get this data going for you. That's why you're seeing my my ugly face here. I think I'm done for commentary over the day, as we got the actual professional Josh back in the saddle today. But overall, I think we're all kind of catching up from Mesa. We saw the rise of some Tarkentown decks, but to me, the real big surprise of today is this Boba Data Vault deck.
Yeah, I think it's always a deck that it can do well. It can be a little inconsistent and it can be a little meta dependent, but that's kind of every deck right now. There's such a wide array of kind of viable, kind of good decks that I think a lot of it comes down to matchup, luck, how well you know those matchups going in, and just how well you draw in those matchups. We saw Boba versus Han2 Blue that we thought was going to be fairly Han2 favored, and Boba was able to take it. So you just never can tell at the moment.
Another thing that really stands out to me is, of course, Boba Data Vault was obviously a great surprise, but Thrawn Yellow in the top cut and Sabine Tarkentown back as well. Now, if you're a local to this area, I don't think it's a surprise, right? Xavier is the defending PQ champion. He's back with the same deck here in set 6 for the Planetary Qualifier once again, but bringing a deck like that has not been doing extremely well in the meta to run all the way into the top cut again, and he's got a chance to go back to back, so that really stands out as well.
Yeah, I was really excited to see the Sabine Red take out Yoda Data Vault, because I think Yoda has been kind of stymieing a lot of these more aggressive strategies just because it has so many tools against aggro. So to see the Sabine Tarkentown, to see the Sabine Tarkentown be able to take out a Yoda Data Vault was pretty exciting for me.
Absolutely. And we have our data pulled up here. These are the decks from the overall field. So to see the conversions, it's basically Sabe Yellow as the major down performer here. CAD didn't make it to the top. It had a bunch of chances in win and ends, but overall, I guess the Sabe Yellow just couldn't withstand some of the pressure that these Yoda decks brought. You think, Jeff?
Yeah, I think so. It's also a deck. It's a lot more matchup dependent than something like a mono yellow Han, where you need cunning to be really good. You need to have only a few cards that your opponent cares about that you can discard from the top of their deck. And then you need to have them not, like, a lot of things have to line up. When those things line up, that deck is incredible and can crush certain strategies. But into a general field, sometimes, in my opinion, it can fall a little bit short, and it can be tough to get the right string of matchups to take it through a long tournament.
Yeah. And what we saw today with some great Sabine play overall. We've obviously seen Xavier a couple times, Rebel Resource on stream a couple times as well. And you saw like how math intensive those games really became. I don't know if you had a chance to watch back through any of those, Jeff, while you were taking a break, but there were some sequences there from Xavier on Sabine Tarkentown where it was Fighters for Freedom, Academy Disciplinarian, Benthic Two Tubes into Sabine, all these synergies going wide. And I think that's the kind of stuff that could really get under, especially the Saboteur angle with Fighters for Freedom as well.
Yeah, a lot more Saboteur and a lot more pings. A lot of times with the aggro decks you see now, you see them get kind of close, a few away. Yoda heals a little bit. Yoda throws a Sentinel out. So the ability to have extra reach with pings from both Sabine and Fighters for Freedom, and the ability to have a lot of Saboteur. And I would imagine there was also the Rebel that makes the unit lose Sentinel, so that can also help you get into push some extra damage for a turn. So there's a lot more ways here to reach in some of the especially some of the space-based aggro decks that we've been seeing prior to this that Yoda just kind of eats up.
Josh, so we did get word that they're going through deck checks right now. We could go through some of the top 8 lists as this is happening. But as we look at this cut, what do you think our prediction should be? Obviously, it's hard not to go back to the repeating champ Xavier on his prime Sabine deck, right? No one has Sabine. I think he could confidently say in this top 8 that every single person that he's playing likely will have less reps into him as he has into them, right? Which I think is, when you're sitting down, is not a bad place to be.
No, it's not a bad place at all. You love to be in that position where you have the deck that is a little bit more unknown that people aren't familiar with. And it looks like he's matched up into Han2 ECL right out of the gate. This is 2 very aggressive decks. And the question for me in this particular matchup is with Han2 ECL, how do we work around that potential early Grogu start? Now, yes, we have Tarkin Town, but even Grogu coming out early, we know dodges that Tarkin Town. So the question is, can Xavier finish or find a way to get around potentially the early Grogu that eats up these cheap units? Because we know that Xavier is running a lot of 1-cost units. He's trying to push a big wide board early. So is something like that going to set him back? Can an early energy conversion lab potentially gain some really big advantage as well? So it's going to be interesting to push and pull in that matchup to see if the Tarkin Town outweighs that potential early Grogu start.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when you look at a typical Tarkin Town deck archetype, they usually aren't as quick as Sabine Tarkin Town, right? I think if we're saying one of the Tarkin Town decks is the fastest, it would have to be them or Kylo, right, Jeff?
Yeah, definitely. I think that definitely goes to Sabine. And that's where it's interesting. Han2 ECL is trying to be basically a Sabine cosplay that beats Yoda, whereas regular Sabine ECL doesn't. So I'm really interested to see how this matchup plays out, which I would imagine Han2 ECL tries to take the control route. And I don't know how well that's going to go for them. They have the ECL advantage, but it's also Han2 versus Tarkin Town. So my gut says I would give a slight edge to Sabine in that matchup, but I don't know how it's going to go because it's the Sabine Tarkin Town isn't really a meta deck that people are prepping for right now. So it's not a matchup that most people have seen a lot.
Yeah. I think as we look at this matchup, a lot of the players in the top 8 are going to be looking at this game, the Sabine Tarkin Town game, with very, very high curiosity, because I think there's a lot of decks in this top cut that do not want to see Sabine, right? I think if we look at the Thrawn Yellows, I don't think they want to see Sabine. I don't think Kylo Data Vault wants to see Sabine. I don't think that Boba Data Vault wants to see Sabine. I think these decks don't have enough interaction directly, and Sabine's just going to really blow past them. Potentially, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, all very skilled players in this top cut.
Yeah. I think all of these matchups are really interesting, and that each of these matchups is at least a little bit off meta, where you don't have your, this is Han2 ECL versus Yoda. This is Han2 Blue versus Han2 ECL. Every matchup has a little bit of a quirk to it that makes it a little bit off meta. So it's a really interesting top 8. I'm pretty excited to see how this all plays out.
Yeah. So at the end of last round, our backup game was Thrawn Yellow versus Cad Tarkin Town. We wrapped up as the players were packing up. We saw them completely clear the board. And then I think something must have happened, or we were mistaken, or they were mistaken, but they started playing again, and we saw that Thrawn ended up taking game 3. Obviously, when you jump into a game right in the middle of things, you're feeling it out, you're trying to see what the score is and stuff, but it does seem like Thrawn made these finals. In the next match, it's Thrawn Yellow versus Han2 Blue, Carlos Apodaca from Blue Milk Gaming and Late Night Gaming, obviously very, very skilled and accomplished player. What do you think the crux of this matchup is, Josh?
Well, it's going to be really interesting because we know that Han2 Blue can grind out extremely well. So Han2 Blue, the one thing that we do know, we're going to get to that late game. We're going to see things like Bo-Katan. We're going to see Crate Dragon, which is great against these control style decks. Is the Thrawn Yellow deck going to have that answer once we get to the late game for something like Crate Dragon? That's what really stands out to me. Now, the other thing is with Han2 Blue, and I'm pretty sure it's not Han2 Blue Force, which means we don't have the Force. We don't have that extra card draw with Ki-Adi-Mundi. So it's going to be really interesting. Thrawn, of course, wants to control the board early, wants to get to the late game, and then try to take over. How do we look in the late game with things like Crate Dragon? Can we have a quick answer? But can Carlos really go toe-to-toe in a long game without something like Ki-Adi-Mundi and that extra card draw?
Yeah.
I
So
believe he is on Hantu Blue Force because we
He's-
saw
oh,
Carlos
Force,
play
okay.
earlier. So I don't.
Okay.
It's not listed in the Discord notes, but I believe he is
Okay.
on Hantu Blue Force.
and
Okay.
I think
Well,
there's
even
some
more so, you've got Kiati then.
yeah.
Yeah,
And there's some
exactly.
arguments for
Mhm.
both ways, right? We're seeing
Yeah.
30 be popular as well. Like last week at Mesa, if you combined all the Hantu Blue variants, whether it was Colossus in the 35 version, 30 or Force, it was the third most played leader, right? So a lot of argument either way. I think one of the things you need to look out here for as your Han is that this really can be a really hard controlled deck as Thrawn is playing it. You know, getting the double claim with the legacy run. They're playing a lot of removal. We could look at the deck list here in a second. But it's a lot of really annoying stuff. You have to be consistent. I think you really need to get that strong early game. Starting Ogdo without an answer would be very, very good. Even maybe an Owen Yaddle start to get some power insulation. Just get that flow going. But I think you're right, Josh. Getting to that end game as we try to get those crates out and avoid some of the Avenger type plays. I'm not sure if they're going on as big as Annihilator, but we'll take a look. So we got 2 more matches to break down. A couple bits of housekeeping before we do that. Like we said, this whole stream has been presented by the Cantina crew, Late Night Gaming, Misty Mountain Games. Really want to just give a huge shout out to Misty Mountain Games for running another great event. Everybody in the Midwest always tells me how good of a store it is. If I'm ever out in Madison, I'm going to be really excited to go check it out. And also to our friends over at Premier Games that are giving us all those great stream tokens that we could use every round. On top of that, we have a giveaway going on that we'll do one at the end of this round and one as we go into the top, where we're giving away another Cantina Crew custom token, as you could only get from one of our guys. And then after that, we have 4 credit tokens, the Imperial credit tokens from Premier Games. We'll get those sent to you, and excited to do it. All you got to do to watch is be in our Cantina Crew chat inside of the YouTube channel. Be active in chat. We have a little bot that'll say who's active, and it'll pick a winner as we go to these points. So excited to do that as we get into the deeper parts of this top 8. Next one that we're looking at here is Boba Data Vault with Corbin. We've seen him on stream a couple times today versus Kylo, Data Vault, and Loopy, one of the aforementioned late night guys.
Yeah, that's a really interesting matchup where usually these Kylo Data Vault decks just don't want to play units. They say, I'm going to remove everything. I'm going to go late. I'm going to eventually flip, and there's nothing you can do about it. Boba says, hey, you don't have units? Guess where every piece of indirect damage is going? So I think it's a lot of that matchup is going to depend on if Loopy can find the few early to mid game units he has to soak up some of this damage and still keep the threats to at least a little bit low until he can flip and get this large Kylo unit out that it might be hard for Boba to deal with without an OB on a flipped Boba or something like that. But Loopy is going to not let this Boba leader live. So it's going to be kind of a tightrope walk of, can Boba stack up enough damage early game so that Loopy is forced to flip early? Is Loopy going to be able to hold removal to save for the Boba? So that's going to be like kind of an interesting tightrope walk as well, I think.
Josh, what do you think ends up on top with that one?
That one's tough. You've got such a good player in Loopy. Of course, we all know and love Loopy, but I think Jeff really hit the nail right on the head. It's going to be tough because this Kylo Data Vault deck, we're not playing a lot of units, especially earlier in the game. You know, all that indirect damage has to be soaked up. And again, Boba can put a lot of pressure in space, and that can be a tough lane to defend against. Yes, we've got some 1-for-1 removal, but we've got a lot of when defeated, dealing more indirect damage. So I don't know. It's going to be a tough tightrope to walk, and I think that Boba Data Vault's going to come out on top in a really close match.
Yeah, I mean, if we're taking player skill out of it, all the luck, I think that there's some challenging areas for both players in this matchup. Obviously, like Jeff mentioned, Kylo really doesn't play a lot of units, right? Like, we'll look at the list, maybe Childson's involved, maybe some stuff like that. But I think one of the key areas that Kylo really needs to do here is get a really powerful legal authority flip, right? Where you're talking about one of the advantages that Boba Data Vault gives you is that you have a lot of 4-power units. You have a lot of under 5-power units that allow you to dodge fell and, you know, really play into Vanquish. But in this situation, it could be a little bit of a detriment, right, Jeff?
Yeah, definitely. And it's always kind of a similar story when you see these blue Data Vault decks where it's just like, all right, do they draw the right part of their removal suite that lines up with the cards that their opponent drew? I think everyone always says the same thing, which is the ones that play against me always draw the right cards at the right time. And whenever I play that deck, I don't
Yep.
draw. So it always depends on which way it can go. There's just so many options for removal spells right now. I think it's a reason a lot of people are ready for rotation. Because whatever unit you look at, if you look at Takedown or Fell or Vanquish or Rivals Fall, there's one of those cards that's going to be the best for that moment. And so do they have that card at the right time? Are they playing the correct ratio of Vanquish to Fell to Takedown to Rivals Fall? And how is it all going to line up in game?
Yeah, I think that's a really well said point. Our last matchup to go through real quick is Han 1 Yellow versus Yoda Data Vault. Han 1 Yellow, we said it earlier in the day, like really, really strong deck, a little bit of a challenge to play if you're just picking up. Maybe it's a Han 1 Yellow Truther. Maybe it's someone who's picking it up after last week. I think we'll be able to tell a few rounds into the game. But overall, I mean, that's a pretty interesting matchup, right? Like you have the grind factor that Yoda can bring. I was playing Yoda at Mesa. I played one of our buddies, Curtis, in round 1. He was on Han 1 Yellow, a little bit more of a space-focused deck. Really grindy game that I think that neither player really wants to see the other leader. It's not like a deck that you're saying, oh, wow, I'm heavily favored into both sides here. But I think overall, it's going to be a pretty grindy game, and that's the type of match that I honestly wouldn't expect to get closer to the timer as we compare to the data vaults of the world with Kylo and stuff like that. I think that's the game that we expect to go late. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the game that actually goes late.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it really depends on how you build the Han 1 Yellow, because there are a few ways to build it. You were talking about Curtis. I was actually talking to him. He's in a top 8 of a PQ right now. And he was giving updates talking about how he was so happy that he played against the Yoda round 1. And because he's built his deck to kind of be better in that matchup. It can be grindy, but he still has the tools to get through it. But I know that basically there are only a few mono Han players left, and they all build their decks a little bit differently. So I think it really depends on exactly how you build your deck as to whether or not you want that matchup.
Yeah. So while we're talking about it, let's just pull up that deck list here from Melee. I'll go grab the link here in a second. But I think the main difference is like, does this have liberated slaves? Does this look like the type of deck that people were playing when DJ was a thing? Or is it more of a low to the ground space focus attack? They're both of those builds are leaning hard on faith in your friends and stuff like that, even if it's not a space focus or low to the ground build. Everybody's playing that one. But give me a second here, and
that's the reason to play mono yellow right now. Whether it's Sabe or Han, faith in your friends is such a good card when you're a mono yellow hero.
Yeah. So here really is the deck list. Ooh, some interesting stuff here. I think it's a couple cards off from John Yellow's list in Mesa. I'll try to pull that up in a different screen as we compare it a little bit more. But I'm loving the Cicatro inclusions in some of these double yellow decks in the past couple weeks.
Especially with Han 1. Han 1's always had a problem with keeping cards in his hand. And so if you play a turn 1 Cicatro, then it can be really tough for your opponents to pay that 1 and not let you just keep drawing cards. It's not a 3/5, so that's why it's only a 2/0. But in something like this Yoda matchup where they don't have a Tarkin Town, they don't have a turn 1 play that's going to get up to 4 power, I think you're incredibly happy to see that on turn 1.
Totally. Josh, anything stand out to you here?
I think the big thing for me is that stolen AT hauler. I think that Yoda could certainly have some difficulties with the stolen AT hauler in space. So if we're able to push over to that space arena, let's pay attention to that stolen AT hauler, because we know how sticky that particular unit has been over the recent weeks. And I think it could certainly give some fits in this matchup.
Yeah. And with the rise of 4/5s in space, like Poe Pilot from Han 2 ECL, like the hauler, a lot of Yodas are going back to takedown. I think in the middle of this set, a lot of players weren't necessarily playing takedown, but that will be pretty clutch here. Another card that to me I've been seeing more and more play as the weeks go by is Qui-Gon Jinn, the 7/5 ambush from Legends of the Force. We saw it pop up on my end as we were doing our meta breakdown on our Monday podcast on the Cantina Crew YouTube channel. If you're interested, subscribe, check that out. If not, that's cool as well. But what we saw is in the Han 1 ECL deck, we saw that being a 2 of in the side and 1 in the main. And a lot of us were really asking why, like, what's this for? And it just lines up really well into these grindy Sentinel decks where you could pop 2 units at once, kind of slow things down from what the Grinder can do, like the way that they need to sequence things, as well as taking out things like Han 1 and Han 2.
Yeah, one of the ways that Yoda closes out a lot of these matchups is they'll have an Obi-Wan on board, but you don't care about it because it doesn't have Sentinel. They'll play a Keller and Beck, get a Village Protectors. Now all of a sudden they have a Sentinel and Obi-Wan and a shielded Sentinel and Village Protectors, and you have to get through both of them. Or it could even be just a home one, get back a Village Protectors, or get, things so they have ways to get multiple Sentinels on the board at the same time. So something like the Qui-Gon really helps just completely clear the way of that and let the rest of your units get in after they've tapped out and think they're safe for the turn.
So we are getting some movement here on our featured table. So I'm going to bow out, get Josh and Jeff ready for this top 8 round with Sabine Tarkentown and Han 2 ECL. Let's get into it.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm excited. A lot on the line for these players. We've talked about Xavier, the Sabine Tarkentown player. This is the defending champion at this particular planetary qualifier. So we're going to see if he can go back to back. And Drew from Late Night Gaming coming in with Han 2 ECL. And, as we talked about already, really should be a spicy little matchup here.
Yeah, definitely. I talked about it a bit when we were talking about the matchups, but the things that I look for in these matchups are always, what does Han 2 give Sabine to Tarkentown? Because Sabine doesn't want to throw her units in there, but obviously Han wants to damage his own units. So how much value does Sabine get out of this Tarkentown without having to throw units into units? And then likewise, how much value does Han get out of this ECL? He's giving up 5 to 8 health on his base to play ECL over a 30 or a data vault. So does he recoup that back by killing something that would have attacked that many times?
It is a good question. And I know that I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but how much does Grogu come into play? That's kind of the big turn 1 play for these Han 2 decks. And that's the big question for me, because there's so many units that Grogu can just pick off easily in this particular Sabine Tarkentown deck with a lot of cheap 1-cost units.
Yeah, it definitely. And when you with Sabine Green, you see a lot of 3/3s and 2/3s and things like that. But this Sabine Tarkentown deck has a lot of 1-mana 2/2s, a lot of things that are a little lower to the ground and a little wider that Grogu is much happier to see. So I think from the Grogu aspect specifically, Han 2 ECL would rather see the Tarkentown than a Sabine Green. But I think every other aspect, they would rather see Sabine Green, other than how good Grogu is. So I think that's a really good point, that a lot of this might come down to, does a Grogu get to stick around, or does Sabine have the answers for it?
Yeah, definitely excited to see how it plays out. And the two epic actions on these rare bases, I think, are going to play a vital role in each and every game and determine how this matchup plays out. Not sure. Don't know if we have word yet on which player will have the initiative. They're just taking a look through their list
It should
right
be
now.
by seeding. So Xavier is the 3 seed, so he should get choice of initiative.
Awesome. Well, that's definitely where you want to be with Sabine Tarkentown. Exactly where Xavier wants to be.
Yeah. You see him double checking some of the mono red cards, seeing what Mr. Bones does.
Yeah, Mr. Bones is certainly not a card you see very often. And that, again, it's a 1-cost 3/1. It's a great 3-power unit for 1. A lot of times its ability doesn't come in effect. It does have an on-attack ability, though. If you have no cards in your hand, you can deal 3 damage to a ground unit. So certainly something you do have to pay attention to, but most of the time, that particular ability is not going off.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll still play it as a 1-mana 3/1 when you're in mono red, because also you're hurting for more turn 1 plays, and especially in a deck like this, you already have a lot of ones, so you potentially want to be able to do 2 1-drops on turn 1. You're always going to play it. But yeah, the on-attack ability is just kind of icing on the cake if you get it.
Absolutely. And another thing that's super exciting about this Sabine Tarkentown deck is, and we saw Drew pull that up on his phone there looking through this list, is the Academy Disciplinarian. I love that card. Solid 3/4 for 3, but just being able to get that sneaky play in of extra damage because you can ready one of your units with 2 or less power by dealing a damage to it,
including
and there's
Sabine leader.
certainly yes, absolutely. That's what I was gonna say. There's so many good targets in this particular
Mhm.
deck.
You can also do some cool things like benthic 2 tubes. So give a unit raid 2. Well, that doesn't increase its power. So this rarely gets pulled off because benthic 2 tubes is a kill on sight target. But if you
Yeah.
have that out when you flip Sabine, you can attack with benthic, give Sabine +2, or sorry, give Sabine raid 2, and then all of a sudden now this disciplinarian is readying 5 damage, even though it's only readying a 2 power unit.
Yeah, that is such a good point. Definitely a lot of cheeky plays that could come
Yeah.
about with the Academy Disciplinarian.
hmm
So many cards like that from Secrets of Power that have really just leveled up decks, and I think
hmm
Secrets of Power has certainly had a place in the meta, and we've seen this particular set, I think, make a very solid splash in so many decks and really have a good impact, maybe more so than some people thought.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people thought, I think most people looked at pretty much every card and said, this will be good post rotation. That just kind of became the standard quote for anyone reviewing any card.
Right.
And a lot of them have shown that they're good right now. I mean, they'll obviously also be good after rotation, but I think between what we've seen here today, what we saw in Mesa last week, there are a lot of Secrets of Power cards that are not so secretly powerful. They're
Yeah,
just powerful.
that's absolutely right. Still hard to believe that less than 2 months from now, we will be on set 7. A Lawless Time will be releasing, and we will have the first ever rotation here in Star Wars Unlimited. The first 3 sets, Spark of Rebellion, Shadows of the Galaxy, and Twilight of the Republic, will be rotating out of Premier Play. And I don't know about you, Jeff, but I am so excited to see what the Premier meta looks like as soon as rotation hits. It is going to be the wild,
hmm
wild west.
Yeah, and honestly, that's something that I love. I love when everything's open, no one knows what the best deck is, and it's just
Yep.
who puts in the work, who casts a wide net to find the things or sees the little synergies that other people might have missed. Those are the kinds of metas that I really enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. Players getting ready, drawing up. Again, Xavier on the bottom half of your screen, piloting Sabine Tarkentown. Drew on the top half of your screen. Han2 ECL. Han2 ECL really been one of the top performing decks over the last several weeks. Didn't have the
Mhm.
same great performance in Mesa last weekend as it did in Tilburg a couple weekends ago, but it has been very strong and continues to have top cut performances, converting at solid rates. And we're going to see Drew mulligan that opening hand with Xavier keeping his.
Yeah, Hunter ECL is an interesting deck. It's one that, in general, I think the Europeans have a much better grasp of than the Americans. I can't figure out exactly why that is, but as an example, my European teammate Buku is insane on this deck. He's so good with it, and when we play test against each other without Buku, matchups go a certain way. And then we play test against him, and they go a completely different way. A lot of the European players really understand this deck a lot and how it attacks some of the control decks.
We will get the front row seat to see how Drew performs with this deck, see his understanding of Han2 ECL in a matchup that he probably hasn't spent a ton of time testing.
Yeah, I would imagine he looked through the list and said, "I see a lot of 2 health units. I'm gonna mulligan for Grogu." I don't think he found one, but that's the nice thing about Han too, is you have the flexibility to mulligan fairly freely because so many of your options can be turn 1 plays. Some of them feel pretty bad against Tarkentown, but you still, if you think Grogu is the card that wins you the game, you just mulligan for that. And actually, I think there is one in his opening. Is that an R2? I can't tell.
I
No,
think
that's a
it
Grogu.
is a Grogu. Yeah, I think it's a
Yeah.
regular copy of Grogu. We're going to see Crackshot V-Wing as the opener for Xavier as it deals 1 damage to itself. He doesn't control another fighter unit. We get Grogu on turn 1 with a couple of 1-cost units that only have 2 HP for Xavier. Double Crackshot V-Wing to start out game 1, and that Sabine ping will get rolling with that action ability dealing 1 to each base.
Yeah, this is exactly what Drew wants. He has the Grogu. He's going to kill a 2 health turn 1 play, leave a 1 health one left. We see a Sabine's Masterpiece in his hand that he could ECL in eventually. He doesn't need to right now, but he is exactly where he wants to be after turn 1. He has initiative. So we'll have to see. Xavier's got a little bit of work to do. He's obviously not out of the game. It's not that severe, but this is exactly the start that Drew wanted.
Could not agree more. Grogu healing 2 damage from himself, 2 damage to the fully healthy Crackshot V-Wing. So Crackshot V-Wing is taken down. And we do see the Fighters for Freedom coming out into the ground arena for Xavier, putting that 3/4 Saboteur in play.
Yeah, and Drew is debating how much he values health on his base because he could ECL this Masterpiece in, but I prefer this. I don't think you need to. I think you want to save the ECL and just say, I'm going to take 2 extra, probably 3 extra from the ping damage to my base this turn and have a better turn later.
It's going to be the second Sabine action ability. 2 damage on each base. Drew holding on to the initiative token. And the Crackshot V-Wing just pushing through. First attack to base here in game 1. It's 4 damage on Energy Conversion Lab, 2 on Tarkin Town. Again, Drew holding on to the initiative, but that Grogu ability right now, we're not doing anything. There's no damaged units on Drew's side. We've got 1 damage on the Crackshot V-Wing, but that 1 damage won't be able to move and defeat anything currently.
Yeah, I would expect to see a Sabine's Masterpiece take out the Crackshot V-Wing, and then you make Xavier say, are you going to Tarkin Town this now, or are you going to give me an action to use my Grogu? But we'll have to see what Drew wants to do here. He's got options.
He absolutely does. Has some very powerful cards in hand as well. See that Queen Amidala in hand. Some of the bigger late game plays like Guerrilla Attack Pod and Wrecker that can be finishers later on. Let's see, first action, what we've got from Drew. Does he decide to try and clean up this board? Reaching for Sabine's Masterpiece. That is the line. You called it, Jeff. The Sabine's Masterpiece attacking and defeating the Crackshot V-Wing. 2 damage on Sabine's Masterpiece, and that is the question now for Xavier. Are we going to use the epic action on Tarkin Town? And it is an absolute yes from Xavier. The crazy, colorful space unit is defeated.
Yeah, I agree with both of those moves there. I think you don't want to play your hand anymore as Sabine. You don't want to give Grogu this free real estate. You just Tarkin Town while you can. And now you're also free to deploy space units again. And you also want to action Dirtle a little bit because you want to see if he's holding up resources to ECL into your Sabine leader. Now you see that he's not, so you can freely deploy and start going to base.
Yeah, it is
Sabine.
one of the strongest plays on this 4 resource turn from Han Solo. Action ability, Queen Amidala coming out, 2 spy tokens alongside, and we're going to see that 2 damage on Queen Amidala being healed and put on the Fighters for Freedom. But as you mentioned, this is the opportunity for Xavier. Damage is coming through. Fighters for Freedom got in for 3. Sabine is deployed. We get in for another 3, and it's going to be a second copy of Fighters for Freedom, dealing a damage when played. Thanks to the first Fighters for Freedom, when you play another aggression card, you can deal 1 damage to a base. And now we've got R2-D2 coming out as well. So a good board state now for Xavier with double Fighter for Freedom. And I think we got to get some of those fighters off the board because we're taking 2 every time an aggression card comes out for Xavier.
Yeah, the Queen lines up really well into this Sabine, but I agree. I think you might just want to, maybe throw a spy into the 2 damage Fighters for Freedom first. You've got to start cleaning up the board. A lot of what Drew has lines up really well into what Xavier has, but Xavier might just be piling on too much damage for it to matter.
It is 12 damage already on Drew's Energy Conversion Lab, so it is time to start trying to stabilize quickly. We do see Han Solo leader unit deployed, but this damage.
I'm honestly not a big fan of that. I think deploying first is kind of a mistake when you know that Xavier is going to be pushing damage to your base and you have this easy kill on the 2 damage fighters for freedom. He might have a good follow-up here, but he's not using energy conversion lab if he's also using Han. So I think if your plan is to kill any of these units this turn, I would have preferred to do that with the first action before deploying Han. Maybe he has something that makes this all make sense. That happens a lot of times when we see these high-level games, but that was my first instinct.
Yeah, certainly some questions to be asked. He's got to deal with some of these threats in the ground arena that Xavier has. Xavier is showing another 7 damage currently in the ground arena. And of course, still has all of his resources open.
He still has ECL available as well.
He does.
So he's using Han to play Wrecker. Now, does he kill Sabine or does he kill the Fighters for Freedom? I think you just kill the Fighters for Freedom here. Your Queen Amidala can already take out the Sabine. He goes for that route. It's not that big of a difference. It just means you're probably going to kill a spy token if you run Queen into the Fighters for Freedom. But it's 3 damage to your base either way, so there's no difference there.
3 coming through with that second Fighters for Freedom. 18 damage on Drew's base. We've got to clean up this board. We're going to see Queen Amidala taking out the R2-D2. 1 damage back, but let's see if Xavier has any more damage coming out. He is going to smuggle in the Cassian Andor, dealing 2 damage to base, playing an aggression card with still both Fighters for Freedom in play. It's 20 damage on, just 5 HP remaining. Lots of trouble now for Drew.
Yeah, I really think that this game came down to Drew flipping Han first action on the flip turn. He was already in a lot of trouble with how much damage Xavier had on, and I think it took him a little too long to realize that he couldn't keep taking these hits. We saw him Queen Amidala attack into an R2 because he realized he just couldn't take any more damage, which opened the door for this Cassian to come in.
It's a big problem now as Cassian gets in for 3. He was ready thanks to being smuggled into play, and now one attack from either one of these 2 ground units is game over. Drew just doesn't have the ability to take out both of those units with the 2 spy
he's going to have to ECL another Wrecker.
Here.
ECL Wrecker is his only out that I can see right now. Because even unless he ECLs a 5 damage Sentinel, which I don't know if he has any, because he has to kill the Fighters for Freedom. He can't just play a Sentinel because it has Saboteur.
Thing to keep in mind is if the Fighters for Freedom were to deal another damage, that Sabine action ability just cleans it up. So we're going to scoop it up here, and Xavier is taking game 1 in the quarterfinals. Great start for our defending champion.
Yeah, I mean, we both talked about in game 1, one of the big keys is who gets the most use out of their base, and Drew didn't use his base at all that game. So Xavier really pushing there. And we saw a couple of places. I'm not saying they're mistakes, but we saw Drew save the ECL on turn 2, which I kind of liked, basically kind of forcing out the Tarkin Town a little bit, but you're taking a few damage to save ECL for later. The problem was he never got to later.
Yeah, that is a big problem. I mean, Grogu was a great start, but once the Sabine's masterpiece was taken out, it was just too slow. After that turn, it was just too slow for Drew. And I think you made an excellent point with Han being deployed because it allowed both Fighters for Freedoms. They were both able to attack that turn. Neither one of them were taken out. The Sabine leader was able to attack as well. It was just too much.
Yeah, because what he could have done in that board state, I know it's kind of tough to recreate a mental picture, but if his first action is attack a spy, take out a Fighters for Freedom. Now Xavier has 2 3 attack units, either Sabine leader or the other fighters, and Queen Amidala can take out the other one. So there you're taking 3 damage to base instead of the 9 that he ended up taking because he had to Queen attack into the R2. So it could have been a big swing there, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just the text on Fighters for Freedom is deadly as well. And we saw multiple damage being dealt, 2 on that final turn, but you've got to get
one
those
thing that
Fighters for Freedoms off the board.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that we saw there is that there's always going to be a little bit of tension in Han to ECL because you can't use the Han ability and ECL on the same unit. So we saw there on the 4 resource turn, he played a Queen Amidala for 4, which is a really great play. You want to get that out early. On the 5 resource turn, he played a Wrecker for 5, which is a great play. You want to get that out early. But using the Han ability to play these bigger units means he never had the opportunity to ECL again after the 3 resource turn, after turn 2.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Well, getting ready for game 2, it will be Drew starting with the initiative, and wouldn't be surprised to see him looking for a similar start. That Grogu turn 1, I think, still probably the best opener for Drew. We'll see if he will mulligan aggressively for it if he doesn't find it in this opening hand.
Yeah, I think he still wants it. I think what might have happened is he might have felt a little bit too secure because he had the Grogu. He said, I have this. I can deal with the board eventually, so I can make sure to save my ECL for a big thing or to kill Sabine leader. I can take a few extra damage here or there. And the over reliance on the fact that he had Grogu let the damage pile up so much that all of a sudden he was just dead on board.
Looking at this opening hand, I'm not sure that I see Grogu here. Could be wrong, but I don't believe I'm seeing Grogu. Xavier
I
once
see a
again
little bit
happy
of white in
with his
there.
hand.
No, that's green. Yeah, I don't think I see a Grogu. It's hard to tell with some of the promo cards when you can only see like a
Right.
sliver of the border.
No Grogu. It's a mulligan for Drew here. We'll see if he finds it once again as he draws up his second set of 6 cards.
Yeah, Drew
Xavier
is on
just
initiative here, but it doesn't really matter in this matchup because Sabine wants to play 2 1-drops anyway. So you're gonna, if Sabine is doing what Sabine wants to do, you're gonna be able to have initiative on turn 2 anyway.
It's an excellent point. It was a little bit of laboring there for Xavier, was holding on to a Mr. Bones, deciding whether or not he wanted to resource it. Do believe he's still holding on to a couple 1-cost units. I got a
There's the
sneak peek
Grogu.
of Soldier there. And once again, yeah, Drew finding the Grogu off the mulligan. I think the 4 and 5 resource turn, which was so critical in game 1, that's the real question mark for Drew. How does he deal with it here in game 2?
Yeah, and a tough decision already. We see him put down a constable, and he's seen the list. He knows that there are dark sabers in this Sabine list, but Sabine knows there are constables. So now you're playing this game of chicken. Are they going to play dark saber? Do I need to keep this constable? And we'll have to see if that comes back to haunt him, or if Xavier still plays around it.
Yeah, it is Grogu turn 1 once again with that Han action ability. Sabine action ability used to deal 1 damage to each base, and it is going to be Soldier of the 501st and Mr. Bones. So with Drew holding on to the initiative, would not be surprised at all to see Mr. Bones very short-lived here in game 2, that 3 power threat.
Yeah. And there's another question of, do you remove both damage from Grogu or do you leave one on it? If you leave one on it, you can kill another 1 health unit. You leave your Grogu a little bit more exposed, but I think Xavier showed in game 1 that he is not interested in your units.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually going to see turn 2 here. We're going to use the epic action on Energy Conversion Lab.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think that Drew realized that had he done this in game 1, it might have gone a little bit differently. He wants to play these bigger units over the next 2 turns. So if he doesn't use his ECL now, he's probably going to die with it up. So I really like the adjustment that he made, saying, I recognize that this could have gone better in game 1, and I'm just going to fix it right now. Interesting choice here, too. He could, because the Mr. Bones can't attack base right now, so he could just try to put some damage on the red 5, but yeah, I think you just kill the Mr. Bones here.
Absolutely, Mr. Bones cleared up. No big surprise there as Xavier pushes into the air. So it's Obi-Wan Kenobi and the Grogu in the ground arena for Drew as he claims the initiative 2 damage on each base thanks to the Sabine action ability.
I really like that ping from Xavier there. A lot of times, you'll see people who are very new to the game or new to Sabine always ping, always losing initiative. People who learn a little bit more about the game say, I never ping because I always want to keep initiative. And then Xavier is realizing here that he wants Drew to act first. If he attacks with his red 5, he wants to deal damage to this Obi-Wan, but he wants the Obi-Wan to attack or the Grogu to move damage first or to see exactly what Drew's going to do before he makes up his mind about what he's going to do with his Sabine, whether he's going to damage with red 5. So I really like kind of intentionally losing initiative there going into this turn.
If Drew doesn't move that damage on Obi-Wan Kenobi, we could see a couple more damage on Obi-Wan Kenobi quickly.
I would
with
like to
the
just see
red 5.
Oh, interesting. He's using the Grogu first. My first
Yeah.
thought was just attack Obi into base for 3. Because you're probably not, if you're not going to attack him into Sabine leader. But he opts for just making sure that red 5 doesn't get any benefit right now, which is also reasonable.
It's still 3 to base, so 5 damage on Energy Conversion Lab. Is that 1 damage now on the red 5? And Drew's going to play his own copy of red 5.
Red 10, you could say.
That's absolutely right.
Hmm.
And Drew in a pretty good position here with his not damaged. It is going to be the Sabine action ability. 1 damage to each base.
Yeah, and it
Xavier
looks like
holding
Drew
on
really
to-
wants to try to take out Sabine this turn. So he's trying to save his Obi-Wan. A really cool trick that Han 2 ECL can do is you activate Han, play Karis. Karis immediately dies. You still get the win defeated trigger to make a readied spy.
So with that ready spy token, it's showing a total of 5 possible damage in the ground arena for Drew, which is interesting here. That is potentially a way to deal with the Sabine leader. We're going to see Daring Raid dealing 2 damage to Drew's red 5, and this is going to open up that epic action on Tarkin Town extremely nicely.
Yeah, and Drew, I was wondering if Drew was going to play the pass game. He's just going into base here. So basically giving up on killing Sabine this turn. And now that the Obi is attacked, the Sabine can flip. No, where do you put this spy? And where does Xavier attack? Because it's a free kill into the spy. You usually, as Sabine, just go base all the time. And it wouldn't surprise me if Xavier does that. But those spies are tasty little targets.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Definitely some questions here. Xavier still has 3 ready resources, just 2 cards to work with in hand. We're going to see Heroic Resolve coming out onto the Sabine leader unit. This will give Sabine +1/+1.
Now that makes me think Sabine's going to base.
Yeah, definitely just buffing Sabine up. Does also have that extra ability where you can destroy that Heroic Resolve to swing with +4. We're going to see 2 damage to base with the spy token, so 8 damage on Tarkin Town. So Drew actually taking the lead here in the damage race temporarily, but Sabine could quickly change that. Sabine is going to go into base. That's going to be a total of 4. Up to 10 damage goes Drew.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Tarkin Town here. Makes sense.
Daring Raid plus Tarkin Town, really one of the best ways for these non-pinging decks to get that quick damage to set up the Tarkin Town, and it's done very well here by Xavier as he plays out the Benthic 2 tubes as well.
Now we see the culmination of a lot of small decisions throughout the game, because with the red 5 out, you don't really want to attack the Obi into the 2 tubes, but you also still have your spy token around, so you could attack the spy into it. And he goes for defeating the upgrade. I don't hate this either, but the problem is that Benthic 2 tubes on attack it's basically 4 damage unless you can kill the Sabine in 1 action, which I don't think you can without ECL.
Here comes Benthic 2 tubes going to swing for 2. The on attack, give another aggression unit raid 2, and it looks like Xavier was pointing to his space unit.
Yeah.
So that red 5 will get raid 2. We'll be swinging for 5 if Drew doesn't have an answer. The energy conversion lab has already been used up.
Yeah, it's again, you're saving a few damage potentially by taking out that upgrade, but this two tubes attack is doing 4 more, which is more damage than you take from Sabine using the upgrade and hitting your base. So I think Drew could have saved more damage if he'd killed the two tubes first action.
And in this particular matchup against Xavier with this Sabine deck, every bit of damage you can save is absolutely significant.
Yeah, and it could be just not playing against it that much. This card, anyone who played in set 1 played against this card a lot because it was kind of a rebel that Sabine had to play in set 1, and everyone just knew you have to kill it on sight. You don't have a choice.
It looks like we're
Yeah,
going
we
to have
see.
another Obi-Wan here, and the
Yes.
uniqueness rule defeating the one that was just played. So Drew still has a ready one, but a force unit was played. So the Obi-Wan Kenobi that was already in play will have Sentinel for the remainder of the phase.
Yeah, kind of it's like a period of self-reflection, right? I see myself, I now have Sentinel.
That's absolutely right. At least stands in the way as a little bit of an obstacle for Sabine. But here's Daring Raid straight to the base. A direct hit here, 14 damage on Energy Conversion Lab. And I don't think Drew has any response to this red 5 that is going to come through for a total of 5 unless there's some other kind of pump from Xavier. I believe he's only holding on to the rebellious functionary in hand. That's not going to change the damage presented by red 5. It's Han Solo leader unit deployed on Drew's side.
Yeah, it's looking kind of similar to game 1, where I think there might have just be too much damage stacked up already. I do think Drew's in a slightly better spot here than he was in game 1 because there's no saboteurs and he still has the sentinels. Um, so he has options here to I mean, you have to clear these ground units. It kind of feels bad to kill Sabine because then it just goes back to pinging your base again. But it kind of is what it is.
Yeah, the Sabine leader unit still able to attack even into Obi-Wan Kenobi with Sentinel and deal that 1 damage with the on attack trigger. That brings Drew to just 5 HP remaining. Of course, does have the option to take out the Benthic 2 tubes. He's confident he can deal with this ground arena, but still have the red 5 in the space arena. And I'm not sure, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Drew ends up with the initiative. But if he makes this play of the rebellious functionary,
Well, I
could
like this
see Drew
play
with the
from
initiative.
Xavier. Because what Drew wants to do is use Grogu to deal 2 damage to red 5 and then do that again next turn. So by playing this, Xavier is saying you can either claim initiative to kill my ground unit and it takes you 2 turns to kill my space unit, or you deal damage to my space unit, I get initiative and I get to attack you with it. So he's forcing Drew into a choice.
Choice is a difficult one because if the space unit is not dealt with, we're going to see Grogu action ability cleaning up the ground unit, the rebellious functionary defeated. But now with Xavier having the initiative, we know that at least 3 damage will get onto that energy conversion lab, and it puts Drew on a 2-turn clock with the Sabine action ability.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting that he killed the ground unit. I think he's just saying, I need to be able to attack your base this turn because I'm dead to the Sabine ping next turn. So he's saying, you get this red 5 attack. I hope you don't have any more reach in your hand. No other daring raid or for a cause or anything like that. I would be kind of surprised if Xavier's on for a cause because there's a lot of red neutral cards you usually want to play in mono red Sabine, but we'll see how it
Here
plays
we
out.
go. 23 damage on Drew's base after red 5 attacking the energy conversion lab. Another 2 damage to the Han Solo leader unit with red 5's on attack ability. And now the question is for Drew, if I can survive this turn, can I deal enough damage to send this into game 3? We know right now there's at least 10 damage being shown in the ground arena. Needs to find at least another 4 as Han comes in for 3. It's 14 damage on Tarkin Town.
Yeah, the problem is he's set up to be 1 action away after the Sabine ping. So he has to either get initiative with a big attack ready or make it so that Sabine ping doesn't work, but you have to kill the red 5 if you do that. So it's kind of an interesting board state here.
Another line of reinforcements in the air for Xavier. It's Green Squadron A-Wing. Another Rebel fighter. Either one of these two units representing lethal with one swing during the next action phase. Can Drew find a way to close out this game on this turn? Because I do not think he could deal with both of those space units in one action. It's very unlikely he's running a Space Sentinel.
Yeah, he has a Wrecker in hand, but he's already used his ECL and there's no ground units. If he sideboarded into Bright Hopes, which I don't know if they're even in the deck, that would help. But I would imagine if he had one, he would slam it down, and most Han2 ECLs don't have that in their list.
You know what he needs right now? He needs that guerrilla attack pod that he had to resource
Yeah.
early in this game. It's in the resource row, and
He
that
resourced
would
it
be
to
the
keep
damage he
Wrecker.
needed.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
he
right.
kept Wrecker to resource the attack pod. If he had the attack pod right now, he would have lethal.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with his decision. We saw him think about it for a while because it all comes down to, am I going to need to kill Sabine or am I going to need to push 4 to 6 more damage? So yeah, I agree with the decision that he made, but you can see him looking at his resources, and I think that's what he's thinking about now. Is did I make the wrong decision on turn 1? It's easy to look back now and say, well, yeah, this would have won you the game. But if you look at the board state in game 1, the Wrecker might have won him the game.
Right.
So it's hard to say that it was an incorrect decision, but it's an interesting point that, turn 1 of this game could have been completely different in a different way.
Drew just has to claim the initiative. It's going to be all kinds of pressure from Xavier. The Karis Nemec comes out. The Sabine ping with that action ability. We've got to deal fatal in one action or deal with all these units. Drew cannot do it. He shows the guerrilla attack pod in the resource row. Not going to do it. And it's going to be a quick 2-0 win for our defending champion here at the Misty Mountain PQ. Xavier, quick 2-0 win here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, huge congrats to Xavier on that one. We do have a backup stream match, which is going to be Han 1 Yellow versus Yoda Data Vault. So it looks like we may be transitioning to that fairly quickly at the moment. Hi, guys. Nice to see everybody's faces. So the graphics are getting updated for the backup feature match, and once those graphics are updated, we're going to switch over to that. But yeah, so what did you think of that match? We obviously don't see Sabine Red that much, but it's definitely put on a clinic of why it can be good there.
Well, the big question for me was Grogu, and we saw Grogu come out both games.
Yeah.
It was able to deal with these early one-cost plays, and it just didn't matter because you were still able to push so wide on the board with Xavier, and there just wasn't enough answers. And it's just little chip damage, little chip damage, and there was never a moment where Drew was able to be the aggressor. He was constantly having to play defense, and we know that Sabine has so much reach with that action ability and with this quick damage that can come out of nowhere, and it just seemed to be too much for Drew.
Yeah, I think that match was a good reason of why just everyone plays Data Vault. There wasn't a good chance to even use the ECL. You didn't get any value out of it either game. You didn't use it game 1. In game 2, you ECL'd into a turn 1 play with an Obi-Wan, and it was fine. It saved you 2 damage, I think, total, because you would have just killed that guy the next turn. So compared to an 8 health lead, I think Han 2 Data Vault with the same draws wins that game because you have enough time to play your attack pod, to play your Wrecker, and have one attack lethal with enough HP remaining that Sabine doesn't kill you. So it's really interesting there to see that those differences play out. Like even if that was Han 230 green, I think he wins that game too.
That's a really good point. No, it's an excellent point, and sometimes the 25 HP bases, especially when you're running these aggro decks, it's your favorite thing to see. This is what you want to sit down across from is an opponent playing a 25 HP base, and it worked out beautifully for Xavier there. Now we are jumping over to our backup match. We've got the Han 1 Yellow versus Yoda Data Vault, and we will get some info to you about where we stand on this match shortly. It's like it's
See a
Julio versus
resupply
Isaiah.
carrier going into potentially a Yoda flip here. Oh, that's a you're my only hope, and a Luke. That is not a hand you want to see as Han.
Quite a wonderful hand for Julio. You've got
Yeah, so you
options
see
here. You've got
two Sentinels, removal spell, you're my only hope, and a Luke. That is, if Yoda could pick their hand right now, that would probably be it.
now here's something to think about. And one positive side for Isaiah as we're staring down what appears to be a very threatening hand. There is 0 damage on Isaiah's base right now, and it looks like we're staring at 20 damage on the data vault. So we are in the lead here, and Yoda is going to have to be forced to stabilize rather quickly.
Yeah, these next 2 turns are going to be the game, I think. Can Yoda stabilize? We're not sure exactly what Kira named. I didn't see anything get pointed to. Probably Luke. But if Julio can stabilize over these next 2 turns, I would imagine he's still got his Yoda flip up. We're not 100% sure. I don't see a marker on the leader, but some players don't use the markers on their leaders. If he still has Yoda flip available, I think he can probably claw this back, especially with the Sentinels that he has in hand. He could just go Obi-Wan into Typho, Yoda flip, kill the Hauler. So there's a lot of options.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options. We see a total of 2, 8, possible 12 damage right now being shown on the board from Isaiah.
Yeah, there's a chance that Yoda has already died because we see 8 resources and Plo Koon with 4 damage on it. So it wouldn't if Yoda has already died, that makes this a bit harder for Julio here.
Excellent point. We are going to see the Jedi Knight coming out, giving at least -3/-3. Not sure if a friendly unit was defeated for Julio this time around, but nevertheless, -3/-3 would get the job done on the 4 damage Plo Koon regardless. So deals with the big threat that was threatening 6 with that raid 3 thanks to coordinate. Here comes Han Solo, has his moments. The pilot onto the stolen AT hauler. You get to attack right away. It gets +2 power, and just like that, it's 26 damage on Data Vault.
Yeah, you were just talking about threatening 6.
Yeah, there it is anyways, from the air. It's a quick claim for Julio. 2 more damage with that spy token. 28 damage on Data Vault, 5 HP remaining. Now, with Luke on board, we are showing at least a way to deal with that Kira. We can restore 3, but keep in mind that stolen AT hauler is threatening 6 again right away.
Yeah, I see a Vanquish in the discard pile. I thought it was in hand going into the Kira, so I'm not sure if he played another one or if he still has one in hand and that's what Kira named. But if he still has one in hand, then that could deal with the hauler. But you go up to 31 to take that. And then I believe, I'm not sure, I think that's a spy for another 2 damage.
Yeah.
If that's a spy token, then that's lethal presented currently.
Here it comes, stolen AT hauler.
So we might need to see the
Data Vault.
Yeah, we might need
31.
to see Obi-Wan into Vanquish, but that's only a temporary stop because the Obi-Wan's not going to have Sentinel next turn. Oh, there's enough resources for Typho into Vanquish. That would help.
That's a good point. We did see, I believe we did see Typho in hand when it was revealed with Kira. Looks like Julio contemplating paying 3 here.
Yeah, it's tough because Obi-Wan is not as helpful when they can just claim and kill you first action. So he's got to decide. Yeah, he pays the 4th. I think he might have been going through the same thought process and realized that he needs the Typho and can't have it be the Obi.
The Typho at least keeps the game going for now. That spy token is not free to close out this game. Typho also presents a way to potentially heal if it's attacked into We're going to see, oh, is that Depa Balaba coming out?
Ooh.
That is a 5/7 with Ambush and Saboteur.
So you could just take out the Luke here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That Saboteur able to get around the Sentinel. Could take out the Luke. Depa would have 1 HP remaining. And that stolen AT hauler would still have to be dealt with.
Yeah, I don't know how Isaiah or sorry, how Julio gets out of this.
Well,
We
you
might have
mentioned it.
seen no ambush, because even with the Luke restore, both of these attacks are still lethal, I think. Goes to 28, and then Hauler for 6 or Depa for 5. Either
Yep.
one gets you to 33. So we might
Yep,
have done no
good point.
ambush just to make the Depa harder to kill.
Yeah, I think that is the call here with this delay. Looks like Julio may be thinking through this next action. You mentioned one of our good friends, Curtis, who loves this Han 1 yellow deck. He said, I love to see Yoda data vault, and at least in this game, we are seeing that kind of thought process about this matchup really come
Yeah.
to fruition here. And it looks like it is going to be an ambush after some thought. Luke
Yeah.
Skywalker taken off the board.
Yeah, I think I like that ambush because you don't expect this Yoda to have anything that crosses lanes and deals with both sides. So you just take the restore off the board, so that you don't have to think about it. And if he starts by killing one of your units, the other one kills him. I think either play. I think all roads lead to Rome once you have the Depa at that point, ambush or not. I think the only thing you don't want to do is ambush the Typho, because then he gets to heal 1, claim, attack with Luke, and restore 3, and then it messes things up a little bit. But I think you still win even in that case, unless Isaiah has some other shenanigans.
That Han action ability was used because a unit has left play this phase. So Julio was able to draw a card. Now he has to put one back on top or on the bottom. And keep in mind, there was a You're My Only Hope in Julio's hand. So if he has some way to set up a nice play with that You're My Only Hope, maybe he could do that. But again, that play needs to be some kind of answer for Hauler.
It could be a home 1 into, because it would be played for free because it's within 5 health of death. So if he puts a home 1 on top, he plays that for free, gets a blue leader back, which I don't know if is in his discard. Then he can move it to ground and kill the Depa and restore 1 there. And I think he's still dead to the hauler even after restoring 1 from the resupply carrier attack. So I think even You're My Only Hope into home 1 doesn't work.
I just don't think there's a way out because you have to answer Hauler. You can't. If you
Yeah,
answer the Hauler, the Saboteur is on the board, right? So it's just not.
All right, I found his out.
Okay.
He has to You're My Only Hope into a removal spell, be it Luke, Rivals Fall, whatever. And then with the other 2 resources, play an Entrenched.
Okay. Yep.
I don't know if he's running Entrenched main deck, but that's the out that I can see. I don't think he has it because he's thinking very hard about what to do. And I think if
we at
you
least
have those, it's a windmill slam.
We didn't see the Entrenched last turn. Very unlikely he drew into it, considering the labor that we're seeing him give into this particular line. Card
like
goes
there is
back
going to
on
be
top.
an Only Hope.
There it is. What is on top for Julio? It's going to be Keller and Beck. Keller's going to come out for free here. Search the top 7.
Yeah,
I just don't know if there's anything that
has
could
the
be found that
ability
can
to save
answer
him.
both. Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's anything he could find here that would actually answer. There's definitely not anything that would answer both of these units, but I don't think there's anything that would answer one of the units and still leave the Entrenched as an option.
Correct. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is a blue leader.
Yep.
But you would then have to pay 2 more to send it to ground, because it doesn't kill the hauler, so then you don't have the resources up for the Entrenched. And I would guess this is game 1. We are not sure. We're trying to get confirmation on that right now, but just based on the higher resources, it might be game 2. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we don't know exactly which game they are in. This could be Julio's tournament on the line. If not,
Yeah, that could be why he's taking so long,
Yeah.
because he might already be down a game, and there's just no reason to rush.
Isaiah looking for a shutout here, has no damage on his base.
Yeah,
It
we
looks
do
like
see
there was a blue
leader.
leader. So the blue leader is going to come out with the 2 extra resources. The air support called in. That's going to be a 5-5 with ambush. They can take out Depa Balaba, but this leaves the opening for Isaiah to just claim the initiative.
Yeah,
and
he's
take it
already
out with
claimed.
stolen AT hauler. Yep.
So we will find out shortly if this is game 2 and Han got game 1 or not.
Like 4 damage into stolen AT hauler. If I'm Julio there, I say no, sir. You don't get the shutout. 4 damage to base.
Yeah,
Pass turn.
exactly.
But he
High
went to
hit
the hauler.
base.
And that is going to do it. Players packing up in this game, and now we'll see what it looks like. Was that game 2 or was it game 3? Was it game 1? We don't know quite yet. Looks
I
like we're
will
doing
say,
some shuffling.
if I'm Yoda there, it feels really bad to spend about 5 minutes going through the motions of a game that you've already lost. When you're in a timed top 8, it looks like that might have been game 1, because now they're going to sideboard.
Oh, wow.
So if that's game 1, I think Julio really did himself a disservice in his
Right.
ability to finish this match.
If that
He was
was
just
indeed
dead on
game
board
1.
for several minutes.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. If that was game 1, that took approximately, 45 minutes? A little over 45
Mhm.
minutes? They had 75 minutes. So that means that Julio needs to turn around and get a couple quick wins here. You got 28 minutes left on the clock.
Chat pointing something out that's really good, that You're My Only Hope into Bo-Katan would have saved him, because it would have killed the Depa. I think You're My Only Hope Bo-Katan might have been a reason to not ambush the Luke there. Because the Bo-Katan kills, when played, the Depa, and then the shrinking of the hauler lets the resupply carrier kill the hauler.
Wow.
So
Yeah, that is
the
a
fact that
fantastic
Julio,
thought.
so the fact that Julio topped a not Bo-Katan is another thing. He could have just bottomed and blind, actually, You're My Only
Yeah.
hope. See what happens.
Just go for it, right?
Yeah, that's a good line from chat. I didn't see that until they brought it up. So that's a good shout.
I love the little decisions like that, because we saw Isaiah really giving it a lot of thought of whether or not he wanted to ambush with Depa.
Yeah. What's
And
the punish here
and
for
he ended up
ambushing versus
right.
what's the benefit of giving my
Yeah.
opponent 3 restore?
And he decided to ambush, and yeah, that's a great point. The Bo-Katan could have absolutely punished there, but in the end, there was no Bo-Katan, and it didn't matter. So the win for Han 1 Yellow. Han 1 Yellow, this deck, I tell you, really came under the radar in Mesa. I was talking a little bit to Jordan earlier at the start of the day. There was only 5 Han 1 Yellow in Mesa for that sector qualifier. 3 of them make day 2. 2 of them in the top cut. You want to talk about an amazing conversion rate.
Yeah,
Han 1
absolutely.
Yellow had it, and then it goes all the way to the finals with John Yellow. That was John Morris. He takes it down. Just incredible stuff, because that was not his first rodeo with Han 1 Yellow. He's been playing that deck for so long, and he actually had a top cut finish in another sector qualifier, the Richmond sector qualifier, with the Han 1 Yellow. So it was really cool to see him get back there with Han 1 Yellow under the radar and it taking it down. And now we see here in the top cut, Han 1 Yellow appearing to give Yoda some fits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like I said in the beginning, I think it really depends on exactly how you build this Han Yellow. John Morris said in chat that Yoda was his most hated matchup, and my newest teammate Curtis what is very happy on Han 1 yellow whenever he sees a Yoda. And we saw Julio here take game 1. Now, obviously, game 1s are a lot easier against Yoda, especially if you're a space deck. They have a lot of anti-space to bring in for games 2 and 3. So we'll have to see if he can, if Julio can close this out. Or sorry, if Isaiah can close this out, or if Julio can crawl back in and win 2 games in 25 minutes.
Mina Bonteri to start things out for Julio. It's going to be a turn 1 Han action ability for Isaiah. Getting that extra resource.
And the clock definitely started at 75 minutes, because I remember seeing an hour 15 when we started the original matchup. So our clock should be roughly accurate, assuming they are doing a 75-minute round, which are the tournament regulations. So that's what I would imagine they're doing.
It's going to be Bodhi Rook on turn 1. We see the resupply, big stripped from Julio's hand. What a turn 1 here for Isaiah to take out the ramp, take out that ideal turn 2 play that was coming up.
Yeah, that's huge. Yoda needs the ramp against these aggressive decks, and just
Absolutely.
Yeah, turn 1, getting a unit on the board, taking a card out of their hand. They don't get to redraw. This isn't a Bazine. Yeah, that was huge.
Question is, in this 60-card Data Vault deck, did Julio find another resupply? Did he believe in the heart of the cards? What has he found here on turn 2? Julio will have the initiative with Mina Bonteri in play. It's Mina versus Bodhi Rook in the ground arena. Mina Bonteri just a 2/4, so not quite enough power to take down that 3/3 Bodhi Rook. We're going to see Yaddle coming out. So getting some more Restore in play. Both of these units on Julio's side have Restore 1 printed in their text box.
Yeah, the Restore is good. They both line up fairly well into Bodhi, both being 2/4s into a 3/3.
For Isaiah, it's striking first in game 2. Bodhi Rook dealing 3 damage to Data Vault.
Yep, dealing 3 damage, then 1 gets restored, and the Mina going into the Bodhi.
Now we're going to see that fast Falcon, the Millennium Falcon piece of junk coming out, coming in ready. It is going to be a claim from Julio and another 3 damage into Data Vault as the piece of junk going to do some early work here. For Isaiah, this is what you want to do. You want to be aggressive. You were able to stifle the early ramp, and now you just want to put good pressure on. We'll see if he pivots more to the space arena now. We've got the restore units in the ground arena. Julio's set up pretty well with the initiative, can take out Bodhi on the first action. Could take it out with either unit, but could take it out with Yaddle and keep Mina in play just to keep the restore online.
Yeah, I think you just spread it around. You save the damage on base and play your second unit. This deck mostly wants to bounce. The biggest punish would be something like a 2/2 shielded unit. And even then, you're not too worried about it if they start trying to take out your units.
It is the Yaddle unit taking out the Bodhi Rook unit. Restoring 1, back down to 4 goes Julio. No other Jedi units in play for that on attack ability to do some extra work here.
There's a Han pilot going in too.
Yeah, the Han pilot, just more pressure in the space arena as the Millennium Falcon piloted extremely well by Han Solo, giving +2, +3 to the piece of junk, and another 5 damage, bringing Data Vault up to 9.
They might be trying to figure out if he paid for Falcon this turn. I see a judge hand in there, and I was trying to figure that out as well, but I can't really see his resources that well, so yeah, I'm not sure. But that may be, I definitely saw an outside hand in there, and I'm guessing it might be a judge, and that might be what they're trying to figure out, if he should have a resource up or not. Either way, it looks like we're having a hopefully quick judge call going on right now.
It's going to be that Han action ability used, so another ready resource generated. As Isaiah playing a card from hand, putting it down as a resource and readying it. Only at 5 total resources, 2 ready. Again, having to pay that 1 resource to keep the Millennium Falcon in play. And it is going to be a blue leader just for 3 here. And that 3/3 in the space arena, not really standing up to the Millennium Falcon currently.
Ooh. So I believe we just saw a Spark of Hope discard the You're My Only Hope. So lots of hope shenanigans.
Hope here. Spark of Hope. Doing some good work. We've seen 2 very important events stripped from Julio's hand already in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I didn't see what else was in Julio's hand when the You're My Only Hope got taken. But that's a huge one that they want to have on 5 resources to potentially play a Luke for 7. And especially with not ambushing the blue leader, that makes me think that maybe they're trying to set that up.
First action. Be on Isaiah's side here. Got a quick 5 damage into Data Vault.
Yeah, there's absolutely
13
no
damage
reason
on.
for you to take out this blue leader.
Yeah, for sure. $13 damage on. Just the Millennium Falcon in play right now for Isaiah, but Julio and Yoda not showing a good answer for it currently. Yaddle getting in for 2. We'll start restoring a little bit here. 12-4 the damage total on each base in favor of Isaiah.
I don't think it's going to matter, but both of these ground units should have 3 damage on them, not 2, because they both hit into a Bodhi. I can't think of
Great
anything
point.
in this Han deck that only deals 1 damage. So hopefully it won't end up mattering.
Now it was blue leader getting in for 3 to Isaiah's base, bringing that damage total up to 7. And it's Han Solo deployed, but Julio says, I've got a quick answer.
Mm-hmm.
With Captain Typho just trying to preserve some damage, but it's going to be Hot Shot Blaster coming out, smuggled in onto Han, attacking with
showed
+2 power, taking out Typho.
I believe showed an Obi-Wan from hand, which can't be played this turn, but could be another Sentinel next turn.
Amina Bonteri still ready, will attack into the Han leader unit, restoring 1 from Julio's base,
Notably,
back down to 10.
No card draw because there's only 1
Yeah.
card in hand. After all the discard, it doesn't have the double green to show for the disclose on Mina.
Yeah, that's tough. That when defeated ability always has the possibility of gaining some good value, but not in this case for Julio. And Julio's going to stare down a tech as well being played into the ground arena for Isaiah. Isaiah's resources now all gaining smuggle, so essentially Isaiah just increased that hand size by quite a bit.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, if I'm Julio, that I'm thinking about now is that tech could likely give Isaiah access to a waylay. I think that's the biggest card that you're thinking maybe got resourced early. So if you're trying to play an early Luke or something like that, it might get sent back to your hand. But in general, tech's not as scary anymore after the DJ ban.
Yeah, that is very true. The tech DJ combo, one that still haunts us all to this day. And if you're not familiar with it, just don't ask. Julio has the initiative. The blue leader on his side of the space arena. Much less of a threat. Still not showing that answer to the Millennium Falcon piloted by Han. And the beautiful thing about this Han Solo leader unit and the synergy, he can pay the 1 resource, keep the Falcon in play, and then defeat that resource thanks to Han's ability. So he's not really losing anything here. We're going to see Yaddle going into Tech for 2 damage. Tech will have 3 HP remaining and 1 damage being healed from Data Vault. Back down to 9 goes Julio.
Yeah, I'm so used to Han2 Blue. I was about to explain the Luke lines, but there's only 6 resources for Yoda, and Yoda cannot play Luke for 6. So Yoda has to do resort to other means.
Yeah, that's right. Could see possibly some You're My Only Hope shenanigans to bring out one of these larger units a bit early, but at the moment, it's another 2 damage into Data Vault, bringing the damage total up to 11. And, you know, again, it all comes back down to that early discard of the resupply. Yoda could be deployed on this turn if that resupply had not been targeted. Going to be the modded cohort coming
modded
out here with
cohort.
ambush and raid 2. So we'll attack for a total of 4, taking out Tech, just 2 damage back, but the Millennium Falcon, Han Solo continuing to fly the Falcon expertly as another 5 damage is dealt to Data Vault.
Yeah, and this is where I'm curious what Yoda brought in from the sideboard here, because a lot of times they'll have things like direct hits, they'll have things like Eager Escort Fighter, things to deal with these space-heavy lineups. Did Julio realize that that was the game that he was going into? You have to know it's a possibility with Han 1, but it's not always the game that they play. So I'm curious if Julio has those options in his sideboard, and if he does, if he brought him in, if he's going to see him.
Moving on to this next round. Up to 7 resources goes Julio. Can deploy Yoda here, and maybe we could finally see an answer to this Millennium Falcon that has really haunted Julio since the start of this game.
Yeah. And the question here is, does Yoda want to try to blind flip to kill this Falcon before? He's going for it.
He's going for it, and he finds it. Modded cohort on top, being discarded with that wind deployed ability from Yoda. Able to defeat a non-leader unit with cost equal to or less than the card discarded. Modded cohort costs 4, Falcon costs 3. Millennium Falcon, piloted by Han, no more in the space arena. Tech will get in for 2 here, bringing Data Vault up to 18. But now we've got some restore in play for Julio.
Yeah, this turn is a big turning point in the game. Isaiah needs to get something on the board here, or Julio's going to run away with this game too.
And speaking of getting something on the board, he's going to have something taken off the board. The Tech getting taken down. Strong plays so far on this turn. Stabilizing is Julio.
So he sees Han activate. I assume this is to go up to 7. I'm not 100% sure. I can't tell exactly how many resources he has. So you've got to imagine, you've got to be scared of the Han units or the Depas of the world. But neither of those kill Yoda. So yeah, you don't have to attack with Yoda right now. I can't think of anything that would blank the Yoda outside of something like a Cunning Tap, which you're just thrilled if that's the play.
Modded cohort dealing another 4 damage to the Jabba's palace. Isaiah's base up to 11 damage in total. We're going to see Infus Nest coming out with the 7 total resources. So the modded cohort getting bounced when played and on attack with that Infus Nest. You can return an enemy non-leader unit that has less power than Infus Nest to its owner's hand.
Yeah, it feels a little bit bad. All the non-leader units have ambush. So do you really want to bounce them?
Yeah, I know it's tough. That modded cohort could just, of course, come back and get some immediate impact on the board. Yoda just going into Infus Nest, trading some damage with the Champion of Justice, restoring 2 from base. Data Vault back down to 16, another 3 on Jabba's palace. It's 14 damage on Isaiah's base. He's staring down 16 points of damage on Data Vault, but right now the board control, you have to like where you're at for Julio.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest question now is, does Isaiah have a 7-cost Han unit? Because if he can cleanly answer this Yoda, then I think he could potentially be back in the game. We know Julio's been low on cards the whole game, so he has to have drawn the right top end. But that's where it starts. If he has to swing this, if he has to swing his only unit into Yoda, that feels really bad. If he goes to base, he could risk it, but then a Sentinel stops his big Han plan, so that's pretty risky. He's
Looks
just
like
going
he's
to base
just
with a
gone to
surprise strike.
base. Surprise strike for 8 with Infus Nest 26.
He could bounce the blue leader, but I think he actively doesn't want to.
Now, am I mathing wrong here? I thought Yoda was down to 16 damage on Data Vault.
He definitely
Surprise
added
strike would
10
be 8,
damage.
right? Yeah, I was fixing to say. I thought
Yeah.
it was on 16, so plus 8 would be 24. Maybe we're missing something, but Julio did move the dial up to 26, so that's definitely just something to keep in mind. 2 damage could absolutely play a difference as we get towards the closing stages of this game, and that bounce is not going to happen this time. That blue leader is not something you want to see bounced back to hand because it could come out with a 5-5. Here it comes. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, -3, taking out Infus Nest.
And this is where I was kind of curious. Part of the reason that I thought Isaiah had big Luke was because he ambushed into the Yoda. It obviously makes it easy to kill. You eventually have to kill the leader, but you make your unit susceptible to something like a Luke here. So he really is going to need to start cleaning up this board. But Han unit doesn't feel as good anymore into this Luke that just eats it.
An attack from Yoda and the blue leader. It's 21 damage all of a sudden on Isaiah's base. We're showing 24 right now on Julio's base. 9 HP remaining on each base with complete board control for Julio.
I think we're about to find out if this is game 3
right.
or if we're about to go to game 3.
Were we watching game 1 last game? That's the question. If we were watching game 2, now it's Isaiah who could be eliminated here in this game. We're going to see the Qui-Gon Jinn ambushing here. Qui-Gon going to ambush and defeat. It looks like that Yoda
It's
leader
actually
unit
problematic for Isaiah that his Qui-Gon doesn't die, so he doesn't get the win
Yes.
defeated trigger.
That's right, because Julio is showing lethal on board between Luke and the blue leader.
Yeah, and if you ambush into the Luke, then you can't put the Yoda on top because it's only non-leader. So he could have ambushed into the Luke, killed it, and moved the blue leader to not be dead on board this turn. But I think either way, it's not the best spot for him. He really wanted that Yoda to have one more attack to deal with that in the Luke in one action.
Yeah, would have worked out a little bit more efficiently for Isaiah. We're going to see action back on Julio's side. What is the play? It's going to be home 1 into the space arena. We can see Julio play a heroism unit out of that discard pile for 3 less. It'll be Captain Typho, a total of 1 resource spent. Here comes Luke after Isaiah claims the initiative. That should be 27, and the blue leader should close
really
this game out.
Here.
Yeah, we really are. That's going to do it. There's the fist bump, and maybe we were watching game 2, Jeff.
We're about to find out. If they start shuffling back up, we're going to game 3. If they start packing up, that was game 3.
What a game either way. We saw what appeared to be a very, very one-sided game, the previous game in favor of Isaiah, and then here in this game, Julio, even after having his hand disrupted in a major way, after that early resupply was taken out, was able to get that Yoda just when he needed, didn't ramp out, didn't get Yoda out early, but was able to get it just in time. Blind flip, essentially, right? Deploying Yoda. We had to find a 3 cost or more. We found it to take out that pivotal Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, if he flips a 2 there, I think Isaiah might have had enough damage to take this. But at the same time, I think you have to take the chance. You don't play that many 2 drops. Everything else in your deck is a hit. So I like the blind flip, and you just maybe lose there. And it looks like they're packing up. So I think that was game 3. So it looks like we have Yoda Data Vault going on to the top 4. In terms of our other matchups, we saw Loopy won. So that was the Kylo Data Vault won into the top 4.
Yep.
Carlos Apodaca on his Han 2 blue lost. to, if I scroll up here, Carlos lost to the Thrawn Yellow. So our top
All right.
4 is Yoda Data Vault, Thrawn Yellow, Kylo Data Vault, and Sabine Tarkentown. So very interesting top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 decks that you're not used to seeing at the top, right? The Sabine Tarkentown
Yeah.
and the Thrawn Yellow, they're both going on to the top 4. But as far as we are all concerned, we haven't seen a lot of these decks towards the top. But I think these local players, they're pretty familiar with the Sabine Tarkentown being at the top of the table. That's Xavier. That is the defending champion. With the same deck, he's looking to go back to back. Going to be really exciting to see if he can close that out. I think for me, that's the big storyline right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have some news about the most recent giveaway. Matthias L won the giveaway. So if you could message Jordan in the Colorado Cantina Crew Discord to set up sending you the initiative token, to contact him in the CCC Discord. And with 4 minutes left in an hour and 15-minute round, that does it for the top 8. So we're going to take a short break. They should go to top 4 very soon. We will be right back. I am Jeff Creasy from the Botha Network, here with Josh Snyder. Thanks for hanging out. And Josh, it was so great to cast with you again. Glad we got to get around in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jeff.
All right, we are here for some top 4 coverage. Josh will be back with us just shortly. We have Grand Admiral Thrawn Data Vault versus Sabine Tarkentown, our defending champion. I'm Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew with Jeff Creasy from the Boston Network. Interesting matchup, not one we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, it really is. I'm really curious because Thrawn, whenever I see yellow villain, I think, Waylay is no good to me dead. You potentially have the tools to make this take a little bit longer. But I think you're just not thrilled about seeing this Sabine red. Like, it's so fast, and there's so many. It goes so wide. There's so many little things you have to worry about.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna have to see how the turn one plays line up. I wouldn't be surprised to see Xavier start with a ping, for instance, because we've seen him start double crack shot V-wing. But if he starts that into a 2-3 spaceship, it's kind of disastrous for him.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to bait out to see what Nick's turn one play is and then lane dodge. But it also depends on how much option he has. He might not have the option to lane dodge. We'll have to see.
So one thing about things about Thrawn is that they need time to get on their bullshit. They need time to get on their stuff, to get their engine going, whether it's double claiming a heal, double claiming a minus in the case of the commando. There's a lot of different options, but you need time to do it. And the Sabine target down build doesn't give you that time, doesn't afford you that luxury.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Xavier didn't like his hand. We have Nick who did. And we did see
interesting.
Nick, we did see Nick on stream earlier today. There was some confusion about time and ID. Glad to know it wasn't our fault. So good stuff there, but good to see him back. And Josh is back with us as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and we saw Xavier mulligan a hand that had 2 R2 units, so a little bit clunky there because you can only play one of them, and a 1-3 space A-wing. So we can see that he's being very picky about what he wants in this matchup.
So here we go.
Welcome
Commando
back
coming
in,
out.
Josh. They
Yeah,
did
appreciate
not
it.
want to wait for us. They got a rest
Yep,
while
no
we were
break, no
watching
break.
Yoda playing. I really like that sequencing there from Xavier, starting with the daring raid so that his Mr. Bones lives, as opposed to letting the 2-2 when defeated kill his Mr. Bones. So
Yeah, absolutely. That when defeated would have certainly been a problem. Sabine ping, of course, early. Xavier's been consistent with that as much. Getting 1 damage on each base. We see that Director Krennic coming out, which is going to allow Nick to play these when defeated units for 1 less, and he's going to get some value right away playing that Desperate Commando for 1 resource. Mr. Bones getting in for 3. And now here comes the swarm of 1 drops. It's going to be Benthic 2 tubes and the Spec Force Soldier. That's Sabine ping 5 damage on Nick's base, 2 on Xavier's.
yeah, and I would imagine that this Krennic is exactly what Nick wanted to see here. You get to basically just trade with 2 units. You could also throw in your 2-2 and get a double when defeated, so you could kill Benthic 2 tubes and then Mr. Bones and -1 the Spec Force soldiers. There's a lot of options here for Nick this turn.
Absolutely. Nick, the double Desperate Commando here early in game 1, and we're going to see that line you were just talking about. It's going to be rather effective. Benthic and the Commando trading, the when defeated giving -1/-1 to the Mr. Bones. It looks like we're not doubling up on that -1/-1.
Yeah, so maybe he thinks that there might be another when defeated this turn. That's interesting.
Oh, but look at this. We're going to see Wing Leader coming out, giving 2 experience tokens to the other Rebel unit here. That Spec Force Soldier will get +2/+2. This will be a 4/4, as Krennic is just going to deal 2 damage to it, losing the shield token.
Well, there's a confiscate in hand too. So if he had doubled the -1/-1, he could
wow.
kill the Spec Force with the confiscate, but he didn't.
That is brutal for sure. We see Inferno 4 coming out. It looks like both cards that were looked at on top are shipped to the bottom. Another Sabine ping, 10 damage on Nick's base, 3 on Xavier's base, and that little window of opportunity could end up being crucial. Crackshot V-Wing coming out as well. Sabine is deployed. And the damage really pouring in here on this Sabine flip turn. Another 3.
Ooh.
Oh, no,
One
not
to
another
base
3.
and
Excuse
killing
me.
the Krennic.
Director Krennic. Yeah, Krennic, get out of the way. That ability is just so good, and Xavier doesn't want to see any more value out of it.
Yeah, I think you want to prevent something like a legacy run from happening this turn, and it also protects your buff Spec Force soldier. So, wow. Man, Nick was heavily punished for not doubling up that -1/-1 trigger there.
Really rough spot here. Inferno 4 is going to clear the crack shot V-Wing, but we have got 3 more ready units. Xavier has once again done a terrific job of swarming the board as the wing leader gets in for 2. It's another copy of Director Krennic. And it's going to be Spec Force Soldier dealing another 4. 17 plus 3. It's 20 damage on Nick's base. The damage pouring in. Here's Cassian being smuggled in. It will ready, and I'm pretty sure Nick just claimed it's another 3 damage. 23 damage on base. Just like that, 7 HP remaining. Tarkin Town will clear out the Inferno 4.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. I mean, this is what we've seen Xavier do all the time. The board state looks even, and then either he explodes like he did here, and just the next thing you know, it's 20-3, or he gets in incremental damage, and you think it's an even game until you look, and oh, actually, he's 1 action away from lethal.
Yeah, this game changed quickly. It looked like the double Desperate Commandos start on that turn, being able to, as you mentioned, possibly double up. It looked like Nick was really, stabilizing there and in a pretty good spot, and it all changed in a flash. Director Krennic with that shield token able to clean out the Spec Force Soldier, finally dealing with that 4 power unit. Krennic stays on the board, shield token gone. Damage, wing leader dealing 2. Here's Vigilance. Okay, so this at least heals 5. Defeating Sabine, defeating a unit with 3 or less HP remaining, and back down to 20 damage now is Nick.
Ooh, the heroic resolve there.
Yeah,
and then I'm guessing, he wants to read it.
It's one we don't see a lot of these days. We saw it a good bit in the Sabine list back in the Shadows meta, but haven't seen a lot of it recently. And he's going to pop it here. +4, 7 damage to base.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You want to be now a wing leader attack plus Sabine ping is lethal.
Yeah.
So you want to just try to get in as many lethal options as you can.
We're going to see more 1-cost units. R2-D2 keeping Xavier's top card on the top of his deck. Benthic 2 tubes as well. And Nick says, I have seen enough. The defending champion, 1 win away from the finals here at the Misty Mountain PQ. Unreal.
Yeah. Really well played there. I think the only thing we could say from Nick was maybe he wanted to double claim that, but outside of that, I'm still not sure how much that would have slowed down Xavier. It looked like he still had a pretty good train rolling there.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that was fast. I think fast might be an understatement. Nick, one thing for sure that we have seen throughout this tournament, because Nick has been on stream several times now, he is piloting this deck masterfully. I tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's the kind of deck that you have to get used to it with either the Krennic lines or the double when defeated lines, when to take them, when to not take them. So yeah, making it to top 4 of a PQ like this really shows that he's got the reps on this leader and understands how it works.
Definitely. One thing that I love, though, is seeing decks like this Thrawn Yellow all the way in the top 4 of this Planetary Qualifier that had a great attendance, over 80 players. And Jeff, I don't know if you saw it, but we actually saw some spicy decks make it in a top cut of a PQ yesterday. I believe it was in New Zealand. We had a Rose Tico in the top cut of a PQ and Lama Su. So it's like, wow, that was just so cool to see those 2 decks. Now, it was a little bit of a smaller PQ. I believe it was in the the 30s, but still seeing leaders like that in the top cut of these planetary qualifiers is so neat. And it really amplifies here in planetary qualifiers where you see players bringing all kinds of different decks, and then a lot of these players having success with it, where the top cut of these PQs really can be spicy sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really cool to see. I think it's one of the things that I like about PQs. You get to see this little bit more diverse meta, fewer rounds, so it's easier for an off meta deck to spike a tournament. But yeah, really, really cool to see in both that PQ and on the very diverse top 8 in this PQ as well.
Definitely. Love to see it, especially things like the Thrawn Yellow and the Boba Data Vault. That it's interesting because if we go back to the meta last set, Boba Data Vault was very well represented, and it would make some top cuts, but it had such a hard time getting across the finish line. But this set, it feels like Boba Data Vault has kind of been in the shadow of Piet.
Yeah, definitely. I think that for the most part, when you look at what Boba wants to do, Piet just does it better.
Yeah.
Piet's a little bit more draw dependent, but you have so many more answers to deal with the board as Piet, and you get to play the big ships faster. So you're not sprinkling in damage, but you're still killing at about the same time. And your leader flip isn't as impactful, but instead of leader flipping into a 9-power unit, you just play a 9-power unit.
Right. That's absolutely right. Yeah, the big triangle deck, one that I think so many players had big hopes for coming into this meta, getting those extra pieces like the Gonk droid and the extra 8 cost
The
9
Fulminator
power
or
ship, right?
Fulminatrix.
So
Yeah.
I think that there was a lot of hopes that the deck would be more competitive, but the consistency just hasn't
Yeah.
been there,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it's the same way in any card game that has ramp. The and especially when you have a big ramp, big unit removal that's based on your unit, you have this. I mean, it's a triangle deck, but it's also based on the triangle of, did you find ramp and big unit and removal that needs you to have a big unit. If you find all 3 of those, you win most matchups. But sometimes you just only find one, or find the wrong one, or find the wrong 2, and so it really needs to draw its cards in the correct order. And if it does, it's pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. As we continue to get ready for game 2 here in the semifinals, Xavier versus Nick, Sabine Tarkentown versus Grand Admiral Thrawn, yellow. Very curious to know what kind of sideboard cards Nick brought in to help this matchup. Did he bring in some extra ways to heal? Maybe some extra cheap units or cheap removal for maybe some of these early units. We'll see if we found any of those, but it looks like both players are ready. May have been a pass there. Sabine action ability being used. Green Squadron A-Wing, and now Nick thinking about it here. Maybe he passed again. Couple
Yeah,
passes
he
here. Does he
did.
want to make a
We
play?
can see he has a ground unit and a space unit, so he wants to make sure. Usually, you would want to make sure to not lane dodge, but his space unit is a 2/3. So Xavier said, "Here's a 1/3 with raid, and I'm going to have initiative on turn 2." So that made Nick's decision look a lot worse. But if Xavier's play was 2 crack shot V-wings, then this looks
Right.
amazing.
Looks like both of those cards on top immediately shipped to the bottom of the deck with that win played ability on Inferno 4. Passing a couple times has allowed Xavier to grab hold of the initiative token early here in game 2.
Yeah, and then this is where we'll really get a feel for what Xavier thinks of this matchup. Does he just attack? Yeah, so he clears the unit and says, "I'm going to make you do something else to kill my A-Wing." The other option was attacking base and saying, "You have to attack this for 2 turns."
Right.
I like killing the unit, taking the even trade, and saying, "No, you're going to need to play another space unit or another removal spell or something."
Getting the win defeated ability, able to look at the top 2 once again. We're going to see the Night Sister Warrior coming out. Sabine action ability, bringing each base up to 2 damage. It's a claim for Nick. And now for Xavier, it's going to be that popular fighters for freedom that he's had so much success with throughout the day. I believe he's holding on to another one in hand, so
Oh man,
they could certainly get out of trouble. We've seen the damage that these fighters for freedoms can spit out with that ability.
he
See how it
needed a
comes into play
much
here.
better turn 2. I think he's already kind of behind the 8 ball in this matchup a bit, where he has to have things work out really well for him. And his turn 2 play being just a 2-2, it's not where he wanted to be. He's really got to spend the next couple of turns really catching up, because we've seen how fast Xavier is just going to run away with these games if he can't. That's a good start.
Yeah, there it is. He was able to draw 2 cards off the When Defeated ability on Night Sister Warrior, using that Grand Admiral Thrawn ability. Able to double up on the When Defeated ability there, and Fighters for Freedom able to get in for 3. Green Squadron A-Wing getting in for 3 as well, but it's going to be a big Lieutenant Childson coming out here, getting a total of +3/+3. It's a 5/5 Sentinel standing in the way of that Sabine leader unit that's deployed.
And I think I see a Heroic Resolve in hand, which lets Sabine attack into the Childson and live, and then you have 2 Saboteurs. So that's a really good answer if that's what the Spec Force.
Oh, wow. Spec Force Soldier. After the second copy of Fighters for Freedom comes out, Spec Force Soldier wiping out the Sentinel in the text box for this round on that, or for the phase on the Lieutenant Childson. So Sabine leader unit still able to go to base for 3 here. It's 15 damage on Nick's base, just like that. 4 resources, and Xavier's halfway there.
Yeah, and all day we've been seeing the power of these Fighters for Freedom. A lot of the Sabine ECL list dropped them out. They go more green heavy, but when you're in mono red, the 3/4 Saboteur is nice. 80% of your cards pinging is nice, and we see how well they stack up as doubles as well. I think you have to kill the full health fighters here.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. We don't need to take 2 right away when one of these aggression cards get played, not to mention they both have Saboteur, and just walk right around the Imperial official, Lieutenant Childson.
We
It's
see
going
a
to be another
legacy
3.
run, but does he have a way to kill it? Also saw him resource a second Childson, which could have been interesting because you assume this one might get Tarkentowned. So if he could have followed this up with just another Childson, that might have been a pathway back into it.
Epic action, cleaning up Lieutenant Childson, cleaning up the ground arena more importantly. And look at this, Sabine's going to get the hot shot blaster from hand. 19 damage with the extra 1. It's going to be Heroic Resolve onto Sabine as well. This is going to be another damage. Add another one with the rebellious functionary. Yeah, I think that's game. He could just pop the Heroic Resolve. That is lethal on board. Nick gives the fist bump, and Xavier storming his way into the finals here at the Misty Mountain PQ. He's going to be in the finals, back-to-back PQs at this store. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, just really showcasing the power of this Sabine red deck. We saw a game where his opponents didn't stumble and he still got there, and any game where his opponent stumbles just a little bit, he instantly runs away with the game. We saw a weak turn 2. There was no looking back. There was no recovering. Yep. He had probably the best turn 3 he could have, and it didn't matter. It was too late.
It was too late.
So yeah, really impressive showing from the Sabine Tarkentown deck.
It's crazy. Is this a good meta for this deck right now? I mean, how many meta decks did he run into? Is this a meta where Sabine Tarkentown can really shine? It's something that hasn't been played a lot, but who knows? Maybe Xavier's onto something.
There are a lot of decks right now that rely on their way of beating aggro is removal spells and Sentinel. And this deck doesn't care about either of those things. I have 6 units. You can remove 1. Fine.
Right.
I have 4 Saboteurs, or I have 3 of this card that just removes Sentinel for the turn. Fine. This deck really attacks the meta in a kind of a unique way, where it says, I know how these decks are trying to beat aggro, and I'm going to beat that.
Yeah.
So really
very
cool.
Interesting. But again, hats off to Nick for such a great run and a Planetary Qualifier with Thrawn Yellow. Again, that's another deck we don't see a lot of.
Yeah.
So great run and securing some points there in the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And moving on, we're updating the graphics, so we do have a backup top 4 feature match, which is going to be Loopy on Kylo Data Vault against the Yoda Data Vault that we saw in top 8. So if I had to guess, they're probably still on game 1 just because of that matchup. But
Yeah.
we're getting that info and we're getting the graphics updated. So in the meantime, you get to look at our pretty faces and hear our pretty voices. So
Well,
man, yeah.
it's just
I
it's
Go ahead,
crazy,
Josh.
right? I mean,
Mhm.
it's just gonna say Xavier just blowing through his opponents in the first 2 rounds, and now he's gonna get quite a long break because this Kylo
Yeah.
Data Vault versus Yoda Data Vault, that is destined to be quite a grindy matchup as we
Oh,
get
yeah.
to the screen here, get to this game.
And honestly, I think Xavier is happy about either of these matchups.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he has a preference for one or the other, but they're both fairly similar decks in that they're gonna stop you with sentinels and removal spells. They're gonna 1-for-1 you, and they're gonna outvalue you in the late game. And Xavier says there is no late game. So
So just
and
to
we
hop
see an
in here real
annihilator on
quick,
there for Loopy now. Oh, he annihilated Luke. So that lets him get all Luke Skywalkers, including Luke Pilot, to the graveyard. And he's also gonna get the 7-cost Lukes.
So Jeff, just to hop in
So-
here, in Melee, I'm seeing that this that Loopy's up against a Boba Data Vault here. Or in the semifinals. Okay, we're good to go.
Yeah, we're in the
I had to
semis,
refresh
and
Melee. I just
Loopy's
wanted
up
to make
against
sure,
the
yeah.
Yoda Data Vault that we saw in top 8.
Wow, what an annihilator. Ripping the
Yeah.
Lukes. That hurts.
And it's interesting because a lot of times you could say, maybe I want to leave the 2 drops in the deck so you have bad draws. But when you're this late in the game, you say, well, you're going to mill out eventually. Now that the question is, how many home ones does Julio have left? Because there are now conveniently several Lukes that are home one targets in the discard pile. But also
That's a
that
great
this
point.
Annihilator is going to close out the game really quick. Okay, there you force the answer out of it, which is the Rival's Fall. No win defeated trigger. He thankfully did not play a unit first.
Yeah, so the win defeated fizzling out there. The Annihilator taking out that big 12-12 capital ship. Anakin Skywalker, the champion of Mortis, able to get in for 5, so it's 10 damage on Julio's base.
Mm-hmm.
As we see the Yoda action ability.
Yeah, and I think both of these players, I think they're hoping that Xavier is lulled to sleep by the 55 minutes that he's going to have to wait to play the finals. That may be their best shot here because that deck is looking unstoppable. Not to take away from this match, but man, I think we're both just so impressed with how that deck has been functioning all day.
Yeah, couldn't say it any better. Really am impressed. And it looks like just moving on to the regroup phase here.
Julio was eyeing his leader. He might not have
Yeah, he
flipped
was.
Yoda yet. He might be waiting until he can get something with the discard and not needing the restore yet. I'm not sure, but that's interesting. We see Kylo has
Matchup.
been defeated.
Yes, Kylo has been dealt with. Lots of resources to work with for both of these players. As we get into the late stages of potentially game 1, right? I mean, there's
I
very
think
real
this is game 1.
possibility this is game 1.
Yeah, I
As
would
fast
imagine
as
this
the
is
other
game 1.
went.
We're about 30 minutes
Yeah.
into the round, and there's a lot of resources out there, so it made me think we're in game 1. And what I don't know is I don't know if either of these players are playing something like restock main deck. If they are they playing Bazine main deck to take out the restock? These are like the control mirror things that you have to try to think about sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure that could easily determine this game 1, especially with the Annihilator getting 5 Lukes out of the deck.
Some damage being sent into Data Vault. Anakin Skywalker swinging for 5. Yaddle coming out, and it's the big 10-cost Devastator. Devastating Yaddle. Yaddle defeated. And it's that Yoda action ability once again. Julio drawing a card and putting it onto the bottom of the deck. How do we respond to this big capital ship in the space arena?
Hopefully for Yoda with a Vanquish, which, yeah, that's what we saw. We saw you Vanquish there to take out the Devastator. And we're seeing in chat that Loopy has Restock plus Bounty Hunter Crew main. So Loopy is totally fine taking this as late as Yoda wants to take it. Yoda's usually okay taking it late too with home ones, but I don't think that's going to be enough, especially with mill plans and the recursion potential from the Bounty Hunter Crew. So I think it's a tough, it's an uphill battle right now for Julio.
It absolutely is. He's behind in the race, behind in board. He's found some answers for the big capital ships, but looks like we might be seeing another big play. It's going to be another Annihilator defeating Typho. So now we're going to go searching for Typho. We see blue leader Obi-Wan Kenobi and Bo-Katan in Julio's hand.
I believe that card was in the discard pile. Yeah, that was a Typho, yeah. So now also Loopy gets to see what threats are left. He's already looked through the deck once, so he's seen it before, but he can look back and say, okay, how many, there's a Bo-Katan there. How many home ones are left? If you know the list well enough, you can deduce he already sees the hand, so he knows what's in the hand as well. Normally, Bo-Katan is very good, but it doesn't measure up as well to the 12-12 Annihilator.
No, that's a great point. The 12-12 Annihilator could finish things very quickly, and at least with what we have in hand currently, Julio's not showing a response this time.
Yeah, and Loopy's showing potential lethal next turn.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Anakin's still ready, can get in for 5 here on this turn, which would leave 13 HP remaining on Loopy's base.
Yeah, so I think Julio here is deciding if he can afford to play the Bo-Katan or if he has to claim to try to find a Rival's Fall for this Annihilator. Because also, if he plays the Bo-Katan and then gets the Rival's Fall, all his Bo-Katans are gone.
Yeah.
So this is a really tough spot.
So he's just going to play the Bo-Katan, so Loopy's units will get -3/-3 for the phase.
Yeah, so only attacking in for 2. And it's an interesting attack there as well, because the Bo-Katan can kill the Anakin. But another option is that you could claim. But wow, Julio doesn't claim either. So Julio really valuing digging deeper over taking either 5 to 12 damage first action next turn. It's really interesting that basically neither player is worried about having initiative.
They're drawing that top card with the Yoda action ability, and it looks like Julio's just going to put it on the bottom instantly.
And then Loopy is he going to cycle and give initiative back? Oh, there's still the Yoda flip. Okay.
Yeah, Yoda coming out. So
now Yoda can kill Anakin because Anakin has -3/-3 from the Bo-Katan still.
That is a great point. I think that's what you have to do here.
Yeah,
Yoda's
the restore is critical here. Going to 15 on base, getting an experience. It's tough to race this 12-12, but that's the start. You're not dead next turn now.
No. Julio has reduced that clock to a 2-turn clock as the protective Padawan also coming down into the ground arena. Obi-Wan Kenobi unit played. Loopy will have the initiative. And now with a board built back up for Julio, if Julio finds an answer to the Annihilator, that when defeated trigger definitely online at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like it looks like both players are currently set up to have lethal the first action of next turn, but that's assuming everyone attacks with everything. So we'll have to see how this one plays out and what actually changes this turn. But imagine you just get in your 12 damage first action here before anything else happens. but Loopy might have other plans with his control gameplay.
Oh, it's going to
Game
play
plan.
legal authority, and that is going to allow the Annihilator to capture Bo-Katan. It's going to be 5 damage from Julio into Loopy's data vault as he restores 2.
Yeah.
So it'll be 13-12 in favor of Loopy. But Loopy's got that big ship ready.
The really nice thing about this play is the way, it's one of the niche things about this game that doesn't come up often, but the way this game works, rescuing a unit is one of the first things that happens. So if Julio kills the Annihilator, before the Annihilator has a when defeated trigger, the Bo-Katan is back in play and able to be targeted with that when defeated.
And that could be trouble. We're going to see Power of the Dark Side coming down. Protective Padawan is defeated, but it wasn't after Loopy got in with the Annihilator for 12, bringing Julio's base up to 25. We're going to see Condemn being put onto Yoda as well. So Yoda will still have the Restore, but will not be dealing damage here as long as Loopy can disclose a Vigilance and Villainy aspect icon. The Super Laser Technician coming down as well.
It should turn off the Restore regardless of...
Nope, you're absolutely right. Yes, it does.
Whether
It loses all other abilities.
Yep. Yeah, so yeah, they're going to game 2 here.
Yep. Julio just
we assume it's game 2. Fairly certain.
Right. As many resources as they had and as quick as the Sabine Tarkin Town match went, I think that's safe to assume that it was game 1. And Loopy victorious here in game 1, trying to take down Yoda Data Vault.
Really liked his navigating of the late game there. You could tell that he knew he had the inevitability with the mill. And he had the multiple Annihilators main deck where he knows exactly what threats are available to stop him, and played around them really well.
The Loopy showing the stream a little bit here. That was Palpatine's return and Supreme Leader Snoke that he laid down, maybe coming out of the sideboard.
Yeah. This matchup should get better for Loopy post board. It depends on how teched Yoda is for control. A lot of the Yoda sideboards, they've needed to have a lot of aggro plans, and especially space aggro plans in the sideboard. I was talking in earlier matchups about how Yodas have eager escort fighters, and they have potentially Bright Hopes, maybe sideboard, but they have all these options to stop aggro. But do they have anything to stop this mega over-the-top control game plan that only gets more control-y as you go post-board?
Yeah, that is the question. And we didn't really see how this early game developed. But I am curious, how much do you have to prioritize these units for Julio that put in multiple units into play? Something like Queen Amidala and maybe ways to recur the Queen, just being able to get multiple threats out in one action. Of course, things like Supreme Leader Snoke can really slow that down, but I just feel like we need to try and get some multiple units into play if we can, because Loopy was doing a fantastic job of cleaning up the smaller boards on Julio's side.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. The Kylo deck is trying to 1-for-1 everything right now. The post board plan where he goes into Snoke's, that becomes a little bit different, but I still think you're right that Queen Amidala is a huge linchpin here, getting a lot of units on the board, and also just having the early turn plays. Playing Obi-Wan just so you have a 3/5, playing Mina Bonteri on turn 1 so that you have a unit, and when they kill it, you replace that card in your hand. I think those things like that are going to be super critical for Julio trying to get off the ground and get enough damage to pressure Loopy.
I believe, again, Loopy really playing to the stream here, doing us some favors. I believe he was taking out the Kylo's lightsaber and the restock. So maybe Loopy not thinking he needs that. We're not going to get to that point in the game, and he feels that he can outgrind before a restock would be needed.
I think that's reasonable because they saw each other's lists going in, so Loopy knows whether or not there's a vigilance restock type of plan in this Yoda list. So him taking out restock makes me think he knows, okay, he can't sideboard into trying to mill me out, so I can just go for these Palps returns and Snokes over my own restock.
Yeah. That does appear to be the line to Snoke. Something that I love about, there's a couple things I love about this Kylo deck. And we saw it last week in Mesa, where you get
very
that Supreme Leader Snoke down into the discard pile, and then you can play it on 6 resources with the Palpatine's return.
Mhm.
And that Supreme Leader Snoke, of course, getting out 2 turns early potentially can really, really flip this board.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the biggest thing about the Queen Amidala play we were talking about, where, okay, Yoda plays Queen on 5. Well, if Kylo plays Snoke on 6 resources, then that
Yeah, that's
feels a
trouble.
little worse for the for the Yoda player.
Both players getting ready for the second game in the semifinals here at the Misty Mountain Planetary Qualifier for Secrets of Power. And it's going to be
Ooh, that's a good start.
Julio starting with the Gonk Power Droid, and a quick claim from Loopy. That Power Droid could certainly give some big value if it's allowed to swing here.
Yeah, Loopy needs to have a power here. Trying to let the Gonk get in, get a 4 drop down early is going to be rough. Potentially.
Loopy not playing Power of the Dark Side. We've got Super Laser Technician, so showing the ramp now as we go back over to Julio. Do we see that 4 cost unit coming out possibly on this turn? The Power Droid going to attack here, and the next unit that Julio plays will cost 1 less as the Gonk Droid pings that data vault. And it's just going to be resupply here, going up to 4 resources as Julio.
So Loopy called his bluff and said, you can play your 4. This turn is where it could mean Queen Amidala comes out. Well, Queen Amidala can already come out because of the resupply, but the other thing is we saw a resupply carrier in Julio's hand. So if Loopy lets this Gonk attack again, then resupply carrier could come out this turn, and then Yoda flips next turn potentially. We saw Julio do a really late flip last game, so maybe he'll have a different plan this game. I'm not sure.
The Super Laser Technician instantly going into that Gonk Droid, getting an extra ready resource for Loopy. So both players have ramped up 1 resource. They're both on 5 here as the Gonk Droid able to attack again. 2 damage on Loopy's data vault, and we see Dr. Pershing coming out. And now the question for Julio is, what do we find? Do we have a way to generate the value off of that on attack ability from the Gonk Droid? You mentioned the resupply carrier potentially setting up Yoda to be deployed during the next action phase. Yoda action ability used. Julio will draw a card. Let's see what he does here. He has to put 1 back on top or the bottom.
He goes on top. Normally, I only like doing this if I'm going to You're My Only Hope, which may be the play here.
Yep, there it is. You're My Only Hope for 3, and it's going to be a resupply carrier because he gets to play it for 1 less, and then it costs 5 less off of that You're My Only Hope. So strong play here, essentially not having to pay for it, getting the extra resource.
Isn't Luke 3 to pilot?
Luke is 3 to pilot.
Deploy?
That is, yes, and I think he only had 2 ready.
He definitely only had 2 ready there.
Yeah, I believe it is
probably a minor mistake because Yoda decks have not been playing Luke, so we might not be very familiar with this card, but that is one that is more expensive to pilot than it is as a unit. So that Luke should be a unit on the ground right now, but we don't have a way to access the judges. There are judges watching that game, and we'll see if anybody catches that. But it looks like they're just carrying on.
And it's almost something else to think about. It's not just that it should be in the ground arena, but it's almost like I maybe rather it be in the ground arena here. I've got multiple threats, and we know that Loopy is pretty good at removing these threats, having good 1-for-1 removal. And the other important note, Loopy on 6 resources, Yoda on 7. So Julio could deploy here on this turn.
Yeah. They might be catching it now. I'm not sure. Or he might just be rereading Luke to double check how it works. But either way,
See that Pershing action ability first for Loopy. 1 damage to Pershing. Loopy will draw a card. Now the resupply carrier will swing, and with Luke attached, it is a 7 power unit, so that's 9 damage on Loopy's base. We are going to see Vigilance being played, Gonk Droid defeated, and Loopy back down to 4 as he heals 5 damage.
Vigilance to kill a Gonk is not where Loopy wants to be in life right now.
That's a good point.
But it buys him more time. It's fine. But Julio still has all his resources to spend, and I would like to see him flip his leader now. I believe Loopy is only on 6, so you're not going to see a Super Laser Blast next turn. I would like to just see damage get pushed, but we'll see if Julio delays his flip. And also, that could be wrong. It depends on how much you want to play around which removal spells and how cautious you want to be going into this mid game.
Yeah. Certainly couldn't see Super Laser Blast next turn. Loopy is only ramped once. Julio has ramped twice. Right now, it's really all up to Julio here. Loopy is fully exhausted. Every option to him during this action phase. Looks like Julio contemplating paying 5. It is going to be Blue Leader, the air support coming down into the ground arena. 2 experience tokens. That's a 5/5 with ambush. Dr. Pershing no longer.
No, looks like he's not flipping. I don't hate it. It's only 4 more damage, and the Super Laser Blast. Oh, he is flipping. Okay.
Oh, he says, I'm going to go for it. Julio's being aggressive. So no discard here, of course. No units that he's trying to defeat with that when deployed ability, but it's another 4 to base. It's 8 damage on Loopy's base, 0 on Julio and Julio's base. And Julio has some really solid board position here. We'll see what Loopy can do on the 7 resource turn.
Yeah, the goal here for Julio is to force out a subpar Kylo flip. If you let Kylo sit here and say, I'm going to wait until I have 10 resources and double craving power and I'm not under any pressure, so it doesn't matter, then you could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
But deploying this as, are you going to wait another turn for Super Laser Blast and take 20-ish damage in the face? Or are you going to just flip now to save some damage, get rid of your leader, and then we go into the late game?
And it's going to be entrenched with the first action for Loopy. So entrenched.
That's a good start.
Being played. It is a good start. That resupply carrier that is swinging for 7 being piloted by Luke Skywalker. Will not be able to attack bases. Does give +3/+3. But now it's Blue Leader open in the ground arena. It's going to be 5 damage to Loopy's base. 13 on.
It is funny that resupply carrier can currently kill a 10-cost Devastator.
Yeah, that is a great point.
So Loopy's late game may need something before then, but I think you've got to survive till there. Surviving till there is step 1.
Yeah, that is a good point. Loopy, 17 damage on now with the Yoda leader unit. Forcing through more damage. Small Jedi dealing 8 damage over the last couple action phases. It's going to be another resupply carrier for Julio, getting yet another resource off the top of his deck. Going up to 10 total resources. Excuse me, 9. I believe that's 9 resources.
Yeah, I think it's 9.
So
I think Loopy is at 7. So he could flip here. There's not. He's used he's used some resources. So yeah, Loopy doesn't want to flip that turn. And now he wants to see a Super Laser Blast.
Yeah. Now
I would imagine
time for Super Laser Blast.
I would imagine he has one, which is why he didn't flip there.
I think that's exactly right. We see all 8 resources exhausted instantly for Loopy, the quickest Super Laser Blast that Loopy's ever played. And that is going to wipe out Julio's board. Now, this Luke Skywalker, though, be moved down into the ground arena exhausted, so we are going to see some extra value, and Julio is going to retain a unit on the board.
Yeah, and this is where we see the resilience of this Yoda deck, where a lot of times you see a super laser blast, and then they say, "Okay, home one, get a Queen Amidala. I have 4 to 5 units again. What are you going to do now? Do you have another one?" So what's the follow up here for Julio? There are so many options that he could have to just immediately refill this board.
Julio, it's his action. Got plenty of resources to work with. Tons of options, but keep in mind that Supreme Leader Snoke is in the discard pile. Could come out
True.
as early as next turn, something like a Palpatine's return, so has to be careful here with these low HP units. That Luke Skywalker, just a 3-2 in the ground arena. It looks like we're going to see just another 2 HP unit. It's going to be the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. It's a 3-2 in the air. The Craving Power discarded off that Kylo action ability. Loopy able to draw a card.
I think Julio is trying to see if Loopy's going to flip. So he wants to see what upgrades are in the discard, and he played that as kind of a soft pass to see if Loopy was going to Kylo activate or just flip there. I would be surprised if Loopy flips this turn, especially now with the Craving Power in the discard pile. I don't think it's worth it just to save the 3 damage from the Luke attack.
Yeah, I love that.
But it all depends on what's in his hand.
Deploying Kylo into that Craving Power, and interestingly enough, Julio does not make any other plays, so a lot of resources there go unspent, and the board not looking particularly threatening, but Luke is going to go in for 3. It's 20 damage on Data Vault.
Mm-hmm.
What does Loopy have in store for us? Going into what looks like maybe 6 resources. Do we see something like a Palp's return? Going to get the Snoke. It is an option. Still have yet to see that Kylo deploy. Looks like we're going to deploy Kylo, and here comes a big deploy. We're going to pay a total of 9, playing the Craving Power and the Heirloom Lightsaber, paying the extra 2 resources for the aspect penalty on the Heirloom Lightsaber, and that is going to be a total of 9 damage dealt to the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, cleaning up the space arena. And now Loopy.
Is there a Rivals Fall follow-up is the question.
That's the question. That 9/9 Sentinel leader unit for Loopy, trying to change things here. The Yoda action ability was used as Julio draws a card, digging for maybe a possible answer to this extremely large leader unit. It's going to be Kylo going in for 9. Restoring 1. Thanks to the Heirloom Lightsaber. And here's Kelleran Beck. Julio will search the top 7, looking for a unit. He'll play it, and it will cost 3 less, so theoretically, could look for a unit up to 6 resources and play it.
Yeah, 1 short of that magic number to Kelleran into Luke that you always want, but I think you've just gotta do it.
We're going to see Queen Amidala off the Kelleran Beck, so 2 additional resources spent. We'll get some spy tokens. So it's a big ground arena right now for Julio, but it's the 9/9 Sentinel leader unit that is really causing a significant issue for Julio. He's got to get through the big Sentinel. Loopy's able to claim the initiative, and with 2 swings with that Kylo Ren leader unit can tie things up in the damage total if he so chooses.
Yeah, Julio really needs to find a Rivals Fall quickly. A lot of the Yoda decks nowadays are skimping on them. They're on 3 Vanquish main. A lot of them are on 1 Rivals Fall main and a second in the board. And with Data Vault, you just don't have the highest percentage chance to find it every game.
Could certainly use that Rivals Fall. would be a extremely beneficial play for Julio. Loopy's got the first action. He's up 1-0 here in the semifinals, looking to advance on to the finals. And this Wisconsin Planetary Qualifier at Misty Mountain Games. Both players, plenty of resources to work with. We're at the stage now where we are going to see big bomb after big bomb for both players. Explosive flip for Loopy with that Kylo. And now the question for me is still, when does that Supreme Leader Snoke hit the board?
Yeah, Loopy being able to deal with the space units there was huge. He stopped taking the extra 4 to 7 damage from the space units. And then Julio didn't have a space rebuild, so the Kylo just stopping everything on the ground right now.
Loopy looking to make a play here with his first action. I do believe it is Palpatine's return. Yes, it is. Yeah. There is the Supreme Leader Snoke being played from the discard pile at cost 8 less. And that is going to give -2/-2 to each of these units on Julio's side, taking out Luke and the 2 tokens. And Kelleran Beck and Queen Amidala a lot less threatening now.
Yeah, notably, those attacks can't kill Kylo anymore. So without the Snoke, Queen attacks in, kills a spy, Kelleran attacks in, kills himself, and you get rid of Kylo. But now those attacks don't do it, and you don't have any spies anymore. So there's going to be a vanquish on the Snoke to at least be able to trade your board into Kylo. Feels kind of bad. But, I mean, you got to, I think. Either that or you just lose.
I think you're absolutely right that Kylo is just too strong right now. It is going to be Vanquish cleaning up the Supreme Leader Snoke unit. And Kylo Leader unit is going to even things up on the board, dealing 9 to Julio's Data Vault, healing 1 on his side. It's 18-18, the damage totals. And now with Snoke off the board, 12 total power represented in the ground arena for Julio. You did mention we could trade here. It would take both Kelleran Beck and Queen Amidala attacking into Kylo to take out the 9/9 leader unit. Do see a blue leader in hand. That is an option with 5 ready resources, and maybe that's the play here. Could be a 5/5 with ambush in the ground arena. There it is, blue leader coming out.
Yeah, Kylo
5 damage into Kylo.
Total. Yeah, so I believe now the Queen Amidala tag's lethal. I think it's a Craving Power and a Heirloom Lightsaber on Kylo right now.
Is the Heirloom not +2/+2? Am I doing something wrong here? I'm not sure. Point is, he's
Craving
out.
Power and Heirloom are both +2/+2. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Kylo had 9 HP. So either interesting to save the Amidala over the Kelleran. Might just mean he has another Kelleran in hand.
The Slimore does come out in the ground arena for Loopy. The Kelleran Beck finally dealing with the massive leader unit on Loopy's side of the board. We are going to see Queen Amidala attacking into Loopy's base, but should get -2 thanks to the when played ability on Slimore. So 21 damage on Loopy's base, preventing 2. Slimore has that
Slimore is so
little
good in a lot of these
ability.
aggro matchups.
Yeah.
Seeing that, I think if Loopy does win this, that may be his best avenue to also beating the Sabine red that we saw to buy himself some extra turns.
Loopy looks to be lining up a big Star Destroyer. It is the Annihilator going to defeat Queen Amidala. There was one in Julio's hand. That will be discarded. And now Loopy will go digging for the other. We take a look at Julio's hand, and honestly, not super threatening, is it?
it's not. It really makes me wonder why he kept the Amidala on board over the Kelleran. He may have been worried about Annihilator. Maybe he said he didn't want all his Kellerans discarded, and then he might have drawn into a second Amidala after that and said, well, I can't resource this, so we'll hope he doesn't have it. But yeah, it's an interesting decision point on what all to trade into the Kylo there.
Well, now Loopy has presented a big issue for Julio. This game will be done on the next action phase. If there's not some kind of answer to that Annihilator, the Slimore could get in for 2 on this action phase, and then Slimore plus Annihilator next turn could finish it. So Julio has work ahead of him. The Yoda action ability will draw a card for Julio. See what he does here. Has to put one back on top or on the bottom.
The bright side for Julio, if he draws a home 1, he has plenty of targets for it.
Yes.
The downside is that's because they all died.
It is very true. Slimore putting Julio's base up to 20 damage on. It's going to be Rival's Fall taking out the Annihilator. So major problem number 1 dealt with here.
Yeah, he found the Rival's Fall, but I think he found it too little, too late. If he had that to deal with Kylo and had a board to attack in, then I think he might have had a chance of winning this race. It's going to be tough. I would imagine Loopy still got a lot of gas in his hand to refill after here, but maybe not. I mean, we're not dealing. We don't need a ton of damage on either base here to get to the finish line.
Luke was piloting the resupply carrier early. Now Luke Skywalker's piloting the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. That's representing 6 damage in space. So yeah, Loopy still has some work to do, and he's got a great answer. Devastator. 10 cost, 10-10. He's inescapable. Wow.
I would say the work has
Luke
been
down
done.
to the ground arena. Yes, it has. And once again, Loopy has presented lethal going into the next action phase if Slimore can attack on this action phase. Captain Typho going to stand in the way of Slimore this time, getting the 4-5 Sentinel down in the ground arena. The Devastator, still a big problem, and it looks like that's going to be legal authority taking Captain Typho captive. The Devastator not only threatening 10 power, now holding that Sentinel unit captive.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we'll have to see. And there's still a lot of resources for Yoda. So if he draws something like a Vanquish, he could still try to deal with the Devastator. But yeah, it's like I said, Loopy had a lot of time to kind of keep these bombs in his hand and figure out exactly what iteration he wanted. So I wouldn't be surprised if he has a little bit more in the tank. But this still requires an answer too, so.
Yes, absolutely right. Slimore dealing another 2. It's 22 damage on Julio's Data Vault to 21 on Loopy's. Loopy's still in.
Ooh, no plays for Julio with 6 resources.
Man, that's brutal. Yeah, we've seen this, I believe, a couple times this game where Julio had to leave a large stack of 6. I believe earlier 7 resources unspent. So several turns where he's just not able to make the most use of his resources, and now he's staring down 12 damage on Loopy's side of the table.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, and that's to pull it into a game 3 with 18 and a half minutes left.
Yeah, such a good point. It's going to be Bright Hope bouncing back the Luke to draw a card. That when played ability, you can bounce back a friendly non-leader ground unit to its owner's hand. You draw a card.
It stops him from dying this turn.
Yep.
So it saves 6 damage from the Devastator.
Now, if we drew into an answer for the Devastator, that would be nice for Julio. But the problem is, even if you found an answer, at that point, it's something like a Vanquish or a Rival's Fall, and we're not putting any threats of our own on the board.
Yeah, well, imagine Loopy is just going to attack with the Devastator here, and he may be thinking if he has a removal spell for the Bright Hope, he may be thinking, what are the odds that Julio drew into something that kills my Devastator? Should I go for the win this turn? If he has something like a Power of the Dark Side, should he play it to get the Bright Hope out so that Julio has it? Yeah,
He
that's what we
believes
see
he
there.
should. Yeah, he should clear it up. And there's
I
the
like
fist
it, yeah.
bump. No glory, only results. Takes out Bright Hope, and Loopy has the door open. A clear path with those 2 units. And Loopy takes it 2-0 in the semifinals.
Yeah.
He's advancing on to our final match.
Yeah, and I really want to talk about that last turn from Loopy. It goes into a lot about what you can read about what's in your opponent's hand. The Bright Hope signifies, I can't kill this Devastator. If I could, I would just kill it. So
Yeah.
Loopy's saying, what are the odds the one card he drew from Bright Hope was a removal spell that kills this Devastator, which Takedown can't do. You've already seen a Rival's Fall. You've already seen a Vanquish. So the odds that if I kill this Bright Hope, I just win this turn are really high. So I really like the play from Loopy there, saying, you know what, I'm making the read that your hand doesn't have a removal spell. I'm making you top deck it off of that one card, and I'm not giving you the 2 extra draws for next turn to find that removal spell. So I really like the way that he played that in the line that he took there to make Julio have that removal spell.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, he's going to have his work cut out, though, because Loopy is heading to the
Absolutely.
finals against the defending champion Xavier on Sabine Tarkentown. We know how fast this deck is, and I think it's going to be a lot of difficult challenges ahead for Loopy to try to stabilize and get to a point where he can turn around and win this upcoming match. And a couple things about that, I think, try to get the early Snoke, right? I think that's going to be really important. Getting that Snoke out on 6 resources is going to be critical. We'll see if he can do it, but I think he's going to have a lot of work cut out for him in the finals.
I think some of the keys for Loopy in that matchup are going to be, can he find his entrenched and can he find his Slymores? Even just entrenching his own units so that he can trade more effectively. And then does Xavier find all of his ways to get around Sentinel?
Yep.
Which he has a lot of. So yeah, I think Xavier is probably favored in that matchup. I would say probably by a decent bit, but it's not a matchup most people have a lot of familiarity with. So I'm really excited to see how it goes down. See if Loopy can get enough anti-aggro going to hold off the storm that has been Xavier this whole tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you made an excellent call out. Slymore is going to be very, very important in that match.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to go pretty quickly into the finals. So we're going to go into, I believe, a short break, and we will be right back with the finals of the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier. I'm Jeff Creasy of the Bot the Network, here with Josh Schneider of Next Gen Gaming. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
And we're back for the finals here at Misty Mountain Games. I'm Jordan from the Colorado Cantina crew. We have Josh Snyder and Kyle Kraft on commentary with us. We're about to get set up. They're getting ready. They're shuffling. They're looking over deck lists. So we're going to do the same. Here's Loopy's deck list as we get ready for the top 8. It is pretty disgustingly hard control. A lot of upgrades, 3 Entrench, 3 Condemns, the Snokes that we've seen quite a bit of the threat of Snoke at least. The Annihilators, Slymore in the main, very, very good anti-aggro card, and he's clearly very teched for the control matchup running Bounty Hunter Quarry main or Bounty Hunter Crew main.
Yeah, just looking at this list, this is going to be a real challenge for Loopy, right? I think he's on the short end of the stick here from a favorite perspective. You called out the Slymore, obviously Childson might be a way to kind of stall a little bit in the early game, but the name of the game here is stall until you can get control of things. Perhaps using Kylo's ability to discard your own Snoke, Palp's return it early could be an effective way to get control of the board, but this is definitely going to be a challenge either way.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I'm just looking through the list. Where are all the anti-aggro cards? Where are any little advantage I can find early in the game and try to stabilize? I think Entrenched is also one that's going to be important. We have a few different ways to heal. You've got Vigilance. We could also see the top target coming out of the sideboard. We've got Reinforcement Walker. It's going to be a lot of work for Loopy. We'll see if he can do it, but we're definitely going to have to find some very specific pieces to answer this swarm because we know that Xavier is going to throw out a lot of units and throw them out really fast.
Absolutely. We got the Sabine list to go through, but before we do, we got our last giveaway of the day. It's to Coral Daddy. Kyle, I know you didn't want to say the username, so I got it. You win the initiative token as well as 4 credit tokens from Premier Games. Join our Discord. There'll be a link in chat shortly, and we'll get that over to you. Been rocking with us all day. Really appreciate it. Another shout out to Misty Mountain Games, Late Night, Blue Milk, the whole crew making everything happen. Other deck to go through is this Sabine Tarkentown list. We've seen it on stream all day. He's been dominating, and he's a great player. Obviously, he's trying to defend his title here at Misty Mountain, and all signs are pointing to that being a sincere possibility, right, Jeff? Right, Kyle?
Yeah, I think Sabine's favored here, looking pretty good. If I'm sitting at this table with this Sabine deck, I'm feeling great. We just talked about the Loopy deck. I think it's a result of the arms race of go bigger, and trying to go over the top. Well, our Sabine player has found the answer. I'm going to go all the way underneath and get people today. And every time we've seen him on stream, that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this list is scary, and you've got a player that won this PQ with this deck last set. He's back, of course. He's made some tweaks. We see a couple pieces from Secrets of Power, and now he's looking to become a back-to-back Planetary Qualifier champion, which is no easy task, especially winning back-to-back at the same store. And he's right here. He's got what should be a pretty good matchup. We'll see if he can close things out with this Sabine Tarkentown.
Yeah, I had an opportunity myself to go back-to-back at a store in Utah for PQs, but failed in number 2. So I'm going to be jealous here.
Yeah, Loopy trying to stand in the way, but he will certainly have his work cut out for him here in the finals at Misty Mountain, the Misty Mountain PQ.
Yeah, and I think this, talking about his previous win was in the previous set. The Sabine deck did get some power-ups coming out of this set, right? Obviously, Karis Nemec being one of the best 2 drops ever printed is a power-up to this deck. And then we talked earlier about the Taskmaster coming in and being able to ready up some units, do some crazy plays. So this deck did get better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A few new tools, and we've seen those tools come into play throughout this tournament on stream today. Xavier has used the Secrets of Power flavor extremely well, and we're going to see both players getting ready for the finals. It's going to be Xavier starting with the initiative. This is exactly where he wants to be, but as we've kind of talked about throughout the day, he also does want to play multiple 1-drops, so I think initiative in the end is probably going to end up with his opponent one way or the other going into turn 2.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen this deck, I think now 3rd time on stream, and one of the cards, really powerful cards you get to play in Double Red is Aggression. And yet every single game I've seen him draw aggression, it's gone right into the resource row. There just hasn't been a need for it.
Right.
All right. Well, I don't know if you've ever played against Loopy, but he plays at turbo speed, and Sabine Red is a turbo deck. So
It's going
I
to be
think
fast.
the point is it's going to be very fast one way or another, right?
Freaky fast is what we may be looking at here in the final match. Going to try to keep up with this as best as we can and keep everything accurate and clean as these two players look to secure 100 points on the leaderboard. Of course, Xavier is already qualified. I know Loopy, almost positive, is a former Planetary Qualifier champion. I don't know when he won that PQ, so I'm not sure where Loopy's point total stands at the moment, but nevertheless, we'll be walking away with a nice amount of points, win or lose here, and just looking to try and lock that spot into the main event at the Galactic Championship if he hasn't already done so.
Yeah, at least 35, right? I'd initially
Yeah.
thought second place would earn you 50, but I learned
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
definitely 35.
I was surprised too the first time I was taking a look at it, doing some coverage on a more local Planetary Qualifier, and thought it was 50, but had to go back and check. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 35 points to second place. There's the fist bump. We are ready to go in the first action of the finals. Wouldn't be anything less than the Sabine action ability. 1 damage to each base. And we're going to get that early Kylo action ability, craving power right to the graveyard. Excuse me, the discard pile. And Loopy's going to draw a card.
Yep. I think what we're looking at there is a hot shot getting sent to the bottom if I saw it correctly. So yeah, hot shot to smuggle it out costs you 5 in this deck, but with the Fighters for Freedom and an upgrade, I see him playing it out of hand quite a bit.
Yeah. We do see the classic 2 1-cost units on turn 1 for Xavier. It's R2-D2 and Mr. Bones. We're going to see Super Laser Technician on turn 2 for Loopy. Not going to have an immediate impact on the board. So we are going to see some damage coming through for Xavier. Mr. Bones getting in for 3. And now we get the Heirloom Lightsaber into the discard pile off that Kylo action ability. So now we've got Heroism and Villainy cards in the discard pile to really get the most out of Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that ramp, we there's a chance we're actually going to see 6 resources. Last time we saw the Sabine Red deck, we talked about with the later flip and the Data Vault deck really wanting to be in the 20s or so, right around that leader flip time worth of damage to close out the game. So let's see how hard Sabine can hit the gas and if we can get to that number.
Yeah, like Xavier going into the Super Laser Technician with the R2-D2, just protecting the stronger unit, the Mr. Bones, which would have been an easy trade for the Technician. And we see that Fighters for Freedom, which has just been super, super effective for Xavier throughout this tournament. He's got it back out, that 3/4 Saboteur that threatens more damage whenever you play an aggression card.
Yeah, we've seen him actually get double Fighters for Freedom out a few times. So getting the double ping, it just gets a little out of hand.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Loopy has the initiative. He's on 5 resources after ramping with the Technician. See what he has here. This is a big explosive turn that Xavier wants to line up with Sabine being deployed, threatening quite a bit of damage. We're looking at 6 already in the ground arena. It's going to be Kylo action ability putting another craving power into the discard pile as Loopy draws another card.
Yeah, did I see another Super Laser Technician? That could get us to a really fast Kylo flip and throw a wall in front of what Sabine's doing here.
Yeah, that is a good point. Not sure it was Super Laser Tech or not. Can't see clearly at the moment. R2-D2 was able to chip away Data Vault. 6 damage on Loopy's base. Just 2 on Tarkin Town right now. Action back over to Loopy.
And for Sabine, this has been the really explosive turn that we've seen all day. So there is the second Technician, so we might even see a Kylo next turn. But for Sabine here, I think I did see the Taskmaster in hand. So we're going to have a lot of choices to really pile on the damage this turn ahead of that potential Kylo flip.
Mr. Bones dealing 3 yet again. 6 damage dealt by Mr. Bones over the last couple turns. And I believe that was an entrenched on the Super Laser Technician. That Technician getting +3/+3. It's a 5/4, threatening some of these bigger threats on Xavier's side. Sabine is deployed, but here comes the explosiveness. Benthic 2 tubes is played, A damage will be dealt thanks to the Fighters for Freedom. And there is the Academy Disciplinarian. 1 damage to Benthic, 2 tubes. This is going to be explosive. Benthic attacks for 2, and Sabine is going to get an additional 2 thanks to the on-attack ability. There's all kinds of damage pouring in here.
Yeah, and despite the ramp, we made it into the 20s before Kylo can even make it. Putting the entrenched on the super laser technician, to your point, does contest, the Sabine or potentially the Fighters for Freedom. But it also means he's not going to be able to kill off his own super laser technician to enable a Kylo flip this turn.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And, the entrenched, a lot of times in this kind of matchup, you think it might be used to stop one of these threats from hitting your base, but Loopy decided otherwise. Loopy does have the initiative, but he also has 22 damage on his base already. As we're into turn 4, Super Laser Technician is going to attack and defeat the Fighters for Freedom. But as you mentioned, it stays on the board.
Yeah, I was trying to think if maybe he could have been setting up an OB, but if he had that, he would have played it first action here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Bones has dealt 9 damage on his own. It's 24 damage on Loopy's Data Vault. Loopy in big trouble here. I believe with just what's on board right now, Xavier is threatening lethal this turn.
Yeah, the Benthic plus Disciplinarian on the Sabine flip unanswered is, I think each time he's done that today, it's basically game over that turn. It's crazy.
We're going to see Lieutenant Childson, so at least we do get a Sentinel unit this turn, revealing 3 Vigilance cards, and that's going to be +3/+3, but it doesn't matter. Spec Force Soldier takes Sentinel away from Lieutenant Childson, and Xavier cruising to a blistering fast victory here in Game 1 over Loopy.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, we thought he might get run over, and that's exactly what happened. So I don't think, what can Loopy hope for here to be able to survive? I mean, even with the ramp, he just got ran over so quickly. I think part of Loopy's list being so top heavy is going to be a challenge here. We're not running Pike Sentinels or anything to try to slow down that first turn or two, really.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Wow. Great day. What a win to open things up at the finals for Xavier. No contest really at all in that one. And I think if you're Loopy going into the sideboard, I think a lot of these big ships may be finding their way out. Of course, we've got the restock in the main board. I think he was also running the main board bounty hunter crew. That could certainly come out here. Maybe you leave it in for the ambush, maybe not. But we want to bring out some of these more expensive cards. And I know he's got things like Eager Escort Fighter and Top Target in the sideboard. So he does have a few options that heal or maybe interact with the board a little bit in the sideboard.
At least options that are maybe possible to see play, right? Before this game is over. Usually Loopy will set up his box top, his deck top here and kind of show us what's going on as he is right now. So yeah, definitely the top targets. Maybe even the Palp's Return Snoke to try to, pitch your own Snoke and Palp's Return it out. So mostly the sideboard probably comes in. We're going to have to just see if it's enough.
Yeah, that is going to be the question. It does look like a lot of these cards coming in, the Eager Escort Fighter, Top Target, Palp's Return, and Snoke. And we talked about that great line that these Kylo Data Vault decks have been showing us. Use that Kylo action ability, get Snoke in the discard pile. Palpatine's return on 6 resources, get the Snoke in play, which of course would be a phenomenal play. And I think that may be one of the things he needs to find. Now, he's going to need to find more than that, because even if you just count the damage before he got to 6 resources, I believe you mentioned, Kyle, what was it, like 20? It was 20-something damage, and Loopy was only on 5 resources, right?
Yeah, 22, I think, already. Yeah. And that was really enabled by the Sabine flip turn. It's just a crazy amount of damage on that turn in particular. So, we're going to have to see. It's definitely a tough one. I'm thinking back to that last game on when he entrenched his own super laser technician. Felt like that was a long out to, hey, I'm in big trouble here. I'm going to entrench my own SLT and just hope I top deck barrage.
And Josh, you say that is like one of the things to do. It might be the only. I think that that early Snoke play might be the only true semi-consistent path to victory here, just based on how many units it can take off the board. I don't know if there's a world that exists that Loopy can clear the board enough going into that 4, 5, 6 area where there's going to be 2 units on board for Sabine. I just don't think it's possible the way that Xavier is playing this deck.
Yeah, no, I think you make an excellent point. And another thing too, we saw Childson come down, and generally, yeah, you would think Sentinel units, they're great against this swarm of little guys in the ground arena. But the problem is you've got Spec Force Soldier that can rip that Sentinel away. You've got multiple Fighters for Freedom. You know he's running 3 Fighters for Freedom. And not only that, but Aggression is also a card. And this goes back all the way to Spark of Rebellion. I remember Sabine Tarkentown being played in the Spark of Rebellion meta, and Aggression was a great response immediately to Childson, right? That's another answer to Childson. You can just strip the upgrades and then deal 4, take it out, and you clear the path right away again. So unfortunately for Loopy, as good as Sentinels are, Xavier just has so many outs to these big Sentinels that can be presented.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned Tarkentown there. I don't even think Sabine had to make use of Tarkentown.
No.
That's one of the advantages of Sabine Tarkentown too, is if they do get that early Sentinel, you just have another option to clear it out of the way and keep pushing your damage. That time it wasn't even necessary.
No, not at all. Yeah, that's a wild lopsided game when you win by that amount. Don't even have to use your epic action on the base. We get ready for game 2. Loopy, with his back against the wall, to say the least. He'll have the initiative, but like we talked about, we knew it was going to be a bad matchup coming in, and now he's got to find a way to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, and I don't even think that initiative really does much of anything for him anyway. I mean, his turn 1 plays are pretty limited on anything that could even possibly help. And Sabine's going to try to go for double 1-drop and pass that initiative with a ping double 1-drop anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Initiative not crucial here against any of these aggro decks that want to drop multiple units on the first turn of the game. I'm going to see Loopy. Can he force the defending champion to a game 3, or will Xavier once again come in from Janesville and take over and take claim of the title here at Misty Mountain? We'll see.
Well, looks like it's going to be a pretty good start. I see the double 1-drop into a wing leader, so we've got a good curve to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be
All right.
Kylo action ability, turn 1, get the heirloom lightsaber into the discard pile. Loopy draws a card, and Sabine action ability follows suit. 1 damage on each base. Here comes the start of the 1-cost units. The Crackshot V-Wing does have to deal 1 damage to itself because there are no other fighters in play. We're going to see a turn 1 top target here from Loopy. Can heal 4 if he claims that bounty.
Yeah, not a unique unit. And importantly, neither a unit coming down turn 1 plays are rebels. So he does have the wing leader, but actually no target for it.
Yeah, that is a really good point. We've got some Republic units, but no Rebel units. The Soldier of the 501st and Crackshot V-Wing. So it is interesting here. Does he have a better line on turn 2 outside of the wing leader? Believe he just resourced Aggression again. So it's kind of funny to think, because as we were talking about earlier, that Aggression just seems to be resourced almost every time for Xavier.
Yeah, and Xavier actually kind of, having a rough draw. So this might be an opportunity for Loopy. He's got the top target out. I don't think Xavier really has a good turn 2 play here, because he does not have the target for his wing leader. Heads up, by the way, though, sacrificing, so the top target, you're only going to collect 1 heal off of it, right? Because he was only at 1 damage.
Yeah, do like that. Generating some good value for yourself, right? Taking away some of the value that your opponent could generate there. The Sabine action ability, putting that damage right back on each base. Now it's going to be R2-D2 coming out. Soldier of the 501st was able to get in for 2, and then Daring Raid going to deal some extra damage as well. So 5 damage on Data Vault, and it's 2 damage on Tarkin Town as we go into what will be what Xavier wants to be an explosive turn with Sabine deploying.
Yeah, not nearly as explosive a start as last time. A little bit slower by Xavier, and we're not going to see the ready Benthic here either, because I did not see the ready units, the Taskmaster, right?
I believe it's the Academy Disciplinarian.
Disciplinarian. That's right.
I could be
That's
wrong.
Right. No, you're correct. You're correct.
One way or the other, he readies the little dudes. That's what we know for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Including Sabine if he wants to.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Kylo action ability, starting things out for Loopy, craving power, getting discarded. Loopy drawing some more cards. Still needing to find some answers. Still wants to try to stabilize the board as best as he can. Sabine action ability, bringing the damage total up on each base by 1.
All right. Yeah, I've noticed that our Sabine player here, Xavier, tends to ping first and wants to see what his opponent is going to do more often than not, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, I do like that. We're going to see Top Target again, the second copy of Top Target here in Game 2. This time, it's on a unique unit, R2-D2. So if he can claim this bounty, he would heal 6. Soldier of the 501st, taking Loopy's base up to 8 damage. Sabine has been deployed. It's going to be Condemn on Sabine. So Loopy really stabilizing pretty well here. Multiple top targets. We've got Condemn to shut down Sabine. Not a bad start.
I mean, I think this is about as much as you can hope for Loopy. This is as good as it goes. He's drawn 2 of his sideboard cards. Xavier is really not drawing as well as last game. We're slowing it down. We're not anywhere near that 20 number yet. So far, so good.
But it's still Xavier. Even when Xavier has his opponent finding some decent answers, he still puts up a solid turn. The wing leader giving R2-D2 to experience tokens. R2 ignoring protocol and dealing 3 damage to Loopy's base. 11 damage on Data Vault, and Benthic 2 Tubes gets down as well. So it's still a massive board right now for Xavier. Let's see how Loopy responds. He has not ramped here, so just 5 resources to work with.
Yeah, and really, that last turn, dirtling with the hero ability, doing other actions first, enabled him to be able to put the wing leader buff on R2 rather than Sabine. Had he hurried along, the Condemn would have wiped out all of that damage. So, well action sequenced.
Absolutely. We're going to see Power of the Dark Side, and Xavier says, I'll clean up Sabine, no problem. I'd rather get Sabine back in the leader zone here, able to start pinging each turn, as the Condemn really shutting down the Sabine leader unit. So now it's going to be Benthic 2 Tubes attacking for 2, and Soldier of the 501st will get Raid 2 for this phase. As we see Pershing coming out. And one thing, Kyle, we haven't seen, we do not see that Supreme Leader Snoke in the discard pile yet. We'll see if Loopy can get that combo going soon.
Yeah, we're just going to foot on the gas here, right? Anything we can do to close out this game before something like that possibly is even an option. But I don't see the Palp's return either. We'd have to have at least one of them in hand. He'd have to draw into both next turn, but we're already at 25. This is looking pretty cleaned up, I think. I'm not sure how Loopy gets back into this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, once again, so much pressure, so many units from Xavier. Still able to get through. The Cassian coming out. R2 doing work. Can Loopy find some kind of response? We know he could heal 6 by claiming the bounty on top target. We're going to see Eager Escort Fighter coming out here. And it looks like he did not ambush. Okay, because he's going to put the legal authority and capture the R2-D2, claiming the bounty. So that is going to heal 6. Back down to 22.
Mm-hmm.
And I
was wondering why he didn't complete the ambush, and now we see.
Now we see, absolutely.
I thought maybe they were just playing so fast they hadn't bothered pulling it off the board yet, but no, it was intentional.
Benthic 2 tubes getting in for 2. Cassian has raid 2. That's another 5. It's 29 damage on. Lethal is being represented by Xavier in the ground arena. It's going to be another 2 from Wing Leader. I don't think Loopy has a response. Soldier of the 501st turns sideways. There's the fist bump. Xavier, back to back he goes here at the Misty Mountain Games Planetary Qualifier in Wisconsin. Well done. What a run.
Yeah, and congratulations to Loopy too for making it to the finals. But I feel like that one, he was probably just drawn dead. I mean, even with the sideboard editions, getting the cards, it made no difference. I think Sabine was just so heavily favored here.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a matchup that you would love to see every single round if you could. If you are Xavier was able to run into, I believe, 2 control decks, right? He faced down Grand Admiral Thrawn Yellow and the Kylo Data Vault. So 2 control decks, and I think if you're a Xavier, what more could you ask for on your run to back-to-back finals?
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but the last time Xavier won a PQ with this deck, I ran into this deck a whole lot for about 2 weeks, and I expect to see that again.
everywhere.
He stormed right through this Planetary Qualifier. Only 1 loss today. What a phenomenal run. I mean, look, it's hard enough to win 1 Planetary Qualifier. You can go back-to-back at the same store. Not many players have done that, right? And so that's such a phenomenal feat, and it's so cool to see somebody pull something incredible off like that.
Yeah, and what a great run it was. Even at the beginning of Top Cut, we said no one wants to see this deck. No one wants to play this deck, and that's the way it ended up. So that tops off a great day of coverage here on the channel. Big shout out to Misty Mountain Games. If you're ever in Madison, Wisconsin, go check it out. I've heard nothing but great things. Late Night Gaming for getting everything set up. We long day production over. We got an early start, but that means we're getting out of here kind of early as well. Shout out to Kyle, Josh, Jeff, Travis, Sharky, everybody who helped out doing commentary. Really appreciate you. Hope you guys had a great time watching. Again, big thanks to Premier Games for making all the tokens happen for everybody, providing a nice looking stream. So that's all we got for this Planetary Qualifier. We'll see you on Monday. Colorado Cantina True YouTube channel. Our meta breakdown, we'll be talking about that Sabine Darkentown because you know people are going to be playing. All right, congratulations.